Chapter 2205. It was getting closer and closer. Just as they were about to reach the crater, they once again felt the terrifying threat from the origin energy. Everyone was in a daze when they saw it. It was familiar. They had been to this crater a few times and had scanned it with their divine senses countless times, but they found nothing. Now that they felt the origin energy from the crater, they were no longer calm. It was different from what they had seen before. Logically speaking, it was illogical. It was hard to imagine that the bottom of the crater was related to the origin tree. Forces gathered around the crater. At this moment, no one dared to go down. Even if they had magnate treasures, they were fragile in front of the origin energy. There were also some small forces that were completely attracted by the origin tree and relied on their treasures to rush down. The result was obvious. After a few hundred people died, everyone suppressed their excitement. Wait. That was what everyone was thinking. As long as the origin energy weakened, they were confident that they could rush down and find the origin tree and fruit. For a moment, everyone was safe around the crater. No one would make a move at this moment. The origin energy weakened. The half-step magnate stared at it. As soon as the origin energy weakened, the half-step magnate immediately felt it. Go down. Hellgate's head of death turned into a black light and rushed down. Let's go too. Everyone reacted quickly and entered the crater one after another. Without a hegemon-level treasure in hand, he could only watch helplessly. The origin energy's powerful disintegration ability disintegrated everything. Only a hegemon-level treasure could resist it, maintaining the misfortune of not being disintegrated. Everyone went down faster and faster. The origin energy was also weakening. This isn't right. The black-robed elder from the Sky Demon Palace frowned. Even if the origin energy weakened, it wouldn't be this fragile. The Heavenly Devil Palace elder's face turned grave. The thin origin energy only had a slight effect on the Heavenly Devil puppet. It wasn't as terrifying as the old ancestor had warned. Elder, you're not worrying too much. Everyone knows how powerful the origin energy is. It should be normal for the origin energy to weaken. Even the smart Sky Demon Raymond didn't think that there would be a problem. I hope so. Soon. On the other side. Lin Fei was not far from the origin tree. It was only a few thousand feet away. The system was even more awesome than he had imagined. It kept devouring the origin energy. This was also Lin Fei's good luck. If one were to encounter someone who had yet to condense an origin fruit, it would be impossible for them to descend here. Now that the origin fruit had absorbed all of the origin energy from the origin tree, the pressure it released was not as strong as before. This gave Lin Fei an advantage, allowing him to plunder as much origin energy as he wanted. Master, your enemy is here. Imp reminded. At the same time, the image of the sinkhole appeared in Lin Fei's eyes. Good fellow. For the origin fruit, they sent out more than 20 half-step magnates. On the image, the stronger one was, the color would be different. Therefore, Lin Fei could see it clearly, especially the 20 or so dots. It would be strange if he couldn't see it. An old acquaintance is here too. Lin Fei even saw a few old acquaintances. Master, absorb the remaining origin energy. You still need time, so you have to make a choice, Master. The little demoness reminded him again. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. It's time. Let the slave army kill to their heart's content. No more hiding. Shio. On the way to the bottom of the sinkhole. What's that sound? The disciples of the Ghoul sect felt a great threat approaching. An inexplicable sound came from the front, causing their scalps to go numb. Bam bam bam. Before they could react, the Grim Reapers had encountered a dense barrage of attacks. They were all sword rays and saber rays that seemed to cover the entire sky. The tunnel was filled with enemies. The Grim Reaper's head was indeed a magnate-level treasure. It only shook slightly. "It's Tion's men!" The people of the Ghoul sect shouted angrily. Now in the entire 33 sacred heavens, everyone knew that Tion had a group of terrifying subordinates. They were all at the same cultivation level. Until now, they didn't know where Tion got them from. It was as if they appeared out of thin air. Tion had also become very mysterious. When they saw the densely packed army once again, the forces that had followed behind were all shocked. Without seeing it with their own eyes, they couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be. "Open the defense." Everyone reacted. The advantage of the magnate-level treasure was displayed. The attacks of the Black Torrent only had a small effect on them. At the same time, everyone realized that Tion, who had been missing all this time, was at the end of the sinkhole tunnel. "We still miscalculated." The Elder of the Sky Devil Palace's eyes flashed. "He should have been here for a long time." Puppet Sky Devil, attack. When Tion's men appeared, everyone was sure of one thing. Tion was inside. No one hesitated anymore. The half-step magnate personally controlled the magnate-level treasure and charged towards the Black Torrent army. The sinkhole tunnel wasn't very big. When Lin Fei's men appeared, they realized that something bad had happened. Someone had beaten them to it. They didn't expect it to be Tion. Everyone was enraged. When the half-step magnate used his strength, the magnate-level treasure in his hands exploded with infinite power. The sword and saber slaves that Lin Fei had arranged to guard the tunnel were immediately injured. Luckily, it wasn't a large area. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the battle in the tunnel. As expected of the half-step magnate. Only they can use half of the magnate-level treasure's power. Lin Fei had already expected the casualties. "We can't let them continue." Lin Fei didn't want all his men to be killed. "I have to give you another gift." Lin Fei chuckled. "Spellmasters, attack." At the end of the tunnel, a group of black shadows appeared. Their faces couldn't be seen, but they all looked serious. Spell, paralyze. Spell, corrode. Spell, weaken. This was the first time Lin Fei had shown his ability as a spell master. In the tunnel, the disciples of the Ghoul sect were clapping and cheering. "Elder is mighty! Elder is mighty!" The half-step magnate elder of the Ghoul sect was called Wuxia Xianxia. His face was cold and gloomy, and a cold wind blew from time to time. No one dared to approach him. "So what if there are many of them? I will kill them all eventually," Wuxia Xianxia said coldly. "Ah!" Suddenly, a scream came from behind him. "Elder, save me!" The disciple closest to him was a combat emperor. However, his flesh and blood had turned into a pool of blood and kept falling from his body. The surrounding was filled with a pungent rotten smell. He kept screaming. "Not good, Tion has made his move." Wuxia Xianxia had also heard that Tion knew spells. He subconsciously thought that it was him. "What's going on? I feel weak. I need to rest. I'm dying of pain. Someone save me." In less than a few breaths, all the disciples were attacked by spells. Chapter 2206. When the curse came, everyone was dumbfounded. The Ghoul sect, who was charging at the front, was caught off guard on the spot, causing heavy casualties among their disciples. In front of the terrifying curse, the disciples of the Ghoul sect had no ability to resist. Even if it was the War Emperor realm, facing the untraceable curse, the result would be the same. "It's a curse. Ah, help. I don't want to die." The moment the curse was unleashed, the sinkhole passageway immediately turned into hell. No matter who it was, even if they took out their treasures, it would be difficult for them to resist the invasion of the curse. Only the half-step giants could barely resist the invasion of the curse. Awesome! Lin Fei laughed proudly. The strengthened curse had become even sharper and more terrifying than before, and at the same time, it was even harder to find traces of it. The curse mage army is truly invincible. Lin Fei knew that once the curse mage appeared, they would definitely be able to suppress the scene. However, it was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Saber slave and sword slave, move out. Lin Fei gave the order again. Kill. Killing intent gathered, shaking the heavens and earth. With the help of the curse mage, the saber slave and sword slave had the upper hand. The giant treasures could only unleash 70% to 80% of their power in the hands of the half-step giants. At the same time, they needed the help of the disciples. Now that the disciples of the various forces had suffered heavy casualties, the power of the giant treasures had plummeted, and it was difficult for them to suppress Lin Fei's men. The blade intent and sword intent wantonly roared, interweaving into an inescapable net. For a time, the various forces were unable to move forward. Seeing the disciples and geniuses that they brought fall to the curse one after another, the leading elder's face was filled with malevolence. At the same time, there was a trace of fear. Di Tian, this old man will tear you into pieces. The disciples of the ghost sect suffered the heaviest casualties. Almost none of them were left standing, as they were all killed by the curse. The treasure space was littered with corpses, and the smell of blood filled the air. As a large sect, when had the ghost sect ever suffered heavy casualties in front of their enemies? At this moment, his face was ashen and sinister. He continuously activated his heaven's mandate energy, forming layers of defense around his body. Do you like my gift? Ha ha ha. In the passage, Lin Fei's wanton laughter echoed. Like? Everyone was about to vomit blood. Who would like this gift? This was a slap in the face. The densely packed saber slaves and sword slaves, as well as the incantation experts among them, caused the various forces in the tunnel to be unable to remain calm. They continuously activated their treasures to defend against the incantation attacks. No one had expected such a situation. Curse Palace? How do you explain that? Some of the experts in the lead looked at the people from the Curse Palace in the distance. They also kept retreating. They really couldn't block the densely packed curse techniques. This has nothing to do with our Curse Palace. The one who came from the Curse Palace was also a half-step giant. His name was Shi Yan. His previously high-spirited face was now filled with confusion. How can there be such a powerful curse technique? Its power is even greater than their curse palaces. This is impossible. The moment the curse appeared, Shi Yan sensed a familiar aura. He could smell it even with his eyes closed. After a moment of confusion, he saw that his forces had suffered heavy casualties and that the people of the Curse Palace were unscathed. Shi Yan's expression became even more unsightly. It's over. We've been tricked by Di Tian. Hence, the words that he blurted out earlier came out. No one believed him now. Nothing to do with it? What kind of joke was this? It was clearly the curse technique of the Curse Palace. Were they all blind and couldn't tell? This wasn't a curse technique. What was it? Retreat. The saber slaves and sword slaves charged forward. Even the half-step giants could only activate their hegemon-level treasures to cover their disciples' retreat. If they didn't leave now, they would really be wiped out. Almost at the same time, everyone chose to retreat. Fight? How could they fight? They couldn't even block the elusive curse techniques. Even the half-step giants felt their scalps go numb when they saw the densely packed curse techniques. Some of them were high-level curse techniques. Who could endure this kind of concentrated attack? I didn't expect Di Tian to still have a trick up his sleeve. We're all doomed. The saber slaves and sword slaves are already difficult to deal with. With the help of the curse techniques, they're like tigers that have grown wings. If we go up, we'll just be sending ourselves to death. How many unknown secrets are there behind DTN? The half-step giants suffered a huge blow. Even though they were half-step giants, after seeing the help of the curse techniques, they no longer had the thought of suppressing DTN. With such a terrifying group of subordinates, they would probably be killed by DTN even if they wanted to charge in. When they entered, everyone rushed forward one after another, afraid to fall behind. It was the same when they retreated. Everyone wished their parents had given them more legs. They threw all kinds of treasures at DTN, wanting to leave this damned place as soon as possible. The calm Skyprides also lost the thought of fighting. DTN, a native of the sealed world, had turned into a tall mountain in their eyes. He was an existence that they had to look up to. Fight? Why should they fight? When the curse technique army moved out, the giants who had been paying attention were completely moved. Because of the barbaric world fragment, they couldn't enter the space of Mount God Emperor. However, this didn't mean that they couldn't pay attention. Their powerful divine senses still enveloped the space of Mount God Emperor. Curse techniques. They're even more mysterious than the curse techniques of the Curse Palace. DTN actually had another trick up his sleeve. Why does he have a group of curse technique subordinates? Damn the Curse Palace. These giants thought of the Curse Palace. Other than the Curse Palace, who else could support DTN's troops? Originally, everyone was unhappy that the Curse Palace was related to DTN. They didn't expect the Curse Palace to arrange for people to be in the space of Mount God Emperor at such a crucial moment. No one dared to underestimate the power of curse techniques. An army of curse technique experts that could use high-level curse techniques. To DTN, this was like adding wings to a tiger. Initially, the half-step giants were still a deterrent. However, with the appearance of the curse technique army, the half-step giants' usefulness became negligible. It was already good enough for them to be alive. Curse Palace. All the giants hated the Curse Palace to the core. They saw the scene in the passage clearly. With the help of the curse technique army, their troops lost their ability to fight. They were being chopped up like vegetables. It was a naked/one-sided slaughter. Since when did the combat emperors and half-step giants become stray dogs? Now, they were really stray dogs. Curse Palace. It's over. We're dead this time. Chu Wuhuan, the palace lord, was also paying attention to the entire situation. When he saw the appearance of the curse technique army, Chu Wuhuan's face turned as black as coal. His body was trembling slightly. This black pot was too big. Especially when they saw that the people of the Curse Palace were fine. Everyone's anger seemed to be stabbing into their hearts. Chu Wuhuan could already imagine that the giants of the 33 Sage Heavens hated him to the core. No matter how he tried to explain, it would be useless. Chapter 2207. Continue to kill. Kill until nothing is left. Lin Fei did not care what the higher-ups thought. He would kill to his heart's content first. As for the Curse Palace's men, Lin Fei had specially arranged for them. No matter what, the Curse Palace would definitely suffer. At the very least, it would attract some firepower for him. Lin Fei did not believe that the magnates would not hold a grudge against the Curse Palace. Those were genuine curse techniques. They were not low-level curse techniques but mid-level and high-level curse techniques. Only the direct disciples of the Curse Palace and above could cultivate them. In the Sinkhole Passage. The saber slaves and sword slaves occupied the passage, and the curse sorcerers supported them from the rear. The end of the passage had almost become a fortress. Unless the magnates made a move, those half-step magnates would not be able to enter. If it were not for the magnates' treasures, Lin Fei would not mind leaving a few half-step magnates behind. They were good targets for modification. But now, it was better to absorb all the origin energy first. This is too terrifying. We are finally safe. They did not catch up. After exiting the sinkhole passage, the remaining forces heaved a huge sigh of relief. The pitch-black entrance to the sinkhole had become the entrance to hell in their eyes. They had never thought that they would suffer a crushing defeat. After being affected by the curse techniques, they saw their good friends, deacons, and others being swarmed by the saber slaves and sword slaves and dismembered into pieces. They did not want to recall that scene a second time. Some of the half-step magnates had been affected by the curse techniques and were only suppressing it with treasures and powerful strength. One could imagine how terrifying those people were. After confirming that there was no danger, the half-step magnates did not leave. Instead, they stopped near the sinkhole and took out their voice transmission treasures to report the news. This was not something they could deal with. A few half-step magnates were careless and were affected by the curse techniques. It was a tragic sight. They did not have the guts to enter now. This is too tragic. The demonic rainbow could not believe it either. In a short time, more than 70% of the Sky Devil Palace's disciples had died. Among them were elite disciples and some geniuses. In the face of powerful curse techniques, whether they were elite disciples or geniuses, they became extremely vulnerable. We have all died. We were all defeated. Who would have thought that Tian would be so capable? The Heavenly Devil Palace's half-step powerhouse side. First, help them suppress the curse. That's the most important thing. For the time being, only a half-step giant could suppress a war emperor ranker who was cursed. He knew that this was a strategy. The half-step giants had no choice but to do so. Tian. A furious roar rang out. This voice was filled with endless hatred, and it turned into endless killing intent as it attacked. A mere divine sense dares to act violently in front of me. Lin Fei laughed and pointed at the void. Curse, great slicer. An arc of light flashed past like a full moon. Great slicer? You know it too. A bottomless crack was left in the void. Chu Wuhuan appeared on the other side of the crack, glaring at Tian. The Curse Palace was in deep trouble because of Tian. Regardless of the danger, Zhou Wuhuan went to the mortal world in person to figure out what was going on. It's just a mere curse. Why wouldn't I know it? Lin Fei laughed. If it wasn't for your Curse Palace's inherited curse, I wouldn't mind killing all the people of your Curse Palace just now. Fortunately, it's the Curse Palace's inherited curse. Zhou Wuhuan's heart sank. Tian, you're talking nonsense. You stole the curse from our Curse Palace and deliberately framed us. You have the nerve to say it out loud. Being able to become a palace master, how could Zhou Wuhuan not understand the meaning behind his words? If he admitted it, he wouldn't be able to wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Moreover, the people above must be paying attention to this place. The ability of a giant powerhouse wasn't that simple. Lin Fei laughed even more happily. He shook his head slightly. Wrong, wrong. I really feel sad for you. After so many years, the curse is in your hands. There's no light, and you still have the nerve to say that it's an inherited curse. I will let you see what a real curse is. Lin Fei's aura suddenly changed. Curse, numb. Curse, great prophecy. He pointed at Zhou Wuhuan's divine sense phantom. The disapproval in Zhou Wuhuan's heart disappeared without a trace. An inexplicable crisis from the bottom of his heart shocked him. It's moving. Damn it. With a bang, Zhou Wuhuan's divine sense vanished into thin air. You can't even block my curse, and you still have the nerve to question me. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. Using the origin energy to cast a curse, the power is really amazing. Just now, Lin Fei tried to cast a curse with the origin energy. The result was like this. Preposterous. In the secret chamber of the Curse Palace. Zhou Wuhuan opened his eyes, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He roared. "Palace Master, how is it? Has Di Tian, that little bastard, been subdued?" In the secret chamber, the giants were all present. Zhou Wuhuan's roar was ignored by the giants, which made Zhou Wuhuan feel very aggrieved. "Can't they see that I'm bleeding? I wasn't able to kill Di Tian. Instead, he used a curse to kill my divine sense clone." Zhou Wuhuan was indeed worthy of being the palace master. He briefly explained what happened next. "Palace Master, is there a mistake? Our curse has been passed down for a long time. Is Di Tian's curse stronger than ours? That shouldn't be the case. The curse of our curse palace is the real curse." The others couldn't remain calm anymore. This matter was too serious. Although the divine sense clone wasn't much, 2 curses had killed the divine sense clone. One could imagine the power of the curse. Perhaps Di Tian has mastered an even more advanced and profound curse technique. Suddenly, a giant said. Everyone fell silent. Zhou Wuhuan's divine sense clone was killed just like that? A paralysis curse and a great prophecy curse. How could they be so terrifying? Could it be that Di Tian is the reincarnation of the old antique of the curse palace? Only the reincarnation of the old antique can cast a curse of this level. The holy sovereigns who were watching couldn't remain calm anymore. A divine sense clone, and it was at the level of a giant. Even Di Tian, who was a 10-star battle emperor, wouldn't be able to kill it so easily. Therefore, the fact that Di Tian could kill Zhou Wuhuan's divine sense clone so easily, and he didn't even have time to make a move. It could only mean that Di Tian had a more terrifying curse. This wasn't good news. If possible, they really didn't want to see such a situation. This had added unforeseen trouble to them, and it wasn't a small one. Di Tian has become a thorn in everyone's heart. As long as he and his people are here, we won't be able to get the origin fruit. In my opinion, this man must be killed immediately. A giant suggested. I agree to kill Di Tian. Di Tian has become a tall mountain in the God Emperor Mountain. He must be removed. The giants soon had different opinions. Chapter 2208. Inside the Mountain of God Emperor. The aura of the origin tree was gradually weakening. The ripening of the origin fruit was also delayed. This was naturally Lin Fei's doing. This was especially so after the curse had shown its might. The origin tree and the origin fruit on it had long since become Lin Fei's possession. He was just short of saying something domineering, "This place is mine." In fact, Lin Fei had already taken over this place. After destroying the Curse Palace's divine sense avatar, I believe those people won't be so stupid to come again. Lin Fei wanted to give them a show of strength. If a tiger doesn't show its strength, they would really think that I'm a sick cat. "Master, be careful, there's an expert attacking you." Without warning, the little devil warned Lin Fei. Lin Fei's brows twitched, and a chill descended from the sky. Above the crater, a huge black finger suddenly appeared in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei, who had a strong physical body, instantly felt like his body could not withstand it and was about to explode. This is definitely the attack of a magnate-level expert. Lin Fei was not flustered. Cowardly scoundrel, how shameless. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Space solidified in front of the black finger. "Ha ha ha, Di Tian, you've been tricked." A complacent voice came from behind Lin Fei. A dark green palm slammed into Lin Fei's back. "You've been struck by this old man's nether ghost palm. You're dead for sure." Boom. Lin Fei's entire body exploded. "I thought you had some ability, but it turns out that you're only a so-so. We've overestimated you." The black-robed old man said disdainfully. "We've made a mountain out of a molehill." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few figures appeared near the origin tree. Their eyes quickly fell on the origin tree, and a hint of joy flashed across their faces. Fortunately, the origin fruit is still here. That bastard Tion did not take it. These figures were all the divine sense avatars of the magnate. Their battle prowess was infinitely close to the level of a magnate. Even a half-step magnate would not be a match for them. They hadn't expected that they would be able to kill Tion so easily with just a diversion. It seemed to be too smooth. According to what they thought, Tion's origins were mysterious, and he definitely had some trump cards on him. They had already made their mental preparations. Creating a diversion was merely one of them. Tion is dead? He was killed by the great leader of the Ghoul sect. Great. That bastard Tion has finally been killed. Tion is nothing in front of a giant powerhouse. Why does he have to think that he's invincible? Outside the sinkhole, the remaining forces received the news. Tion, who had been showing off his abilities, had been killed. Not even his bones were left. Hearing this news, everyone smiled, and their faces were no longer as pale and powerless as before. Killed? After the heavenly devil Nikhang heard this, a puzzled expression flashed across her exquisite facial features. After not knowing much about Tion, the heavenly demon Rainbow finally had a feeling that Tion would not be so easy to kill. The heavenly devil Raymond was very confident in her feelings and rarely doubted them. This was a kind of intuition that belonged to experts. Elder. I think we should not go in for the time being. The heavenly devil Rainbow reminded. The elder of the heavenly devil palace did not understand, why. Elder, think about it. Tion has always been mysterious. Can such a person be killed so easily? The process is too smooth. It seems like it's really smooth. In the world of the 33 saintly heavens, the various giants were also paying attention. Even though there were some giants who shamelessly attacked, there were also some who chose to wait and see. Tion was killed by the great leader of the Ghoul sect. This made everyone very surprised. That extremely powerful Tion was killed just like that? He did not even struggle. If that was the case, they would have done it themselves. Now, they had been taken advantage of by the great leader of the Ghoul sect. They killed Tion first. Even though this was not a glorious thing, and in the eyes of outsiders, there would always be suspicions of the strong bullying the weak. However, Tion's secret. Many people wanted to find out. For example, the rapid increase in battle strength. If this was a technique, then it could not be better. If they obtained it, it was equivalent to grasping a shortcut to quickly increase their strength. To the forces in the world of the 33 saintly heavens, this was definitely something that could not be ignored. Also, how did Tion get such a group of powerful subordinates? Among them, the most important was the strong curse experts in their hands. They were definitely existences that could not be estimated. It was hard not to be afraid of them. Whoever obtained Tion's secret first would definitely expand their strength to an unimaginable level. The sword and knife techniques of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife sect were nothing. But curse techniques were different. Until now, curse techniques were still considered top-notch techniques in the world of the 33 saintly heavens. He died just like that? Curse Palace. Chu Wuhuan roared again. That detestable guy who killed him before was killed in 2 or 3 moves. What kind of joke was this? Could it be that Tion, that bastard, can only use curse techniques of this level twice? Chu Wuhuan could not understand. If I had known this would happen, I would have held on for a while longer. Wouldn't the treasures on that bastard Tion belong to me? Thinking of the opportunity he had lost, Chu Wuhuan's face turned even darker. What a huge loss. Old ghost, you killed Tion. Shouldn't you let everyone see the secret in Tion's storage ring? Don't think that the giants did not have privacy. That would be a big mistake. In the eyes of the giants, Di Tian was like a child hugging a gold ingot. Every part of his body was a treasure. After confirming that Di Tian was really dead, the other giants turned their attention to giant Guizhu. They wanted to broaden their horizons. Guizhu was expressionless. He cursed everyone for being shameless in his heart. Then, he realized one thing. From the beginning to the end, it seemed like he had not seen a storage ring. In fact, he had not seen anything on Di Tian's body. Then, where did those things go? Guizhu was very confident that his netherworld divine palm had indeed landed on Di Tian's body. But now, the problem was, where did those things go? Guizhu, you have already killed Di Tian. Why aren't you willing to share Di Tian's things? Could it be that you want to keep those things to yourself? Seeing that Guizhu was silent, the giants were unhappy. You are going to keep everything to yourself. Too shameless. Back then, we agreed that after killing Di Tian, those things would definitely be shared. Now that Di Tian is dead, you don't want to share those things anymore. How can there be such a good thing in this world? Guizhu wanted to curse. Now, he had nothing in his hands. What could he take out? This old man feels that everyone has overlooked one thing. Perhaps Di Tian is not dead at all. Instead, he is hiding nearby and watching the show, forcing us to fight among ourselves. Guizhu said with a solemn expression. I knew that you, old ghost, would not be honest. Di Tian was killed by you. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Naturally, the things are in your hands. As long as we share those things, no one will have any objections. Chapter 2209. The origin fruit had yet to ripen. Everyone's attention was attracted by the secret that Di Tian had left behind. Regardless of whether it was the people who controlled the spells or the spells that came from the same era, they were all existences that would make people envious. As long as he could obtain even one of them, his power would definitely reach a whole new level. With such an opportunity in front of them, even a fool would be willing to miss it. Even if one was a giant, the divine sense avatars present were all giant powerhouses. Guizhu, are you going to hand it over or not? Our patience is limited. You alone can't stop all of us. Guizhu felt very sullen. It seemed that he had stepped into a huge pit, and he couldn't explain it clearly now. No matter how Guizhu explained, he could not come up with any convincing evidence. Everyone thought that Guizhu wanted to enjoy the fruits of his labor alone and did not want to share the treasures. Do it. A terrifying aura soared into the sky, and the surrounding void was shattered. The powerhouses had made their move. He attacked the leader of the Absolute Ghost faction. Listen to this old man's explanation. I really don't have what you want. This is a trap that Di Tian intentionally left behind to make us kill each other. Guizhu continued to explain. What awaited Guizhu was a merciless siege. How could a giant fight against the siege of a group of people? Moreover, everyone was a spiritual consciousness avatar, and their strength was almost on the same level. Guizhu retreated step by step. Two fists are hard, many enemies are hard. Hit him hard. In the void. Lin Fei swaggered. Looking at the giant's divine sense doppelgangers surrounding the ghoul sect's giant, he was laughing in his heart. From the moment they arrived, Lin Fei knew everything through the little devil's reminder. Absolute Ghost's ambush and diversion could not escape the system's monitoring. The spiritual sense giant avatar's combat power was very strong, but Lin Fei didn't think much of it. Thus, a bright idea came to him, and he thought of a way to have them kill each other first. They consumed each other's energy. Lin Fei was very happy to see this happen. What Guizhu had killed was merely an afterimage left behind by Lin Fei. It was extremely realistic. Even the naked eye could not tell if it was real or fake. Of course, this naturally came from the system. The battles between giants weren't that long. Instead, they were very short. Guizhu was the first to be killed. It was just a doppelganger formed by divine sense. So what if it was killed? If everyone attacked together, even if Guizhu had any ideas, he would have to start a war with a group of big shots. They did not think that Guizhu had the courage to start a war. Therefore, Guizhu would definitely suffer this loss. You will regret this. Absolute Ghost's divine sense was destroyed, and he was extremely angry. At the same time, his hatred towards Di Tian increased. He now had reason to believe that Di Tian was hiding nearby. Well, that must be it. With his spiritual consciousness damaged, Guizhu did not dare to send his spiritual consciousness avatar again. There's nothing. The powerhouses were fighting for the treasures. Once Guizhu's spiritual consciousness was destroyed, everyone wanted to see if there were any secrets within the storage ring left behind by Di Tian. The scene in front of them left them dumbfounded. Nothing appeared. That didn't seem possible. After all, the absolute ghost giant had killed Di Tian first. Logically speaking, Di Tian's treasures should have fallen into the absolute ghost giant's hands. This was something that did not need to be considered. Where did it go? All the magnates frowned and their faces darkened. If it wasn't on the absolute ghost giant, then what belonged to Di Tian was there? Could it be? A thought flashed across their minds. Pa. Just as everyone was about to shake off that thought, applause followed. It landed on the hearts of the magnates very rhythmically. It's quite an interesting scene. This emperor's eyes have been opened. On the origin tree far away, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, looking over with a smile. Di Tian, you actually didn't die. We were tricked. In a world within the 33 sacred heavens. In the sinister ghost gate. The absolute ghost giant slammed the table and stood up, gritting his teeth. A bunch of idiots, you know that you were tricked. No, I have to make another trip. A bitter smile flashed across the faces of the magnates. They had lived for so long, and they actually suffered a loss to a junior. They had put on a show, and if word got out, they would be laughed at to death. All the magnates stared at him in anger. They had been tricked by a kid. Di Tian, go and die for me. One of the giants could not hold it in any longer. He took out a treasure that was like a scorching sun, emitting a scorching aura. The surrounding temperature was rising, and black holes were being burned in the air. Lai Gang, it's time. The scorching sun treasure headed straight for Lin Fei's head. Lin Fei shook his head. What a waste of a treasure. Crash. As soon as the treasure entered the vicinity of the origin tree, the origin energy unleashed its might, and the treasure disintegrated into nothing. This giant Lai Gang's clone was also pierced through by a ray of origin energy, and disappeared without a trace on the spot. Could it be that he can use the origin energy? The rest of the great leaders were completely shocked. That was the origin energy just now. Only the origin energy could be so tyrannical, instantly destroying treasures, and even killing the avatar of divine sense. Impossible, the origin energy is the most sacred energy in the world, he is only at the War Emperor realm, how can he control it? All the giants shook their heads. This matter was simply unimaginable. The origin fruit is about to mature, you can leave now. I don't like you. Chase us away. Aren't you too naive, Di Tian? All of the great leaders had the same thought, it was truly absurd. Lin Fei's aura was like a mountain, he swept a glance with his cold eyes, raised his hand, and released a curse. Curse technique, Fire Beacon City. The curse fire that filled the sky descended onto the bodies of the great leaders. In an instant, all of the great leaders turned into flaming men. Without any sound, the great leaders all disappeared into thin air. One move kill. Lin Fei raised his head, his gaze like lightning, shooting into the distance. "This is my territory, whoever comes will be killed." A terrifying voice resounded throughout the entire Mountain of God Emperor. Everyone could see that outside of the Mountain of God Emperor's space passage, the endless curse fire was burning wantonly. All the experts that were enveloped by the curse fire were all turned into green smoke. A true instant kill. They even saw a great leader's clone descend and be killed by the curse fire. This unlucky fellow was the great leader of the ghost sect. Coincidentally, he was killed on the spot by the curse fire, without any ability to resist. The great leaders of the 33 sacred heavens world were all stunned. The power of the curse fire is too tyrannical. What is this? What is it that is being killed? All the great leaders saw it clearly. The endless curse fire had reached the level of a great leader, and at the same time, it was the most difficult flame to resist. Thus, everyone had a headache. Then, everyone saw the sky full of curse fire explode from the sky crater, covering the entire passage, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Chapter 22:10. The blazing cursed fire became a roadblock. Everyone was helpless against the curse fire that covered the entire sky crater. The forces that were originally near the sky crater were suddenly caught off guard and were burned to ashes by the curse fire. The scene was a tragic sight. No matter who saw it, they would feel fear in their hearts. The curse fire of the cursed Dao era was not something they could resist. Too terrifying. The War Emperor experts are actually unable to block the attack of the Empyrean curse fire. Fortunately, I was quite far away. This Tion is too terrifying. The faces of the people who were lucky enough to escape were filled with fear. It was the same for the elite disciples. They had never seen such a large-scale curse fire appear before. Kill. Without waiting for them to calm down. A sonorous and powerful roar that carried a sense of danger soared into the sky. The sword slave and blade slave moved out. The moment they appeared, their tactics were unleashed. Like a black torrent, they surrounded everyone, forming a huge encirclement. A saber slave with a long saber on his back took a step forward. He faced the crowd and said coldly, "His Majesty Tion said that if you don't want to die here, then surrender immediately. Those who resist will be killed without mercy." His voice was not loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. I didn't expect that we would be surrounded again. The demonic rainbow laughed bitterly. "If you want us to surrender, you people don't have the qualifications to say that. Let's go." Among the forces present, there was a half-step giant who was the leader. He sneered and activated the giant treasure in his hand, preparing to leave the Mountain of God Emperor. Although this half-step giant did not see the movements in the sky crater, he could instinctively sense it. If they did not leave now, when would they? Open. The giant treasure was activated. It blasted open a path. This was also the confidence of a half-step giant. The rest of the people watched quietly. After all, they had witnessed Tion's power. Before they confirmed the situation, they would not act recklessly. Curse technique, numb. Curse technique, weaken. Curse technique, gravity enhancement. Previously, this half-step giant had gone to the sky crater. He had seen the power of the Curse Legion. At that time, the position was narrow, and his hands and feet were tied, unable to unleash his full strength. But it was different outside. Tion didn't believe that Tion would be able to keep them here with a magnate-level treasure in his hands. The sky was filled with curses, all of them attacking the half-step giants. Even though the magnate-grade treasures blocked some of them still landed on the half-step giants. As soon as the curse landed on the other party's body, the effect was immediately activated. The half-step magnate's speed slowed down, and his mind began to be affected. The magnate's treasure also began to show flaws. The saber slave and the sword slave didn't have to pay a huge price to break through the defense of the magnate-grade artifact. They charged in from the outside, and the battle emperors fell one after another, turning into corpses. In less than a short period of time, after killing over 100 sword slaves and saber slaves, this half-step powerhouse let out a shrill cry as he was chopped into pieces by the flurry of blades. A half-step giant had fallen. Ants can really bite elephants to death. With the death of the half-step giant, the rest of the half-step giants shuddered. Those who don't surrender will be like them. The siege outside was naturally ordered by Lin Fei. As soon as the curse fire was unleashed, the divine sense clones of the giants were instantly killed. Fierce. With the death of the giant's divine sense clone, Lin Fei obtained a lot of energy. This time, no one can stop me from taking the origin tree and origin fruit. Lin Fei laughed loudly. The attack of the curse fire had been imbued with origin energy, and its power was extraordinary. Anyone who came would be hit. The entire world of the 33 sacred heavens, all the sacred lords and the other experts who were paying attention fell into silence. No matter if it was a giant or not. Or perhaps the sacred lords had realized one thing. Under the restriction of the savage world fragment, they were unable to obtain the origin fruit. The terrifying and irresistible curse fire had instantly killed their divine sense clones. During this time, they didn't even last a breath. Di Tian's terror had risen to a rare level in their hearts. This time, everyone is going to return disappointed. Who would have thought that there would be a local snake down there? Even dragons and snakes have to lie down obediently. Deal with him? Who is going to deal with him? Luckily, I didn't go down. Di Tian is indeed not easy to deal with. A big move, this is definitely a big move. Palace Master, this curse fire is too terrifying. The powerhouses of the curse palace were all paying attention to what was happening at Mountain God Emperor. The moment the curse fire appeared, all the powerhouses instinctively stood up and stared at the burning curse fire. I dare to say that this curse fire is completely above our curse fire. Di Tian has grasped this curse fire. Even if the divine sense clones of the powerhouses go down, they will just be food for Di Tian. No one can block this curse fire. Palace Master, we must obtain the curse fire in Di Tian's hands. Even a single curse fire can greatly increase the overall strength of our curse palace. At that time, no one will dare to look down on our curse palace. Especially the curse fire. If we use such a high-level curse fire, even the powerhouses will have to retreat. Everyone will be afraid of us. The powerhouses' thoughts became more and more complicated. Those who could become powerhouses quickly understood that unless Di Tian came to the world of the 33 sacred heavens, no one would be able to suppress him. Since that was the case, they might as well take another path. After all, their curse palace had inherited curse arts. Di Tian also had curse arts of unknown origin. The level of curse arts was obviously stronger than their curse palace. It shouldn't be difficult to communicate with Di Tian. Curse Wuhuan laughed bitterly in his heart. I didn't expect the situation to change in such a short time. Di Tian put on such a big show. I'm afraid everyone will have to change their method now. In the face of benefits, losing a small portion of the divine sense clone was nothing. Everyone's thoughts are similar. There's no time to lose. We must discuss this with Di Tian as soon as possible. In my opinion, why don't we let the eldest young master go down? In the world of the 33 sacred heavens, everyone had the same idea. If they couldn't use force, then they could change their method. For example, they could buy the origin fruit from Di Tian. Losing a portion of the divine sense clone was insignificant to the powerhouses. If they lost it one after another, the loss would be huge. Just the recovery of the divine sense would take a long time. Another method became urgent. This was equivalent to lowering their heads. They knew that this wasn't a good thing. They couldn't find a way to block the curse fire. Especially since their main bodies couldn't go down personally, there was nothing they could do. Before they could make any arrangements, the powerhouses that they had arranged sent back news. Their people had been captured again. At the same time, there was a list of ransomed items. The powerhouses flew into a rage. Then, they became dejected. Chapter 22:11. Despicable. I am despicable just like that. The list of captives to be redeemed was naturally written by Lin Fei. If I don't extort money from you, how could I make a fortune from the dead? What kind of joke was this? The forces that were able to retreat from the crater all had amazing foundations. For example, Sky Demon Palace, Ghoul Sect, and some other forces had terrifying influence. It's time to collect the origin fruit. After the curse fire showed its power, no one came down. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this result. Humans would be afraid of death, not to mention the big shots. No one was willing to pay the price and let others take advantage of them. No one was willing to be a good person. Therefore, Lin Fei was relaxed. The system was crazily devouring the origin energy, and Lin Fei could completely resist the invasion of the origin energy. Collect. Rays of cold light flashed. 9 origin fruits fell down. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the system automatically collected the origin fruits. This was the safest place. Ding! Discovered origin fruit, contains rich energy, absorb. The moment the origin fruit was collected, the system prompted. Absorb half for now. Lin Fei smirked. The origin fruit was still very useful to him, and he couldn't just absorb it all. By the way, if the origin energy in the origin fruit is absorbed, the fruit won't be affected, right? Lin Fei asked. This was related to the success of the next thing. The little devil smirked, Master, you don't have to worry about this. The system will absorb the origin energy without damaging any part of the origin fruit. Lin Fei was relieved. The origin energy contained in the origin fruit was beyond his imagination. After the system started absorbing the origin energy from the origin fruit, Lin Fei turned his attention to the origin tree. Open. Lin Fei turned his hand into a palm and struck the branch of the tree of origin. What a tough branch. My attack couldn't even break a single branch. Looking at the branch that didn't move, Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder it's good stuff, the branch of the origin tree is very useful. Lin Fei believed what the little devil said. Whether it was the origin fruit or the origin tree, they were all good stuff. Origin energy, open for me. This area was blocked off by the imps. Lin Fei didn't want to expose too much information. Shielding was the best solution. Voila! The origin energy transformed into a long saber and chopped down on the origin tree's incomparably tough branch. It was cut off. If I want to chop off the origin tree's branches, I must use origin energy. Lin Fei also wanted to give it a try. Ding! Discovered the source tree's branch. Absorb? No need. Lin Fei had learned about the uses of the source tree from the little devil, so how could he let the system absorb it? I'm going to be a lumberjack today. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At the bottom of the sinkhole, saber light flashed. With each flash of the saber, the origin tree's branches fell one by one and were collected by the system. Lin Fei had originally planned to cut down the origin tree, but the origin tree was constantly absorbing origin energy. With his current strength, he would not be able to cut down the origin tree in a short time. If he couldn't cut it down, then so be it. Lin Fei didn't really want to cut it down and obtain the origin tree's branches, so he was satisfied. Under Lin Fei's violent cutting, the towering origin tree was soon left with a bare trunk. The rest of the branches were all chopped off. In the system space, the origin tree's branches were piled up like a mountain. After being nourished by the origin energy, these branches could be said to be divine weapons. Although they couldn't be activated, no treasure could compare to the origin tree's sturdiness. Done. The origin tree was left with bare branches. Lin Fei clapped his hands, finally calling it a day. Although he had wasted a lot of origin energy units, the benefits were obvious. All the benefits of the origin tree had been monopolized, and at the same time, he had obtained a portion of the power bonus. Lin Fei was very clear that the entire 33 Sage Heavens was probably gnashing their teeth at him right now. As for the origin tree's trunk, Lin Fei didn't intend to uproot it. That would consume a lot of origin energy units, and it might not succeed. After all, the Mountain God Emperor space was actually evolved from a fragment world. The origin tree and the wilderness world fragment could be said to be one. He didn't have the confidence to poach it away. As for those magnate experts, they were also helpless. Lin Fei turned around and left the crater. Outside the crater, the saber slaves and sword slaves imprisoned the people of the various forces separately. Even the half-step magnate experts became obedient at this time. With the previous example, who would dare to court death for no reason? Reporting to the Arch, the forces of the Mountain God Emperor space have all been captured. A total of a saber slave flew over and reported the situation. Take them away. Lin Fei said indifferently, not looking at those people. Wait a minute. Lin Fei waved his hand, preparing to take them away. The Mountain God Emperor space wasn't too safe. Even if they came, they wouldn't be able to break into the Invincible Palace. This place was too dangerous. Lady Heavenly Demon, I didn't expect you to be my captive again. Lin Fei recognized the voice, turned around, and smiled at the Heavenly Demon Rainbow. The Heavenly Demon Rainbow was very angry, and her body was trembling slightly. She was a saintess in waiting, and when had she ever been looked down upon like this? And this shameless guy in front of her seemed to have become her nemesis, falling into the hands of the other party again and again. This time, all the major forces of the 33 Sage Heavens had their eyes on the Mountain God Emperor space. The Heavenly Demon Rainbow thought that Di Tian wouldn't be so lucky, and would be crushed by the experts. Who would have thought that the final result would be like this? She was once again captured. Hearing the commotion coming from the bottom of the crater, the Heavenly Demon Rainbow flashed a bad thought. Maybe you're just relying on numbers. What kind of hero are you? The Heavenly Demon Rainbow said with a cold expression. Lin Fei came to a place not too far away from the Sky Demon Rainbow dress and laughed loudly as he said, "Hero, this emperor has never cared about being a hero. So what this emperor pursues is the result. For example, right now, you are a high and mighty genius, so why not fall into this emperor's hands? Miss Sky Demon, what do you think?" You, the Heavenly Demon Rainbow pointed at Di Tian, unable to retort. In the distance, the other geniuses and elite disciples who were being held stared at him angrily. They were unwilling to lose. If not for their capable subordinates, they wouldn't have lost. Take him away. Lin Fei tore open the void, and disappeared in front of everyone. After the Mountain God Emperor crater's shield was removed, the 33 Sage Heavens world was in chaos. Bastard! How could he do that? The branches of the origin tree, not a single one was left, he chopped them all off. How did he do it? I've never heard of anyone being able to chop off the branches of the origin tree. Even if I go, I can only watch helplessly. When they saw the bare trunk, everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 22:12. No matter how angry they were, no one could do anything to Di Tian for the time being. Even the holy leaders and the big shots could not help but laugh bitterly after a round of roaring. Perhaps only Di Tian would do something as shameless as this. Arrange for someone to go to the Invincible Palace in the mysterious sky world immediately. Although they did not know how Di Tian managed to collect all the branches of the origin tree, they did not dare to ignore the importance of the origin tree's branches. Everyone had to make a trip to the mysterious sky world. Mysterious sky world, Invincible Palace. Continue monitoring. Continue absorbing the origin energy. In the secret chamber. After returning to the invincible palace, Lin Fei went to his own secret chamber. The equipment all over the Mountain God Emperor space continued to operate. The benefits of the Mountain God Emperor space had been taken, but that place was still the entrance to the upper world. Lin Fei naturally had to arrange for equipment to monitor it. Apart from that, Lin Fei left a group of subordinates to monitor the Mountain God Emperor space. Origin fruit, hee. In the secret chamber, Lin Fei played with the origin fruit in his hand. He could clearly feel the traces of origin energy coming from the origin fruit. If I was not the one who started it, I would not be able to see the remaining 10% of origin energy in the origin fruit. This was the origin fruit after it was absorbed. Now there was only 10% of origin energy left. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to keep 50%, but after some thought, he felt that it was not right. Since he could not see it, he might as well absorb 90% and leave 10% for them. Master, this is according to your instructions. Even the holy leaders and the big shots would not be able to see through the origin fruit. Little Devil said proudly. Unless they personally absorbed the origin energy. Lin Fei trusted Little Devil's words. If they could not see it, then they definitely could not. After absorbing 90% of the origin fruit's origin energy, Lin Fei did not feel bad about the remaining 10%. After all, this thing was a hot potato. Holding it in one's hand was like a ticking time bomb at all times. Once it exploded, it would explode. Once it exploded, there would definitely be no bones left. Lin Fei kept the origin fruit. Mysterious Sky World, Invincible Palace. After Lin Fei returned, the entire profound sky world was heavily guarded. Sword slaves, saber slaves, and even curse mages. All of them were sent out. The mysterious sky world was built like an iron bucket. Even if a giant came, they would have to shed a layer of skin. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. After the battle over the origin fruit, everyone started to pay more attention to Di Tian. It was no longer a secret among the upper echelons of the world of the 33 sacred heavens that the curse fire had instantly killed the avatar of a giant. Everyone was shocked. If it was any other battle emperor, they wouldn't be able to display such a powerful technique. Di Tian had done it. They had lost. Young master. Is this the profound sky world? In the starry sky of the mysterious sky world, a group of people appeared, clustered around a young genius. Some of them were pointing at the mysterious sky world. Idiots, shut your mouths. The prodigy scolded his subordinates, shaking his head in his heart. Don't forget why we're here. Di Tian isn't a nobody. I'll tell you in advance that he's not a nobody. If anyone is killed by Di Tian, the Curse Palace will definitely not avenge you. Cursed Thunder never thought that his father would be so serious before he left. No matter what, we must get the curse art from Di Tian. Cursed Thunder knew this better than anyone else. This was an opportunity that his father had arranged for him. As long as he successfully brought the curse art back, his position in the Curse Palace would be stabilized. Bring the gifts, let's pay a visit to His Majesty Di Tian. What a Curse Palace, to actually arrange for young Master Cursed Thunder to come here. Who would believe that? After the people from the Curse Palace left, a group of people appeared in the starry sky. The leader laughed coldly. Elder Chen, should we go now, or, they were people from the Sky Devil Palace. There's no need to wait. Elder Chen said, those people have already made their move. We can't fall behind them. Right now, both the origin fruit and the origin tree branch are in Di Tian's hands. Whoever can obtain the origin fruit from Di Tian will obtain great benefits. Elder Chen looked at the mysterious sky world and revealed a trace of shock and seriousness. There had never been a force that could make the Sky Devil Palace lower its head. Di Tian was one of them. Curse Palace, Cursed Thunder is here to pay a visit. After entering the mysterious sky world, the people around Cursed Thunder subconsciously gasped. The patrolling sword slaves and saber slaves were all at the same realm, which undoubtedly created a strong visual impact on the people present. Those people are so scary. I heard that they are sword slaves and saber slaves, and they have mastered the sword and saber skills of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Saber Gate. After seeing the sword slaves and saber slaves, everyone's arrogant words were dealt a blow. Young master, look over there. They seem to be curse sorcerers. I heard that they have mastered even more mysterious curse arts. Cursed Thunder's heart skipped a beat. Curse sorcerers. Compared to the sword slaves and saber slaves, Cursed Thunder was more concerned about the curse sorcerers. Curse sorcerers played an important role now. Tion was able to obtain the origin fruit because he had mastered more advanced curse arts. Far away, groups of curse sorcerers patrolled the mysterious sky world under the protection of the saber slaves and sword slaves. I really don't know where Tion came from. Curse sorcerers, together with saber slaves and sword slaves, are like an army of tigers and wolves. Not many forces in the 33 sacred heavens can stop them. Cursed Thunder's eyes were fixed on the curse sorcerers. Cursed Thunder couldn't be more familiar with the curse aura on them. What surprised him the most was that their curse aura was obviously thicker and purer than that of the curse palace. Fortunately, the number of curse sorcerers in Tion's hands is limited. Otherwise, once they enter the 33 sacred heavens, it will be a nightmare. After witnessing the situation, young Master Cursed Thunder was determined to complete the mission. Sky Devil Palace, Jianghu is here to pay a visit. Not long after Cursed Thunder entered the mysterious sky world, Jianghu led the disciples of Sky Devil Palace into the mysterious sky world. They first reported their origins to avoid being surrounded by the sword slaves and saber slaves. Now, everyone knew how powerful the sword slaves and saber slaves were. If they were surrounded by hundreds of them, they would definitely be in trouble. Not to mention the curse sorcerers behind them, they were experts who could kill half a step to magnates. Who would dare to belittle such a valiant battle record? Elder Chen of Sky Devil Palace was a clone of a big shot. He couldn't report his name to avoid Tion's misunderstanding. Seeing the sword slaves and saber slaves patrolling in an orderly manner, Elder Chen whose eyes turned red. If they're Sky Devil Palace. Chapter 22:13. Not here? Cursed Thunder suppressed the anger in his heart. Our Majesty is not here. Did you not hear clearly? Cursed Thunder did not expect to run into a situation where Tion was absent on his first visit. His heart was filled with bitterness. I thought that since I'm here on behalf of the Cursed Palace, I should be able to meet Tion. Who knew that it would be like this? When will His Majesty come back? We, the Cursed Palace, have something very important to discuss with His Majesty. Cursed Thunder asked in a low voice. Whoever saw His Majesty Tion first might have some sort of advantage. When His Majesty wants to see you, he will naturally see you. The guard said indifferently. At this point, Cursed Thunder had no other choice. He could not barge in, after all. If he really did that, he would definitely not have a good ending. Regardless of whether they were from the Cursed Palace or not, Cursed Thunder believed that Tion would not mind killing a bunch of people to establish his dominance. Cursed Thunder left with his men and prepared to settle down nearby. Elder Chen, you're here too. On the way back, Cursed Thunder met Elder Jianghu of the Demonic Palace. This was a clone of a giant. Cursed Thunder naturally knew him and took the initiative to greet him. So it's young Master Mantra. Jianghu smiled. Have you met His Majesty Tion? Cursed Thunder shook his head. The guard said that Tion is not here, so we have to come back and stay here temporarily. After Jianghu and Cursed Thunder chatted for a while, Cursed Thunder took the initiative to leave. His Majesty Tion doesn't want to see anyone. Jianghu understood what he meant. Di Tian placed cursed Lei Liang of the Curse Palace to the side. Elder, are we still going to see Di Tian? Someone immediately asked. Chen Hu pondered for a moment. Let's not go for now. We still have to send someone to deliver the gifts. Let's redeem the demonic rainbow and the others first. Lin Fei was indeed not at the Invincible Palace. Lin Fei had long anticipated the arrival of the forces from the 33 holy heavens. No one was willing to fall behind others, and no one would give up on the fight for the origin fruit. Lin Fei didn't want to be busy welcoming people, so he simply chose another method, no matter who came. Let it cool for now. He would wait for everyone to arrive before proceeding to the next step. Now, Lin Fei once again came to a familiar place. I really didn't expect you to have such a method. Those people have suffered quite a bit in your hands, but aren't you worried that they will join forces to put pressure on you? In an independent space. Wu Mingzhan stared in horror at Di Tian, who was seated opposite him. Even though Wu Mingzhan was being suppressed in this space, the situation in the outside world did not change. He could see everything clearly. All of Lin Fei's actions had shaken him. Pressure? That depends on the target. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of celestial wine and drank it by himself. Therefore, I plan to auction the 9 origin fruits after they are all here. Although Zhan Wuming was shocked by Lin Fei's capabilities, he didn't think that Lin Fei would be able to withstand the pressure from the upper echelons. The fact that Di Tian would use such a method to deal with the pressure from the upper echelon stunned everyone present. You're actually planning to auction the origin fruit? Even if it was Wu Mingzhan himself, faced with the temptation of 9 origin fruits, he would absolutely not auction them. Your Majesty, Di Tian is really bold. Wu Mingzhan turned around and said, I'm not as good as you. Indeed, you have your reasons for your achievements. Lin Fei snickered in his heart. If not for the fact that I absorbed 90% of the origin energy, who would be willing to auction it? Do you really think that I'm so bold? I actually came here today to make a deal with you. Lin Fei put down his wine cup and said. I'm currently a prisoner. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do with your Majesty. Wu Mingzhan said plainly. After returning from Mountain God Emperor space, Lin Fei started thinking about the future. He had offended almost everyone in the 33 sacred heavens, and that wasn't a good thing. Lin Fei didn't forget about the return of the ancient experts either. For example, the Yellow Springs sect master and the Heavenly Law old ancestor. These powerful fellows, Lin Fei didn't forget a single one of them. Senior Zhan, that's not right. Although you can't leave now, once you escape, it's like a fish returning to the sea. From then on, the sea will be wide and the sky will be wide. Not long after, you will regain your position as the Overlord. I'm not wrong about this, right? Lin Fei said with a smile. Wu Mingzhan was suppressed in this space. As time passed, coupled with the failure of his plan, he never thought that he would be able to leave this place while he was still alive. Moreover, the entire divine world was under Di Tian's control. It was even more impossible for him to escape. This was something that Wu Mingzhan was very clear about. Your Majesty Di Tian, you're really eloquent. Wu Mingzhan smiled. This old man's heart is already dead, and I don't look forward to the days outside. Your Majesty, you don't have to say anything more. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. He didn't believe Wu Mingzhan's words. It would be a lie if this kind of ambitious person didn't want to obtain freedom. If it were in the past, Lin Fei might not have mentioned this. Who knew if Di Tian would make a move on him if he was released? After obtaining the origin energy, Lin Fei no longer had such worries. Lin Fei sighed. I originally planned to let Senior leave. Since Senior has chosen to stay here, I won't force you. Wu Mingzhan was startled, and his pupils constricted. Di Tian wants to set me free? After such a long time, Wu Mingzhan had almost forgotten the taste of freedom. Wait. Seeing that Di Tian was about to leave, Wu Mingzhan could no longer remain calm. After a brief moment of surprise, Wu Mingzhan got straight to the point and asked, "What price do I have to pay for you to let me go?" The current Di Tian was no longer that weak Di Tian. Instead, he was an existence worthy of attention. Others might not have a solution, but Di Tian might have a solution. Wu Mingzhan had to take a risk. No one was willing to stay in this place forever. Lin Fei smiled. "I won't make things difficult for Senior." After all, Senior was also one of the heroes in the past. An old monster like Wu Mingzhan was even more ancient than the Demon Emperor. He definitely had his own influence in the 33 sacred heavens. Lin Fei didn't mind letting a tiger out. This was the first move Lin Fei was going to use to stir up chaos in the 33 sacred heavens. Lin Fei also believed that Wu Mingzhan wouldn't disappoint him. Open. In the mysterious space. Lin Fei quickly negotiated the conditions with Wu Mingzhan. Wu Mingzhan was in a daze for a long time. This condition seemed a little too simple. Under Lin Fei's intentional suppression, the rumbling sounds didn't spread out. Rumble. Rumble. In Wu Mingzhan's eyes, those cracks that even he had no way to break through actually crumbled under Di Tian's hands. The entire space crumbled unceasingly under Di Tian's attacks, and in just a short period of time, the entire space had completely collapsed. I actually obtained freedom. Wu Mingzhan was at a loss. Chapter 22:14. Master, this is a good move. Releasing an old monster, those fellows above will definitely be dumbfounded. After Wu Ming regained his freedom, he did not say much and only left behind a sentence. I will fulfill my promise within a month. Let's go back. After gaining control of the Origin Source Energy Unit, Lin Fei was no longer worried that an old monster like Wu Ming would do something bad. To Lin Fei, releasing Wu Ming's freedom was not an important matter. If Wu Ming wanted to do something against him, Lin Fei did not mind destroying his soul. Others might not be able to kill Wu Ming, but to Lin Fei, killing him was a piece of cake. At least, Wu Ming's strength had yet to recover to the level of a giant, or even higher. I hope you will not disappoint me. Lin Fei turned around and left with a smile. This old man has regained my freedom. In another part of the void. Wu Ming could not believe that this was real. He had actually regained his freedom. The most unbelievable thing was that what he could not achieve with all his effort was so easily accomplished by Di Tian. He had seen the space collapse with his own eyes. That kind of method was shocking. Obtaining a special race within a month. What is this Emperor Di Tian trying to do? Until now, Wu Ming did not understand why Di Tian would make such a request. Looking for all sorts of special races. In the face of regaining his freedom, he would agree to whatever conditions Wu Ming proposed. Wu Ming suppressed the excitement in his heart. Let me recover my cultivation before returning to the 33 sacred heavens. While Lin Fei was out, the mysterious sky world welcomed batches of guests. These guests had shocking backgrounds. The people of the mysterious sky world were already used to such a situation. In front of a great emperor, this was a must. The various forces that came down from the upper domain were surprisingly calm this time. No one had the right to put on airs and stayed quietly in the inns. The mysterious sky world was no longer a place where they could act wantonly. The sword slaves, saber slaves, and even the curse mages were all demonic existences. Killing them here was as easy as flipping one's hand. If they had such thoughts, they might as well wait for Di Tian to return. They believed that Di Tian would definitely receive them. No one was willing to offend all of them at once. They automatically overlooked one thing. Di Tian had offended all of them a long time ago. At the very least, most of the forces were surrounded and attacked by Di Tian's subordinates. The number of people who survived could be counted on one hand, and some of them were even captured. Lin Fei returned to the Invincible Palace. The Supreme Demon Emperor rushed over to report the situation. In a short period of time, the highest Demon Emperor stepped into the War Emperor realm. Although his cultivation level was not high, he managed the Invincible Palace well. The Supreme Demon Emperor had never thought that the fellows from the upper realm would gather in the profound sky world. No matter which power it was, the Supreme Devil Emperor would have to suck in a breath of cold air. At the same time, he felt proud of himself for making the right choice back then. Your Majesty, 23 powers have come to visit today. This is the list of visitors, as well as the gifts they've sent. Allow them to redeem their disciples. The Supreme Demon Emperor took out a list. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Leave them alone for a few days. Kill anyone who dares to act presumptuously in Invincible City. After the establishment of the Invincible Palace, in these few years, a huge city had been built on the periphery. Invincible City. In the inn, a low voice came from a guest room. Di Tian is getting more and more impudent. We came personally, but he didn't see any of us. If this was up there, this old man would have destroyed Invincible City and Invincible Palace with a single palm. From time to time, the people present would exude an aura that looked down on the world. Fortunately, they were all deliberately restraining themselves. After everyone vented their anger, they couldn't help but reveal a helpless expression. Old bastard, aren't you quite powerful? Why don't you go and take care of Di Tian? We'll support you from behind. Forget it, this old man doesn't have such thoughts. If word gets out, people will easily think that I'm bullying the weak. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Ni Shang, victory and defeat are common occurrences in war. There's no need to put pressure on yourself. Chen Hu comforted the god's devil clothing. After hearing that Di Tian was not around, Chen Hu brought the ransom money to redeem him. Then, he rented a small courtyard in the city and temporarily used it as the temporary residence of the god's devil palace. The god's devil clothing had indeed suffered a huge blow. She couldn't accept her loss. Elder, I won't put pressure on myself. After all, that Di Tian himself is a monster. There are no words to describe him. The god's devil clothing adjusted her state of mind. Chen Hu was very optimistic about the god's devil clothing. That's good. Chen Hu said, Ni Shang, based on your understanding of Di Tian, do you think he will be pressured into handing over the origin fruit? Chen Hu had never interacted with Di Tian before. He had only heard some things. He knew far less than the god's devil clothing. The god's devil clothing's beautiful eyes flickered. This Di Tian can't be judged with common sense. The big forces above have all arranged for people to come, but he's good. He won't even see a single one. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to do that. I really can't think of what to do with the 9 origin fruits. Speaking of this, Chen Hu couldn't help but smile bitterly. The god's devil palace was famous, but they still couldn't see Di Tian. The people above wouldn't believe it. Who would dare to ignore the god's devil palace? We can only wait. A tycoon is indeed a tycoon. While the outsiders were discussing, Lin Fei took the ransom money and went to the depths of the Invincible Palace. This place was specially set up by Lin Fei. Little Devil also used a special method to block it. Even if all the forces in the Invincible City gathered, they wouldn't be able to see through it. My territory, I call the shots. Lin Fei put these words into action. In fact, in the mysterious sky world and even the immortal world, it was a matter of one sentence. The sword slaves and saber slaves weren't to be trifled with, not to mention the curse mages behind them. Although Lin Fei had achieved a lot, Lin Fei didn't dare to relax. Little Devil, other than finding special races and creating a powerful army, what other way is there to create an army? 2 kinds of close combat subordinates and long-range curse mages. Lin Fei still wasn't very satisfied. Lin Fei absolutely believed that the people above were all eyeing him covetously and then biting off a piece of meat from his hands. For example, increasing the strength of his hands. Because of this, Lin Fei didn't hesitate to use the origin energy and let Wu Ming go. Through his methods, he found some special races in the world of the 33 sacred heavens. Master, this isn't difficult. If it was a while ago, the system wouldn't be able to do anything. Now that Master has obtained the origin energy and the materials from their ransom, you can produce the corresponding races. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was good news. There are races? Chapter 22:15. If it wasn't for the race, Lin Fei wouldn't have let Zhan Wuming leave the prison so that he could help him collect the special races. As soon as the little devil said the word race, Lin Fei immediately became spirited. That was good news. Although war emperors and curse mages were not bad, Lin Fei always felt that they were too monotonous. If possible, he didn't mind enriching the army a little more. Master, please look. A 3D hologram appeared in front of Lin Fei. Vivid and lifelike dynamic images appeared on the 3D screen, each one giving off a terrifying pressure. When did this thing appear? Lin Fei had never seen such a thing before. This was activated after Master obtained the origin energy. The little devil explained, at that time, Master was busy dealing with the guys above, so I didn't inform Master. Is this a blueprint? Lin Fei focused his gaze and saw that there was a simple annotation below each dynamic image. The Diamond Ape race is a race in the endless universe. They are born with unparalleled divine strength and can reach the God Emperor realm in adulthood. Their growth potential is 1 star. Heaven-devouring beast, a powerful race in the endless universe. It can devour everything to grow, and when it reaches adulthood, it can reach the realm of a giant. Its growth potential is 5 stars. Flying numbness bug, a special race. They are born with the ability to release paralysis toxins that can paralyze any race. Tyrant Sky Dragon, one of the most powerful races. Lin Fei was dazzled by the variety of races. Are these all races from the endless universe? Lin Fei had even seen a few heaven-defying races reach the level of a giant just from birth, and this included the later stages of adulthood. Yes, these are the universe races collected by the system. The little devil said, Master, you should have seen it. These races are temporarily sealed. As long as the seal is opened, Master will be able to obtain the blueprints and create an identical race. Lin Fei looked again with rapt attention, and it was just as he said. Many of the motion diagrams were dark in color, while the ones that were unraveled emitted bright colors, making it easy to see at a glance. Ever since he got this system, Lin Fei had been pondering over it. Just where did this system come from? As for the original idea of modifying the game, Lin Fei had long since forgotten about it. This was definitely not the leveling system from before. Lin Fei didn't ask the question in his heart. Perhaps the system came from a more advanced place. Lin Fei felt that this was very likely. In other words, I'm now at level 1 authority, and I can unseal races with 1-star potential? Lin Fei struggled to retract his gaze. Yes. As long as Master unlocks the next level of seal, the authority will be unlocked. Lin Fei nodded. A race with 1-star potential and the strongest being was only in the God Emperor realm. This made him very unhappy. At least give him a race with 2-star potential. God Emperor realm, cannon fodder. Master, you don't have to be depressed. The little devil continued, among the races with 1-star potential, there are actually some races that are very suitable for Master to fight. For example, this. Puppet worms. 1-star growth potential, extremely weak combat power, but it does have a special ability that allows it to dominate the body of any race, controlling the opponent's body and devouring the opponent's soul. Lin Fei's eyes widened. That's possible? Any race? Yes, any race. Lin Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This is too terrifying. Don't tell me it doesn't differentiate by realm? Puppet worms are a magical race. They are an oddity among life forms. Their only ability is to control the body of others, and at the same time, they keep reproducing and devouring. From then on, they occupy many powerful worlds. At their strongest, they once occupied a great cosmos world. Lin Fei didn't dare to continue imagining. Extremely weak combat power, but it could indeed occupy a great cosmos world. And this. Another message popped up. Flying numb worm, 1-star growth potential. Born with paralysis toxin that can affect a radius of 1 kilometer. Those who are poisoned will be paralyzed for a certain period of time. This was something that Lin Fei had noticed before and he had made a mental note of it. Master, if you use the flying numb worm to open the way and sneak into the territory of a faction, and then use it together with your army, which faction can't be attacked? There are also puppet worms. Master can also use them. Even a giant-level powerhouse can't resist the control of a puppet worm. Even if one can't, no one can resist hundreds of them. The more Lin Fei listened, the more excited he became. I have indeed underestimated the magical power of some races. In the boundless universe, there are indeed many races that we don't know about. If it wasn't for the information, Lin Fei would have found it hard to imagine these races existed. Then if I buy the blueprints, can I produce these kinds of soldiers? Lin Fei thought for a moment. It was more suitable to use one word to describe it, and that was soldier. Other than soldier, Lin Fei didn't know what else to use to describe it. Yes, each blueprint needs to be purchased by the source units. During production, as long as the materials on the blueprint are matched, it can be produced. At that time, I only need to inject destiny energy to activate it. How simple. After looking at the price of the blueprints, Lin Fei couldn't help but say, so shady. The production blueprints of the flying numb worm required 500,000 source units. As for the production blueprints of the puppet worm, it was a terrifying 1 million source units. As for the others, even the cheapest ones required 100,000 source units. No wonder I didn't activate it before. I don't even have a single source units. Why should I activate it? Lin Fei sighed. He had painstakingly absorbed 9 source fruits and the source energy in the crater to obtain a total of 5 million source units. In comparison, source units were much more difficult to obtain than destiny energy units, and the conversion efficiency was not as high. 5 million units of origin energy was enough to make Lin Fei drink a pot of wine. Fortunately, I only need to buy the blueprints once. As for the materials, I can only rely on plundering. Lin Fei's mind spun quickly. Then, what kind of privilege mission do I need to complete to unlock the 2-star growth potential? Ding! Race privilege mission released. Players only need to accumulate 30 million source units, occupy a territory in the world of the 33 holy heavens, and hold on for a month to successfully complete the mission. Lin Fei blinked. That doesn't seem too difficult. Although this was what he thought, Lin Fei knew that if he went to the world of the 33 holy heavens, those people would definitely not let him occupy a territory. They would think of ways to deal with him. This was a matter for the future. Lin Fei quickly put it down. After all, he hadn't reached that step yet. There's no time limit for the mission, right? No. Chapter 22:16. Mysterious Sky World. Everyone was hiding. Especially in Invincible City, it was bustling with people and carriages. There were people in all kinds of clothes. Everyone's goal was the same. Before getting rid of Tion, everyone could only put down their noble identities and come to Invincible Palace personally. Just like that, they waited for 5 days. In 5 days, almost all the forces had come and gathered in Invincible City. However, in 5 days, no matter who went to visit, the result was the same. Emperor Tion seemed to have disappeared. There was no trace of him at all. Even more so, no one would use their divine sense to investigate. No one in Invincible City could look down on the curse masters, as well as the sword slaves and saber slaves. Once they got angry, they could definitely bite off a big piece of meat from everyone. After that, they would not be able to say anything. On the 6th day, outside the temporary courtyard of Sky Demon Palace, there was a hurried knock on the door. When the Sky Demon Palace disciple returned, he held an invitation in his hand. Who sent it? The Sky Demon Rainbow came too. The people from Invincible Palace sent it. Elder Chen who took it and opened it personally. He glanced at the contents. Interesting, His Majesty D. Tian has finally come out. The Sky Demon Rainbow took it too. Elder Chen, D. Tian has disappeared for 5 days. Could it be that he can't stand the pressure? Although she said that, the Sky Demon Rainbow felt empty and helpless. D. Tian could not be that kind of person. Chen Hu smiled. Whether he can't stand the pressure or not, since he invited us, we have to go over personally. We can see what His Majesty D. Tian is up to. That guy D. Tian's invitation? He will personally receive us at Invincible Palace. Finally good news. We thought D. Tian was going to continue being a tortoise. One by one, the forces received the invitation in the morning. Everyone finally smiled. Everyone had expected this outcome. They did not believe that D. Tian could bear it. After all, everyone had a shocking force behind them. No force could be underestimated. Moreover, everyone was here now. Not to mention them, the top forces had also arranged for their successors to come. Any one of them could wipe out a first-rate force. The forces that D. Tian had on hand sounded pretty good, but if they were to reach the upper echelons, D. Tian couldn't even be put on the stage. Just one giant powerhouse would be able to easily knock him down from the clouds. It was a truly crushing method. The moment the invitation was sent out, everyone wanted to know how the D. Tian Immortal Emperor would resolve this great trouble. Dusk fell. Darkness enveloped the profound sky world. For the people of Invincible City, tonight was a good day. That D. Tian finally couldn't endure the pressure anymore. He would receive them in the main hall of the Invincible Palace. Many forces were secretly rolling up their sleeves. No matter what, they had to force D. Tian to hand over the origin fruit. If possible, they wouldn't mind forcing D. Tian to hand over the origin tree branch as well. Old Fong, long time no see. We haven't seen each other for hundreds of years, right? Your strength has increased by a level. Congratulations. You're here too. At the entrance of the Invincible Palace, wave after wave of people appeared one after another. This was a rare sight in the world of the 33 holy heavens, but it was happening at the entrance of the Invincible Palace. Among them, there were some familiar faces. There were also some old opponents. But at this moment, everyone had a tacit understanding. They all had smiles on their faces as if they were really old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. The spell mages are used to restrict the air, the saber slaves and sword slaves are used to attack. What a great combination! I wonder how the people of the Spell Palace will look when they see this scene. Everyone filed into the main hall of the Invincible Palace. The first thing they saw was the fully armed spell mages. They were all spell mages, lined up on the left and right, occupying all the entrances of the Invincible Palace. It was a spectacular scene. Other than them, there were also the saber slaves and sword slaves. They were also armed to the teeth and filled with killing intent. It was very shocking. Everyone, look, the weapons on the waists of those saber slaves. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. That's the branch of the origin tree. There's no mistaking it. If only one person exclaimed, it might be a coincidence. But when everyone else exclaimed, their eyes lit up. None of them could remain calm. They noticed this detail. Di Tian actually used the branch of the origin tree to refine a weapon. This is unbelievable. The demonic rainbow exclaimed, could it be that he's also a blacksmith grandmaster? The branch of the origin tree was a supreme peerless material. Everyone had at most heard about the origin of the origin tree. No one had ever seen it being refined into a weapon. Elder Chen, I wonder what grade the weapon refined from this material will be. Will it be at the level of a magnate? The people of the Sky Demon Palace looked at Jianghu. Jianghu's gaze was solemn. Even if it's not a magnate, it will be infinitely close to it. With such a weapon, Di Tian will be even more difficult to deal with. He won't even need to kill a half-step magnate himself. A weapon infinitely close to the level of a magnate. On the other side, the people of the Spell Palace could not shift their gazes away. Their gazes were also on the branch of the origin tree. With their eyesight, they could naturally identify it. There's also the spell mage. The scepter in his hand seems to be made from the branch of the origin tree. Cursed Thunder was unusually excited and agitated. Third uncle, what do you think? Cursed Thunder asked a middle-aged man in a grey robe beside him. What a genius! Cursed Wufei narrowed his eyes. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. The casting of our spells requires time. If I'm not wrong, Great Emperor Di Tian created a weapon that can assist in the casting of spells. It might even be able to assist in increasing the power of spells. The spells of the Spell Palace could not be ranked among the top 10 techniques, but they were infinitely close to it. Unfortunately, their inheritance was incomplete. There were some flaws in certain aspects, such as the time needed to cast spells. To an expert, the time needed to cast spells was of great importance. If Great Emperor Di Tian could overcome this problem, it would definitely be good news for the Spell Palace. Young Master, this time, we must contact Di Tian no matter what. Cursed Wufei stared at the weapon on the Spell Mage. This concerns the future of the Spell Palace. Cursed Thunder nodded heavily. Everything is for the Spell Palace. The other forces were similarly dumbfounded. Just when everyone was trying to threaten Di Tian, he had quietly created a weapon that was infinitely close to the level of a magnate, giving them a visual shock. Previously, they were still relying on their background and did not take Di Tian seriously, trying to be arrogant and despotic in the mysterious sky world. However, after seeing the equipment innovation of the Spell Mage and the Sword and Sword Slaves, they realized that Great Emperor Di Tian was getting more and more difficult to deal with. At least in the lower realm, no one could do anything to Di Tian. Chapter 22:17. Hehe, let's see if you still dare to be arrogant and despotic. In my territory, you can only sit there. Using the origin tree's branch to forge a weapon was naturally Lin Fei's method. If he did not shock them, Lin Fei did not believe that they would be well behaved. At the very least, they would be well behaved, unless they were willing to stay in the mysterious sky world. The refinement of the origin tree branch was not a complicated matter. With the system's analysis and the use of origin energy, it was easy to refine. The Blade Slave and Sword Slave's weapons were collectively known as sharpness. After forging, the quality of this weapon would increase exponentially, infinitely close to the magnate grade. Even if they encountered a half-step magnate, with a weapon like sharpness, they would only need 10 soldiers to kill the other party. If it was before, they would need hundreds or thousands of soldiers to kill a half-step magnate. The Curse Sorcerer's weapon was named Curse Scepter by Lin Fei. It was a very cliché name. Lin Fei did not know how to name it, so he casually gave it a name. With the Curse Scepter, the Curse Sorcerer's casting speed increased by 2/3. At the same time, with the support of the origin tree, the power increased by more than 2 times. Lin Fei had personally tested all of these and obtained perfect data. Your Majesty, everything has been arranged. The Supreme Devil Emperor came in and said respectfully. Lin Fei smiled. It's time to meet these guys. Your Majesty Di Tian has arrived. Just as everyone's eyes were on the origin tree branch to forge a weapon. Zhong Zhang's loud and clear voice reverberated in the hall. Everyone could not help but retract their gaze. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Fei walked out unhurriedly. This was not the first time they had seen Di Tian, but they were still shocked. Damn it, he's too young. To be able to achieve this at this age, there were not many prodigies in the 33 sacred heavens. At least, this Di Tian made them feel helpless. This majesty is so young. Too young. Unimaginable. Many people started discussing softly. Di Tian's name spread very quickly in the world of the 33 holy heavens, but not many people had actually seen him. Lin Fei came to the front desk. This place had already been set up. I am young. What can you do? Lin Fei was in a good mood. On the stage, Lin Fei faced the crowd and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work. Come and participate in our banquet. We believe that everyone will return from tonight's banquet with a full load." There were also some people who cursed silently. Your Majesty Di Tian, aren't you going to give us an explanation for taking the origin fruit for yourself? There was a cacophony of noises. Came from the crowd. So it's the ghoul sect that suffered heavy losses that day. There's going to be a good show. Everyone looked over, and they knew who was targeting Di Tian. The ghoul sect was a first-class sect. Everyone knew that they had suffered heavy losses in the last fight for the origin fruit. Your Majesty Di Tian, don't you think it's too unsightly? The origin fruit is a rare fruit of heaven and earth. We have nothing to say about you taking one for yourself, but you took all 9 origin fruits in one go, and even chopped off the branch of the origin tree. What's the meaning of this? The person from the ghoul sect was a half-step giant, and his name was Ghostly. Ghostly was tit for tat, and he said one sentence after another. We need an explanation. Ghostly threw out another sentence. Hee, explanation. Lin Fei had long expected that the banquet wouldn't be peaceful. Someone would definitely cause trouble, and it would come earlier than expected. I'll give you 2 words, retard. Ghostly's expression was ferocious, and he was furious. Lin Fei didn't care. This was his territory. Would it be his turn to be fierce? If you dare to say another word, I don't mind slaughtering everyone from the ghoul sect. It was a voice that was neither soft nor loud. But everyone could feel Di Tian's killing intent. That was a very domineering killing intent. Undisguised killing intent. Ghostly instantly became angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. Now, who has anything to say? Lin Fei said indifferently. Don't be nervous, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. No one took his words seriously. If Di Tian wasn't bloodthirsty, who would cause the 33 holy heavens to be littered with corpses with just a word? Everyone snorted. No one dared to say anything. Your Majesty Di Tian, I really want to know, the theme of the banquet you invited us to, can you explain it to us? In the crowd, a familiar person stood out. Demonic raiment. Lin Fei smiled. Actually, this matter is very simple. Ever since I picked the origin fruit, I wanted to eat it in one go to increase my strength. But after thinking about it, I felt that it wasn't right. The origin fruit is a rare fruit of heaven and earth, and it's extremely rare. I thought in my heart, such a rare fruit, rather than eating it alone, it's better to share it with everyone. So, I hosted tonight's banquet, and prepared to auction the 9 origin fruits. The highest bidder will get it. At the start, everyone didn't take Di Tian's words seriously, but when they heard the latter part, everyone revealed a look of disbelief. Auction the origin fruit. This was definitely the most unbelievable thing they had ever heard. It was as if the sun rose from the west. Your Majesty Di Tian, you. Is this true? Someone asked excitedly. Lin Fei let out a long sigh. 9 origin fruits, 1 is a blessing. I got 9 in one go, and I feel that I don't have the blessing to enjoy it. Rather than wasting it, why not let others have it, and let everyone bid for the origin fruit? Young master, our chance is here. Cursed Thunder was stunned, and then he became unusually excited. They came to the Invincible Palace for the origin fruit. The most important thing was to obtain high-level curse techniques to strengthen the curse palace. The origin fruit wasn't the main point. If there was a chance, they wouldn't mind getting it back. In the past few days, they had studied Tian, and they felt that pressuring him wasn't a good idea. No one had expected Tian to say something like that. Third uncle, could there be a conspiracy in this? Cursed Thunder asked third uncle, Cursed Wu Fa, how could he be so kind as to auction the origin fruit? It shouldn't be. With Tian's strength, no one would have thought of such an outcome. Naturally, it made people suspicious. Cursed Wu Fa shook his head, young master, he wouldn't dare to play any tricks. Whether the origin fruit is good or bad, as long as we take it out, it will be clear. I don't believe that he can deceive everyone here. Cursed Thunder's doubts dissipated a lot. If it's true, perhaps this is our chance. Elder Chen, do you think Tian would be so kind? The demonic rainbow, who asked the question, originally wanted to give Tian a blow, but she didn't expect it to turn out like this. The demonic rainbow instinctively refused to believe Tian's words. This guy is full of evil tricks. Chapter 22:18. Everyone present would be puzzled. Would Tian be so kind? There was no guarantee that there was no conspiracy. The possibility of this was very high. Lin Fei naturally saw everyone's gaze. He clapped his hands. Come in. Two groups of saber slave guards and maids carried in a plate. The plate was covered with a black cloth and reinforced with a seal. Could it be? Someone guessed. Everyone's breathing quickened. It was very likely to be the origin fruit. No one dared to make a move. The curse sorcerer with the staff would definitely be able to stop them immediately. Moreover, there was a terrifying Tian. No one knew what realm His Majesty Tian was at. Everyone, don't miss it. Lin Fei was proud. Hee, no matter how you guess, you will still be fooled in the end. The seal was opened, and the black cloth was removed. Origin energy was released from the origin fruit, spreading throughout the Invincible Palace's main hall. It's the origin fruit. It's really the origin fruit. I can't believe it. This is the aura of the origin energy. It can't be fake. Everyone was excited. The 9 origin fruits were neatly arranged on the plate. It's actually real. Saint Shenhao was also dumbfounded. He actually didn't eat it. What kind of medicine is Tian trying to sell? Seeing the origin fruit, everyone was stunned for a moment. They could not believe that this was real. That was an origin fruit. Even Shenhao did not believe that he could control it. If he ate one, his strength would skyrocket. Elder, quickly take a look. Is it the origin fruit? Third uncle, our chance is here. Curse Lei could not believe it was real. This was absolutely unimaginable. Curse Wu Fei was also greatly shocked. This should be real. The origin energy on it cannot be replicated by anyone. It's just that I wonder if His Majesty Tian is able to do so. I wonder what His Majesty Tian is thinking. Curse Wu Fei could not think too much. Third uncle, no matter what, even if we have to pay a high price. We have to get an origin fruit back. Our curse palace needs the origin fruit. Curse Wu Fei said solemnly. My words have always carried enormous weight. I wonder if anyone has any objections. Lin Fei said with a smile. Your Majesty Tian, we have no objections. What a good person. We are willing to bid for the origin fruit. Your Majesty Tian, may I ask about the auction of the origin fruits? I don't know when it will start. The avatars present were able to determine the truth in the shortest amount of time. Everyone agreed that the origin fruit was real. It was genuine. There was no doubt. Now, it was their turn to feel urgent. If those top powers knew about this auction, they would definitely not miss this opportunity to bid. Lin Fei said unhurriedly, "As for the origin fruits auction, this emperor has decided to set it for 3 days from now. Furthermore, this emperor isn't interested in treasures and the like. Instead, I'm more interested in the various resources. This time, we will be auctioning resources. Don't worry, everyone, we will prepare a device that can identify the amount of resources. When the time comes, everyone can use this resource to bid." Resource auction? Everyone was at a loss. Based on what they were thinking, they believed that Tian would be moved as long as they took out expensive treasures. Lin Fei's words caught everyone off guard. There seemed to be a huge difference. Many people were delighted. If it was a competition of treasures, they might not be Tian's match, but if it was a competition of resources, that was different. They had a chance. The Great Thousand World. Resources are limitless. The higher the grade, the more resource points you can exchange for. This emperor has specially divided the resources. Everyone, we can bring them back to study. Lists fell into everyone's hands. Every list was very detailed, covering all the resources in the Great Thousand World. Even some unpopular resources were taken out. The entire banquet didn't last long. Everyone left the invincible palace excitedly. We only have 3 days. We must report the news immediately. Who's afraid of who when it comes to resources? Coming out of the invincible palace, everyone's smiles disappeared as they returned to their temporary lodgings. In less than an hour, the entire 33 Sage Heavens was in an uproar. None of the major powers had expected that Tian would auction the origin fruit. Everyone was momentarily puzzled. There was actually someone who was willing to take something out for auction. What exactly was Tian after? No matter how hard they thought, they couldn't think of an answer. Immediately give the order to collect all kinds of resources. The major powers started to move. The originally cheap resources and materials all rose in price. This allowed the small powers to earn a small sum of money. "Master, are you planning to promote the use of energy units?" After everyone left, Lin Fei sat on the throne and crossed his legs. "Why not?" Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Not a single world in the 33 Sage Heavens is simple. To control the entire 33 Sage Heavens, other than a sea of people and an army, I need something else. I believe that when that time comes, after enjoying the benefits of the energy units, the entire market economy will be in my hands. The 33 Sage Heavens was different from any other world. They were too powerful. Other than martial arts, Lin Fei also needed support. The thing that could support him was the energy units. Lin Fei planned to promote the sword and saber slaves. He believed that he wouldn't miss out on any power. The energy units weren't something they could replicate. They needed special tools. Although it would bring about great changes, Lin Fei believed that he could control it. In terms of technology, no one in the 33 Sage Heavens could match his system. "Master, there are people outside who want to see His Majesty. They say they are from the Curse Palace." The Supreme Devil Emperor was becoming more and more responsible as a housekeeper. "All right, bring them in." Lin Fei wasn't surprised that the people from the Curse Palace came to visit. If the people from the Curse Palace didn't come, wouldn't he have rejoiced for nothing? Under the Supreme Devil Emperor's lead, Cursed Thunder and Cursed Wuxia came to the main hall. "Your Majesty Tian, sorry to disturb you. Please don't take offense." Cursed Thunder put away his arrogant attitude and cupped his hands. "We were forced to." Lin Fei chuckled. "Men, give them a seat of honor." Cursed Thunder and Cursed Wuxia heaved a sigh of relief. As long as His Majesty D. Tian isn't angry, we can continue our discussion. While everyone left, the two of them came back. They knew that if they didn't come now, they probably wouldn't have the chance to see His Majesty D. Tian. Both of you are the upper echelons of the Curse Palace. I wonder what you have to say. Why don't you just say it? I'm easy to talk to. Lin Fei looked at the two of them. Chapter 22:19. Your Majesty D. Tian, I am the young master of the Curse Palace, Cursed Thunder. I represent my father and the Curse Palace to make a deal with your Majesty D. Tian. When Cursed Thunder came, his father had told him about this mission in detail. No matter what, he had to complete it. Cursed Thunder kept his thoughts to himself as he was in D. Tian's territory. The mission was more important. So, it's young Master Cursed. Lin Fei already knew his identity. Under the little devil's supervision, everything was under his control. He just did not say it out loud and pretended not to know. Then, what kind of deal would young Master Cursed want? Cursed Thunder had no choice but to reveal his identity. Only then would he have some confidence. Although D. Tian did not say anything, Cursed Thunder felt pressured in front of D. Tian. It was an aura that belonged to an emperor, and it made him uncomfortable. My father once said that your Majesty D. Tian and the Curse Palace are related. You can say that we were one family a few thousand years ago. Cursed Thunder did not blush. He had to pull some strings. Now, the Curse Palace is having a hard time in the upper realm. My father heard that your Majesty has advanced versions of curse techniques, and he wants to get some from your Majesty. The Curse Palace is willing to accept any conditions that your Majesty has. Cursed Thunder was serious. He was just short of being eloquent. Lin Fei was amused. This Cursed Thunder really knew how to brag. He was just secretly learning your curse techniques and using the system to upgrade them. You guys, on the other hand, are talking about our origins? Oh, I see. Lin Fei dragged his voice. Well, if it was someone else, I would definitely reject it. However, you guys are from the Curse Palace. Just like what you said, I do have a connection with the Curse Palace. The Curse Palace was a first-rate force in the world of the 33 Holy Heavens. It was only one step away from becoming a top-tier force. Lin Fei would not let go of the chance to disrupt the world of the 33 Holy Heavens. Cursed Thunder and Cursed Wufa were elated. You want advanced curse techniques? I do have them with me. They are 2 to 3 times more powerful than normal curse techniques. Lin Fei continued. It's not that I can't sell it to you, but I don't know if you can accept the conditions I set out. First, I need a large amount of resources. I only need resources for every curse technique. I don't need anything else. Lin Fei didn't offer any special conditions. What if he scared them away? As long as the people from the Curse Palace came, Lin Fei would just have to plunder some resources. In any case, this technique was nothing. The system was constantly calculating it. So easy. Cursed Thunder and Cursed Lawless were ready to demand an exorbitant price. Who would have thought that D. Tian would not be so harsh? It was just gathering resources and materials. In the eyes of the Curse Palace, it was not very difficult. All they needed was some time. We are willing. The two of them agreed without hesitation. Where else could he find such a good opportunity? As long as he could bring back the advanced curse art, the Curse Palace's strength would definitely increase by a large margin in a short period of time. The two of them also felt that D. Tian was exceptionally pleasing to the eye. Once they have mastered high-level incantations, I will sell them saber and sword slaves. I believe they won't let it go. In Lin Fei's eyes, the Curse Palace was rich, and he was prepared to take a big bite out of them. High-level curses were the first step. The second step was to promote equipment and curse mages. No matter which one it was, Lin Fei believed that they would not let it go. He would be able to obtain an endless amount of resources from the Cursed Palace, and they would not be the slightest bit annoyed. In fact, they would even cooperate wholeheartedly. Little devil, have you memorized the scene just now? Lin Fei smiled. Master is so bad. If news of what happened tonight gets out, I'm afraid the people in the 33 sacred heavens will have their own ideas. Lin Fei smiled. The Cursed Palace is infinitely close to a top-tier faction. No matter what, we have to push it so that we can attract the firepower. Third uncle, let's do it this way. Cursed Thunder returned to his temporary residence. He still felt like he was dreaming. It was done. It seemed too easy. Do you think there's a trap? Cursed Thunder had a feeling that Di Tian was not that kind. Cursed Lawless didn't think too much. Young master, no matter what Di Tian's motive is, we don't have to worry. You have forgotten something important. Our base is above. What about Di Tian? Cursed Lawless patted the young master's shoulder. Cursed Thunder's eyes lit up. I really forgot about this. Di Tian isn't in the same place as us. When the time comes, even if he wants to do something, he won't be able to do anything. If we can complete this transaction, let's see if we can exchange for those sword and saber slaves from Di Tian. Our Cursed Palace needs them too. In the Invincible Palace, the two didn't ask about this. They also didn't ask about the origin fruit. They were really worried that they would be rejected. 3 peaceful days passed. However, the 33 sacred heavens was buying resources and materials everywhere. Some half-step magnates even personally went to collect materials. Everyone worked hard and prepared to fight for the origin fruit. In the space of Mountain God Emperor, Lin Fei withdrew the patrolling team and arranged for them to guard near the crater. This was also to tell those people that as long as they didn't go near the crater, everyone would be fine. Those people seemed to have forgotten about the crater. No one went near it. Once they entered the space of Mountain God Emperor, they immediately headed to the mysterious sky world. Once again, the sun rose. Invincible City welcomed a new day. Today was the day of the auction. Everyone was excited. At the same time, the clones of the magnates personally arrived. All of them had a high status in the sect and could make decisions. Who could sit still when they heard that the origin fruit was being auctioned? They were also very surprised that resources and materials could be exchanged for energy units. They couldn't understand what the energy units were used for. Some of the more agile people seemed to have realized that this had something to do with the defense towers outside the Invincible Palace. Guesses were just guesses. No one understood it for now. The auction was held at the World Commerce Hall. The entrance of the World Commerce Hall was very lively. The people from Sky Devil Palace are here. The saint from the 5th Sacred Heaven is here. The Black Golden Fire from Xiaoyao Mountain is here. One by one, the forces arrived. The people who were previously in charge were now in second place. Someone else came to replace them and take full responsibility for today's auction. No one wanted to lose the chance to fight for it. Anyway, it was resources. No matter how much they had to pay, they didn't need to worry. Compared to an origin fruit, resources were nothing. This was a heavenly fruit that could create a magnate expert. In the auction hall, everyone saw what the energy units were. There was a piece of mechanical equipment here. To these magnates, this was the first time they had seen such a strange machine. Even with their divine senses, they couldn't see anything special about it. A spell sorcerer explained. This is an energy unit exchange device made by His Majesty. Everyone just needs to put in resources and you can exchange them for energy units. At the same time, you can store them on the black gold card. Everyone understood very quickly. After exchanging, there would be a black gold card with energy units on it. It wouldn't be troublesome when trading. Chapter 22:20. Black gold card. The first thing that Lin Fei was going to promote. The equipment in the hall was also specially exchanged. Lin Fei did not have to worry about spending ordinary energy units. This equipment was very cheap, and its technical structure was very mysterious. Is he asking us to exchange for the resources we have? Everyone came back to their senses and gave a thumbs up in their hearts. This DTON was really not simple. How do we exchange? I want to try. The exchange of energy points was very interesting. They also wanted to see it. Immediately, an incantation sorcerer came to explain, this is the entrance. As long as you put in the storage ring with resources, this machine will automatically scan it and store it in the black gold card. Interesting. The first black gold card made the giant's eyes lit up. Good stuff. It's really strange. I can't tell what material it is made of with my divine sense. The black gold card was completely black. On the surface of the card, there was a name printed. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, such a simple black gold card directly shocked the giant. He could not tell what the black gold card was, and it was very difficult for him to accept it. The advantage of the black gold card is that it not only allows everyone to easily carry resources, but also allows you to buy a series of products from Invincible Palace. The incantation sorcerer continued to explain. The words products from Invincible Palace attracted everyone's attention again. Everyone knew about DTON's mysteriousness. One of the giant's avatars suddenly asked, I really want to know, does the Invincible Palace's series of products include incantation sorcerers? And blade slave warriors? What a crafty way to say it. Oh yes, does it include the weapons of the incantation sorcerers for sale? The spells of the incantation palace. Can it be sold as well? Even though they knew it was not possible. Everyone still wanted to test it. If it was really possible, they did not mind buying it back. The incantation sorcerer did not answer directly. Maybe, it's possible in the future. Possible in the future? The words of the incantation sorcerer exploded in the crowd like a heavy bomb. Since this is the first time everyone has recharged the black gold card. His Majesty said that everyone has come from afar. After the origin fruit is auctioned, he will bring everyone a benefit. As for what the benefit is, I can't tell you anything for now. The incantation mage pointed at the rows of machines. There's still some time before the auction starts. Everyone can take out the black gold card first. It's convenient for both you and me. Everyone, do as you wish. Elder Chen, do you think that the appearance of this black gold card has some hidden meaning? Heavenly Demon Wanda, the doppelganger of the Heavenly Demon Palace, asked Chen Hu. In the Heavenly Demon Palace. Anyone with the word Sky Demon in their name had a very noble status, equivalent to a member of the imperial family. Heavenly Demon Wanda was one of them. Uncle Wanda, I think the black gold card is very important. The Heavenly Devil Nikhang was the first to speak. Although I'm not too clear about the purpose behind the black gold card, I suggest that uncle, it's best to top up a large amount of energy points on the black gold card. Perhaps, at that time, DTON will think that he's too weak. Ni Shang is the smartest. Heavenly Demon Wanda said with a smile. Let me see what tricks that DTON is playing. Everyone accepted the appearance of the black gold card. Far away on the other side. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. This is great, I only need to pay a small amount of energy points, and I've obtained a large amount of resources. The machine was connected to the system, and Lin Fei was able to check the situation. The energy points were produced by the little devil that Lin Fei had asked. He did not need to pay too many energy points for a matter of a few breaths. From today onwards, you will all like the black gold card, and you will also like the profound sky world. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei looked at the black gold card being produced one by one. Note down the top 10 forces that top up the black gold card. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. They are so awesome. As the host, I cannot disappoint them. I must give them some benefits. An hour later. In the auction hall. The people from the 33 ascended worlds were all sitting together. This time, Lin Fei did not specially arrange for private rooms, and everyone was treated equally. Thus, in the auction hall, there were many regions. From the position of each region, the smart people could tell that these forces were powerful, and they had the right to speak. Only the truly powerful forces would always occupy the front row, as well as the central position. Those who were not powerful would be lined up at the side. A sorcerer walked onto the auction stage with a smile on his face and said to everyone, "I am today's auctioneer, and I am very happy to serve everyone. I will not waste any time, and immediately start today's auction. Let's welcome the origin fruit." The auctioneer clapped his hands, and 1 or 2 guards came up with a plate. Just like last time, the plate was covered with a black cloth, and there was a seal on it. Today's first origin fruit. The seal was undone, and the aura of the origin fruit rippled. Divine senses shrouded the origin fruit, and the auctioneer did not stop them, allowing them to examine it. The whole process lasted for more than 10 breaths. Everyone's eyes became eager. Because the origin fruit was real. It seems that everyone has no objections. Then, today we will start the first auction. The starting price of the first origin fruit is 100 million energy points, and the starting price is 10 million energy points. 100 million energy points. Everyone was not surprised. It was also the first time that they could use energy points to bid, and they secretly admired D. Tian for coming up with such a method. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, someone immediately called out a price: 100 million energy points. 110 million energy points, 150 million energy points. 350 million energy points. The competition for the first origin fruit was very intense, and the price reached 350 million energy points in a short time. This number was still rising. With the support of the perfect currency, everyone did not stop. The price of the first origin fruit quickly soared to 1 billion energy points. As it was the first time they came to auction the origin fruit, everyone brought a lot of resources with them. Therefore, everyone's black gold cards had more than 10 billion energy points. It broke 1 billion, hee hee. In the room, Lin Fei laughed even more happily. It seems that each origin fruit can be sold for 4 to 5 billion energy points. Lin Fei had already asked the little devil to analyze the price of the origin fruit. 6 billion going once. 6 billion going twice. 6 billion going thrice. Chapter 22-21. The first origin fruit was obtained by someone at a price of 6 billion energy points. The last time Zhan Wuming left, Lin Fei had obtained a list of forces from him. He had a better understanding of the forces on the list. For example, the Holy Ghost race was bidding for the first origin fruit. This was a very large force. It was a superclass force, barely comparable to the top forces. In addition, the Holy Ghost race had a large population. Even among the superclass forces, it was ranked at the top. Getting the origin fruit made them excited for a while. After the first origin fruit was auctioned, the second one started to become more and more intense. No matter who it was, they did not dare to wait any longer. As soon as everyone came up, the price broke through 1 billion energy points, then 2 billion, until it stopped at 5 billion energy points. This price was very high. As the origin fruits were auctioned off one by one, the price soared to 8 billion energy points. When the 7th origin fruit was auctioned off, it reached 10 billion energy points. The 8th origin fruit was auctioned off for 12 billion energy points. The last origin fruit was auctioned off for 17 billion energy points. Those who could last until the end were all masters of sacred sky. They were all rich and overbearing. They did not have any scruples and shouted crazily. The last origin fruit was auctioned off. The people present did not come back to their senses for a while. It ended just like that. Each of the 9 auctions was exciting. The origin fruit that they had been fighting for would finally be settled in such a way. No one would have thought that it would be so easy. If they had known that it would be so easy, they would not have needed to pay such a huge price. In the end, it was all for nothing. Congratulations to those who won the origin fruit. As for those who did not win, there is no need to be disappointed. There will be another chance next time. The auctioneer smiled. Next time? Those who did not win. They did not think that way. The auctioneer did not look at everyone's expression. He smiled again and said, His Majesty said that there will be benefits for everyone after today's auction. Now, it is time to reveal the benefits. Those who were disappointed were not very interested. Bring it up. The auctioneer clapped his hands. The guard brought the plate over again. The plate was still covered with a black cloth. After the black cloth was removed, an unknown object was placed on the plate. Everyone at the scene had a puzzled look in their eyes. What exactly was this thing? This is a product of our invincible palace, called the Army Destroyer Spear. The auctioneer held it in his hand. Everyone can use it as a defensive treasure. Do you see this? There's a groove here. As long as everyone inserts the black gold card, the Army Breaker Spear can be activated. For example, this. Bang! Everyone heard a piercing sound. A black light beam shot out from the muzzle of the Army Destroyer Spear. The speed of the light beam was extremely fast. Everyone's expression changed. What a sharp attack. There's no pause at all. The power seems to be at the God Emperor realm. While everyone was still guessing, the auctioneer did not stop. He fired again, and light beams shot out one after another. Smart people immediately realized that the broken army spear was not ordinary. Such concentrated attacks. Where did His Majesty D. Tian come from? He actually grasped such a technique. It's just a simple weapon. If its power is increased, or if there are more of them, they'll become much more powerful. It's enough to build an army. I must get my hands on this weapon. The auctioneer put down the Army Destroyer Spear. As long as the black gold card has enough energy points, this type of weapon can attack without limit. The auctioneer's words. Once again, everyone was in an uproar. Although everyone had guessed this possibility, now that the auctioneer said it personally, the meaning was completely different. His Majesty said that everyone has come from afar and doesn't have anything good to give. Therefore, he decided that everyone here can get an Army Destroyer Spear. Everyone can get one. Many people were extremely excited. They had seen such a weapon before. There was no limit, no need for anything. It was simply too amazing. Other than the Army Destroyer Spear, those who don't have a black gold card can get a one-time use ability card made by His Majesty. I believe that people will come knocking on our door soon. This Army Destroyer Spear was specially made by Lin Fei. He wanted to build an army, and he needed a huge amount of resources. Where could he get them from? It was undoubtedly the 33 sacred heavens. Although the origin fruit would be found out sooner or later, they wouldn't say anything without evidence. However, it was inevitable that they would bear grudges. The amount of origin energy that an origin fruit could absorb could be counted on one's fingers. Once Lin Fei reached the top, those superpowers would definitely not let him off. Since that was the case, he had to think of another way. For example, asking them to beg him. The Army Destroyer Spear was just one of them. The auction of the origin fruit ended. Everyone left one after another. But to everyone, today was definitely a shocking day. Not to mention the origin fruit, just the appearance of the Army Destroyer Spear was extremely shocking. Although its power was only at the middle stage God-Emperor level, to some of the smaller superpowers, it was definitely a good defensive item. It was much better than having an expert by their side. If D. Tian had this level of weapon, then what about a combat emperor? Many people were tempted. Night fell. Curse Wufa and Curse Lei entered the Invincible Palace again. After confirming that they could exchange for the strengthened curse technique, they immediately took action. The entire Curse Palace was also activated, going all out to obtain the Origin Fruit. In the fight for the Origin Fruit, the Curse Palace didn't get the Origin Fruit. The competition was too intense. Between the Origin Fruit and the strengthened curse technique, they chose the latter. It wasn't that their Curse Palace didn't have any giant experts. Once they obtained the strengthened curse technique, the combat power of the giant experts would increase by a huge margin, at least 1 or 2 times. That was terrifying. In the giant realm, it was extremely difficult to increase one's combat power every time. Now that they could increase their combat power by 1 or 2 times, any giant would know what to choose. Your Majesty, we have brought the items. Curse Lei took out a storage ring. The quality of the storage ring was extremely high. Only then could it contain a large amount of resources. You guys are quite fast. Lin Fei smiled, you guys have brought the resources. This emperor is a man of his words. I don't know which curse technique you guys want. You guys can take out a list. They had long prepared it. It's ready. Your Majesty, please take a look. Immediately, a subordinate brought the list over. Lin Fei glanced through it and thought, the Curse Palace's appetite is quite big. On the list, there were some powerful curse techniques. For example, Familiar Curse Technique Paralysis, Curse Technique Great Prophecy Technique, Curse Technique Corrosion Technique, etc. Lin Fei wouldn't satisfy the Curse Palace in one go. This wasn't a one-off deal. There are too many curse techniques on this list. Moreover, some of the curse techniques are not something that can be obtained with these resources. Lin Fei made a few strokes on the list, removed some of the curse techniques, and returned it to Curse Lei and the rest. Chapter 22-22. After some discussion, Cursed Thunder and Cursed Wufa chose 6 types of enhanced curse techniques. Their goal was to exchange for enhanced curse techniques. If they couldn't fight for the quantity, they would choose suitable ones for the Curse Palace. They were very satisfied with the 6 enhanced curse techniques. Although they really wanted to use all the curse techniques that D. Tian had, it was a pity that just 6 enhanced curse techniques had almost exhausted all the resources that they had brought. There was nothing they could do about it. The transaction was completed. Cursed Thunder made a presumptuous request, Your Majesty D. Tian, we, the Curse Palace, would like to buy the sword slaves and saber slaves from Your Majesty. I don't know if it's possible. I also know that this is presumptuous, but I hope that Your Majesty will not take offense. Almost everyone in the Curse Palace was a curse mage. There were not many martial artists, especially those who had reached the War Emperor realm, there were very few of them. Cursed Thunder braced himself and asked this question. Lin Fei had already expected young Master Cursed Thunder to ask about this. Oh, you guys are interested? Yes, of course we are interested. Cursed Thunder almost blurted out, but he held it in. Yes, we are interested in this. If your Curse Palace is interested, a sword slave and a saber slave, each at a discount of 100 million energy points. Lin Fei smiled. I can even sell the curse mages to you, each at a discount of 1 billion energy points. Cursed Thunder left with satisfaction. They found out that this D. Tian was omnipotent. Enhanced curse techniques, sword slaves, saber slaves, and even curse mages could make a move. They couldn't wait to send the news back. Master is so sinister. After they left, the little devil said, You have given them a huge pie. 100 million energy points for a sword slave and 1 billion curse mages. When they receive the news, they will definitely not be able to sit still. Lin Fei smiled. Actually, I have only opened the door to their desires and ambitions. I believe that the Curse Palace's ambitions will expand rapidly after they obtain a large number of war emperors. I am really looking forward to that day. This is really unbelievable. Curse Palace, in a secret chamber. Cursed Wu Fei brought back the enhanced curse technique and quickly mastered it. All the powerhouses present had the same expression. They were shocked by the power of the enhanced curse technique. It's too scary. Its power has increased by 2 times. I didn't expect that spells could be cast in such a manner. It's even faster than the previous spells. I am looking forward to the spell master scepter in D. Tion's hands even more. After the tycoons mastered enhanced curse, their eyes lit up. This trip was too worthwhile. Curse Wu Fei was also very proud of himself. He gestured for everyone to calm down. Other than that, D. Tion has allowed us to purchase War Emperor level sword slaves and even curse mages. Although the price is not cheap, I feel that the Curse Palace should purchase a batch of them as our secret weapons. Chu Huan, the palace master, had a smile on his face. He never thought that he could bring back good news. I really don't know why D. Tion can only buy them with energy points. Doesn't that mean we have to keep looking for resources? Chu Huan coughed lightly. Everyone quietened down. No matter why D. Tion wants energy points, it has nothing to do with us. Isn't it just resources? It's not like we don't have them. Our next mission is to build a good relationship with D. Tion and strive to exchange for a large number of War Emperor rankers. Chu Huan did not have a one-man rule. Everyone agreed with the palace master's words. Next, let's discuss the small details. Elder, we are really going to visit D. Tion. After the auction ended, the forces that obtained the origin fruit immediately escorted the origin fruit away. In the profound sky world and even in the mountain of God Emperor, they were not worried. Along the way, they were all escorted by D. Tion. Facing the densely packed War Emperor rankers and curse mages, no one dared to come out and court death. In the temporary residence of the Sky Demon Palace, the Sky Demon Nikhang was very surprised that the elders would make such a decision. She really did not like that D. Tion. This guy was a bastard. No matter what, she was still a beauty. How could he take her captive time and time again? Sky Demon Wanda laughed. Last night, our spies received a piece of news. After we left, the Curse Palace's young masters, Curse Thunder and Curse, were unable to visit D. Tion. When they came out, they were in a very good mood. According to the analysis, Curse Thunder and the rest should have reached an agreement with D. Tion. The Sky Demon Nikhang frowned slightly. What does this have to do with us? You don't understand. D. Tion relied on his subordinates to successfully occupy a place. At least in the lower realm, no one can shake D. Tion's position, not even me. Every time Sky Demon Wanda thought of this, he felt helpless. A dignified giant could not do anything to a junior. The Curse Palace is now a top-tier force, only a step away from becoming a top-tier force. Tell me, if the Curse Palace obtained stronger curse techniques from D. Tion, with the help of curse mages, what do you think the Curse Palace will do? In the room, the expressions of a few elders became solemn. It is rumored that the Curse Palace's palace master is extremely ambitious. He has a great ambition, to bring the Curse Palace to greater heights. The Sky Demon Nikhang blurted out, if they obtain D. Tion's help, the Curse Palace's strength will increase rapidly. With the strange attacks of the curse techniques, the Curse Palace will rise rapidly and affect the situation of the 33 sacred heavens. Sky Demon Wanda nodded. That's right, the moment the Curse Palace cooperates with D. Tion, the Curse Palace will affect the situation of the 33 sacred heavens. He can't be that powerful. The Sky Demon Nikhang also began to doubt, not daring to confirm it. A person could affect the situation of the 33 sacred heavens. Ordinary people would not dare to believe it. If it was in the past, the sky demon Nikhang would definitely scoff. But now, she was facing Di Tian, a man full of secrets. Even you are not sure yourself. Sky demon Wanda laughed, we need to pay a visit to Di Tian. If the Curse Palace can cooperate with Di Tian, then our Sky Demon Palace can too. For example, the curse mages that he controls. The Curse Palace's private visit was not hidden from the crowd. Everyone had all sorts of suspicions and guesses. At the very least, they were sure of one thing. This young Emperor Di Tian had an unexplainable connection with the Curse Palace. Before everyone left, a piece of news spread from Invincible Palace. In half a year, Invincible Palace would be holding an auction. Holding an auction was not a rare thing. But this time, it was being held by Invincible Palace, and His Majesty Di Tian was standing behind it. At the same time, some related news spread. In half a year's time, Di Tian would be auctioning slave experts, such as saber slaves, sword slaves, and even curse mages. The forces in Invincible City were in an uproar. This was definitely a big matter. They had to report it. Chapter 22-23. The World of the 33 Sacred Heavens. Ever since the rise of Di Tian, the world of the 33 Sacred Heavens had never been peaceful. Again and again, His Majesty Di Tian caused a huge commotion. Everyone wanted to curse at Di Tian, you bastard. Di Tian was asking for a beating. Until now, no one had really taught Di Tian a lesson. They would grit their teeth at the mention of his name. Luckily, Di Tian did something good this time. He was auctioning the origin fruit. He's back. World of the 33 Sacred Heavens, Fifth World, Sacred Heavenly Sect. On this day, all the powerful figures of the Sacred Heavenly Sect gathered, waiting for the return of the powerful figures. Near the tunnel, the elders of the Sacred Heavenly Sect sealed off the area. They were going to welcome the origin fruit. One origin fruit could create a powerful figure. The appearance of a powerful figure meant that the power of the sect would rise to a new level. When there were 10 powerful figures, the sect would become a superpower. The Sacred Heavenly Sect was already a superpower. They controlled the fifth world. There was even a sacred sky master in the sect who had broken through the powerful figure realm and stepped into the legendary Unparalleled realm. When the clone of the powerful figures returned, the Sacred Heavenly Sect cheered. Even the sacred sky master came out personally. Thank you. Not at all. Contributing to the sect is not tiring at all. Sacred Heavenly Sect, in a secret chamber. The powerful figures of the sect gathered together, which was a rare sight. As expected of a fruit born from the essence of the barren world. This is unbelievable. The legends are true. The origin fruit possesses boundless energy. Anyone who refines it will be able to cultivate a powerful expert with just the medicinal effects of the origin fruit. The powerful figures all stared at the origin fruit. His Majesty Di Tian sure knows how to auction the origin fruit. Now, our Sacred Heavenly Sect has benefited. The Sacred Heavenly Sect Master was very happy. Soon, the sect would have one more powerful figure. Alright, let Tian 2 in. After obtaining the origin fruit, the powerful figures of the sect had a discussion. In the end, they would let one of the geniuses, Tian 2, refine the origin fruit and step into the realm of a powerful figure. Not long after, a handsome and elegant young man walked in, neither servile nor overbearing. His eyes were bright. Disciple Tian 2 greets the elders. Tian 2 had good connections in the sect. The Titan elders all thought highly of Tian 2, who was only a half-step Titan. How many people could resist a giant's attack head-on? Even if that giant was only an early-stage giant. Very few prodigies could achieve such results. Come, sit down. Tian 2 knew that he was the one to refine the origin fruit. After the great elder returned, Tian 2 had been looking forward to this day. When Tian 2 saw the origin fruit placed in the center, his gaze was drawn to it, not leaving it for a moment. "Little Tian, sit down and focus your mind." A soft shout echoed in Tian Tu's ears. Tian Tu came back to his senses. He immediately sat down cross-legged. The origin fruit contains powerful origin energy. You won't be able to refine it on your own, so we elders have decided to help you take another step forward. Heavenly Saint Sect Master stood up. We will guide the origin energy into your body. You only need to refine and store the origin energy. Once you have completely refined the origin energy, you will be able to break through to the realm of giant. Do you understand? Disciple understands. Alright, let's begin. The Heavenly Sacred Sect Master also wanted to see to what extent an origin fruit could elevate Tian Tuesday. The other great elders had the same thought. Rise. The origin fruit's seal was opened. The powerful origin energy began to flow out. Suppress. More than 10 great elders made their moves at the same time. The origin energy doesn't seem powerful. Heavenly Sacred Sect Master had a trace of doubt in his heart. This origin fruit didn't have much of a reaction. This was somewhat different from the records. However, he didn't think too much about it. They were very clear that the origin fruit was real. It was impossible for Tian to play any tricks in front of them. The only possibility was that the secret of the origin fruit wasn't as recorded. Traces of origin energy entered Tian Tu's body. As soon as Tian Tu merged with the origin energy, the destiny energy in his body became stronger, and its power was more than 2 times stronger than before. Elder. Disciple feels that my strength has increased by 1 or 2 times. Tian Tu couldn't suppress his excitement. Ha ha ha, it really is the origin fruit. According to the secret records, anyone who refines and fuses with the origin energy will have their strength increased infinitely. It seems to be true. Great, our heavenly sacred sect will soon have another invincible prodigy. Tian Tu's strength increased. Heavenly Sacred Sect Master was completely relieved. I really worried for nothing. More than 10 great elders were even more enthusiastic. Suppressing the origin fruit, guiding the origin energy into Tian Tu's body. No, it seems that the origin energy has decreased. I feel it too. What's going on? However, they didn't feel happy for long. The origin fruit gradually shrunk, and the origin energy that was released became traces. All the great elders were dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded. Heavenly Sacred Sect Master's divine sense surged, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Damn Tian, he actually picked the origin fruit early. The origin fruit in our hands isn't ripe at all, and the origin energy has been lost. Not ripe? At this moment, all the great elders were furious. Tian Tu, who was surrounded in the center, was also dumbfounded. I shouldn't be so unlucky. In the next second, Tian Tu was immediately enveloped by the great elder's anger. He suffocated, and his strong physical body seemed to be torn apart. Elders, quickly stop, disciple can't take it anymore. Tian Tu's face turned purple. The origin fruit was not ripe, and it also caused waves of roars in the hands of the other 8 forces. Not long after they absorbed it, the origin energy was gone. This was a huge blow to them. He spent such a huge price to get an unripe origin fruit. No one suspected that Tian had done anything to it. The power of the origin energy was definitely not something that a war emperor realm Tian could make a name for. They thought that Tian had plucked it before it matured. According to the secret records, only by plucking it at the moment it matured could the origin fruit's origin energy not be lost. Shameless Tian. F***ck, Tian deserves to die. He actually dares to trick us, dares to treat us as fat sheep. Curses filled the sky. The 9 powers hated Tian to death. He had suffered a loss, but he couldn't say it out loud. If word really got out, he would definitely become a big joke. The world of the 33 sacred heavens would soon have another big joke after tea. Helpless, everyone could only seal the news. This matter must not be spread out. As for the chosen heaven's pride, they could only be wronged for the time being. They announced to the outside world that they would go into closed-door cultivation and come out when everyone no longer paid attention to them. He couldn't afford to lose face. The 9 forces wanted to ask the other forces, but they were afraid that they would be seen through again. They had no choice but to put away this idea. Perhaps it was just that their luck was a little bad. Chapter 22-24. Just as the 9 forces were feeling aggrieved, those forces that were on good terms with them came to congratulate them unknowingly. They congratulated them on the fact that they were about to have a new powerhouse. At the same time, they offered generous gifts. This made them hate Tian even more. Under such circumstances, what else could they say? They could only pretend to be strong. They could not expose it. They could not possibly say that they were cheated by Tian because the origin fruit had not ripened yet. As for that prodigy, he had gone into seclusion. He would not come out for at least a year or 2. They had already chosen the reason. The origin fruit was too powerful and needed time to consolidate. During this time, they would try their best to raise the prodigy's strength. This was the best way to cover it up. Just as everyone was discussing the origin fruit, another piece of news swept through the world of the 33 holy heavens and quickly spread throughout the world of the 33 holy heavens. Have you heard? His Majesty Tian is going to hold another auction. I've never heard of it. Didn't he just auction the origin fruit? Is there something else up for auction? Hee, you don't know about it. Listen to me. Curse sorcerers. Sword slaves who know the sword techniques of the 10,000 swords villa. The information contained in the news was too great. Everyone was shocked. That was Tian's deterrent force. In the world of the 33 sage heavens, many forces were jealous of Tian's power, but they could not find a way to get it. Whoever had this wave of power would have unimaginable benefits in raising the overall strength of the sect. After everyone recovered from their shock, they were tempted. As the news spread, all sorts of rumors spread. His Majesty Tian said that he will auction curse sorcerers. His Majesty Tian will auction a weapon made from the origin tree branch. All sorts of news made it hard to tell the truth from the lies. There was one thing that everyone was restless about. They were wondering if they should go there themselves. The merchants in the world of the 33 sage heavens were all smiling. Good news. Everyone knew that His Majesty Tian needed large amounts of resources to buy things in the mysterious sky world. He needed something called energy points. Even now, no one knew what they were. This had nothing to do with them. All the large merchant associations immediately mobilized their manpower to gather resources. Resources were about to be bought in a frenzy. Master, all 9 origin fruits have been used. Deep underground in the profound sky world. Lin Fei listened to Little Devil's report. They didn't notice anything, did they? Lin Fei had done something to every origin fruit. They can't tell, but Master is now being called a liar. Ha ha ha, I can trick them. So what if they are swindlers for once? In any case, they don't dare to say it out loud. They might even be busy trying to cover it up right now. Lin Fei did not believe that they would spread the news. He couldn't afford to lose this face. He had spent so much effort, but in the end, it was all for nothing. If word got out, he would really be laughed at to death. This time, Lin Fei had accurately calculated their mentality. He wanted them to suffer in silence. Even though they knew it was fake, they could only pretend not to know. That kind of private grudge. Lin Fei chose to ignore it completely. That kind of grudge, without hurting a single hair on his head. How many energy cannons have you produced? Half a year later, Lin Fei handed the responsibility of managing the auction to the Supreme Devil Emperor. Mountain God Emperor Space, deep underground. In a short period of time, this place was turned into a base by Lin Fei. The passage that connected to the 33 sacred heavens was also closed. For safety, Lin Fei arranged for heavy security. No matter who barged in, they would die without a doubt. It could be said that there was a guard every 3 steps. Even a powerhouse would suck in a breath of cold air. The existence of the origin tree allowed Lin Fei to continuously absorb origin energy units. Other than that, there were also destiny energy units. These 2 units of energy. The former was small, while the latter was large. As Master instructed. We have already produced 50,000 energy cannons. Deep underground. Now, many production factories were built. All kinds of materials were piled up like mountains. This was Lin Fei's first production base. Lin Fei soon arrived at a factory. Puppet warriors were busy in the factory. Energy cannons were lined up in a row. He casually glanced at them. And could feel the danger. 50,000 is not enough. We need to produce at least another 50,000 to reach 100,000. Lin Fei ordered Little Fiend to produce more energy cannons. After inspecting the location of the energy cannons, Lin Fei then went to the production area of the Heavenly Winged Archers. The Heavenly Winged Archers were a race that Lin Fei had exchanged for. They were not strong in battle, but all of them were known as godly archers. They had an innate grasp of archery, and with a 100% accuracy, their shooting range could reach a shocking 30,000 li. After seeing the power of the Heavenly Winged Archers, Lin Fei immediately started production. These were long-range attackers. Coupled with the support of curse mages, it was a nightmare for anyone. Master, we have produced 1,000,000 Heavenly Winged Archers. The Heavenly Winged Archers had a pair of black wings. When spread open, they were 5 meters long. They could feel the aura of the wind. In terms of long-range shooting, they had an endless advantage. It was not a simple ground attack. 1,000,000 should be enough. Once we have a base in the 33 sacred heavens, it won't be too late to produce more. Lin Fei said, but his heart was aching. 1,000,000 Heavenly Winged Archers consumed a large amount of destiny energy. At the same time, there were also production materials. Even if Lin Fei was rich and overbearing, he could not withstand this kind of consumption. The purchase of all kinds of production equipment also made Lin Fei feel strained. However, the 1,000,000 Heavenly Winged Archers were deliberately suppressed by Lin Fei. The number of curse mages had also increased to 300,000. The number of sword slaves and blade slaves had increased to 3,000,000. Just these 6,000,000 soldiers were enough to make Lin Fei go bankrupt. After careful calculation, Lin Fei now controlled an army of 7,300,000 soldiers. In addition, he was about to produce 100,000 energy cannons. This was all the power that Lin Fei was going to use to attack the upper worlds. That's right, Lin Fei was preparing to invade the 33 sacred heavens. The resources in the profound sky world and the celestial world were too little. If not for the existence of the mountain god emperor, Lin Fei would probably only be able to eat the northwest wind. There was no need for him to expend resources in that battle. Lin Fei also had no choice. He had to take action against the upper worlds and occupy a territory. As long as he had a territory, he would be able to obtain an endless supply of energy units. This was what Lin Fei cared about the most. The day of attack was half a year later. At that time, the auction would attract everyone's attention. It would be the best time to take action. I hope that everything will go smoothly. Chapter 22-25. The day of the auction was getting closer and closer. In the invincible city of the mysterious sky world, many young masters and geniuses of various factions had arrived. After the origin fruit was auctioned off, these people thought that Di Tian had a screw loose. Otherwise, who would auction the origin fruit? At least, they would not. Although everyone thought that Di Tian had a screw loose, no one thought that Di Tian was easy to bully. A simple trip to the mysterious sky world was enough for everyone to recognize His Majesty's power. If they were in the world of the 33 sacred heavens, they would be able to annihilate the other party as they pleased. But in the mysterious sky world, their influence was much weaker. Annihilate Di Tian with a single sentence? The price was too high. They might not even have a chance of success. Hence, they had personally restrained their geniuses. In the mysterious sky world, they could do anything but offend the young emperor. Especially after everyone experienced the black gold card and received a small gift, no one dared to look down on him anymore. Everyone was very concerned about the auction in half a year's time. This was a good time to increase their strength. At this moment, Lin Fei's days were carefree. Senior Zhan Wuming, who had regained his freedom, also appeared in the invincible palace at the appointed time. Of course, it was done quietly. It has been a long time since we last met. Your Majesty's influence has increased. Even the higher-ups are talking about you. Wuming Zhan picked up his wine cup and drank it. I just did some insignificant things. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of tea. Wuming Zhan sighed in his heart. In a short period of time, all the higher-ups were gnashing their teeth at Di Tian. But in the end, none of them managed to take a bite out of Di Tian. Just this point alone made Wuming Zhan very impressed. No one had ever been able to live comfortably after provoking them. Di Tian was the first. Auctioning the origin fruit is a trivial matter. We are too ashamed to show our faces. Wuming Zhan smiled and took out a storage ring. These are the things you wanted. I don't know if they are of any use to me, so I'll take them all and let you check. Lin Fei did not check. These are the things that Senior Zhan collected. They must be of some use. It's fine not to look at them. After the race production system was activated, the blood that Wuming Zhan collected became dispensable. Wuming Zhan didn't ask about the item's use. The two of them chatted idly. When they were about to leave, Zhan Wuming said, "Your Majesty, this old man has a presumptuous request. I hope that Your Majesty will not take offense." Right now, Zhan Wuming didn't dare to underestimate the young Di Tian. Although the other party did not become a tycoon, his influence was no less than a tycoon. At the very least, Di Tian was the undisputed number one in the lower worlds. Even if a giant's clone came, Di Tian wouldn't be able to defeat him. When it was time to restrain himself, he had to restrain his temper. Lin Fei had already expected that the other party had something to say, so he wasn't surprised. Feel free to speak your mind. Zhan Wuming hesitated for a moment before saying, I heard that His Majesty will be holding an auction in a few months. Rumor has it that His Majesty will be auctioning curse mages, saber slaves, and sword slaves. I wonder if it's true. Lin Fei smiled. Could it be that Senior wants it? Zhan Wuming had no choice but to ask about this matter. If Your Majesty finds it difficult, then forget it. The rumors are right. The auction in half a year is indeed going to be auctioning this. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Who asked me to not have enough resources? You've seen the recent situation. In fact, even if Zhan Wuming hadn't asked about this, Lin Fei would have given Zhan Wuming some benefits. Attacking any one of the 33 sacred heavens was not a small matter. It would be best if he could find someone who knew the ropes. Zhan Wuming Zhan's generation was undoubtedly a good choice. Your Majesty might not be interested in treasures, but this old man has a few resources on hand. Perhaps Your Majesty might be interested in them. Zhan Wuming had come prepared. He took out 3 materials and placed them on the table. These are the 3 resources. When Lin Fei saw the 3 materials, he found them very unfamiliar. However, in the next moment, Little Fiend's voice sounded. Master, these are good things. You have to get them. Little Fiend's voice sounded very anxious. Lin Fei really didn't recognize the materials. There were countless resources in the boundless world, and there was no lack of rare top-grade materials. Even Di Tian couldn't recognize them. Lin Fei felt that the three materials that Zhan Wuming took out were extraordinary at first glance. They were very different from ordinary materials. Lin Fei didn't expect Little Fiend to be so anxious. This was very rare. What is this? Little Fiend explained. The blue one on the left is called Star Stone, the red one on the right is called Blood Essence Stone, and the black one in the middle is called Ghost Flame. They are all top-grade materials. Lin Fei had seen many top-grade materials. There's no need to be so anxious about top-grade materials. Lin Fei still didn't understand. Master, you don't know the benefits of these three materials. If you use these three materials to create a race, the overall strength of the race will increase by a large margin. For example, the Dao slave's defense will reach the peak of the combat emperor realm. Ordinary divine weapons won't be able to break through its defense. Also, the ghost flame is an extremely hard material. Weapons made from this material will be indestructible. No one will be able to block the attack of this weapon. Lin Fei was completely shocked. The communication between Little Fiend and Lin Fei was completed in an instant. Senior Zhan, good technique. You can even find such materials. If I'm not wrong, these should be Star Stones, Blood Essence, and Ghost Flame. Wuming Zhan actually wanted to see if Di Tian could recognize them. He had discovered these three materials by chance back then. Back then, he had flipped through a large number of secret manuals and found out about the importance of these three materials from a secret manual. If it wasn't for special circumstances, Wuming Zhan really didn't want to take them out. Upon hearing Di Tian's words, Wuming Zhan was extremely shocked. This old man is convinced. You can even recognize these materials. Back then, this old man had to pay a huge price to find them. Lin Fei smiled and said, I also got to know them by chance. It's great that your majesty knows them. As long as your majesty supports me with 100,000 saber slaves and 10,000 curse masters, this old man will give these three mines to your majesty. I won't go back on my word. Wuming Zhan's gaze became anxious. So cheap. Lin Fei almost shouted. He originally thought that the other party would ask for an exorbitant price. Little Fiend said, Master, the three mines that Wuming Zhan took out might not be that easy to obtain. Furthermore, to mine these stones, you will need the corresponding equipment. Otherwise, even a top-notch expert can forget about mining them. Lin Fei understood what Little Fiend meant. If it was a normal businessman, Lin Fei might have immediately suppressed him. However, he wasn't someone who was so short-sighted. Chapter 22-26. Lin Fei needed the three materials badly. How could Lin Fei miss such a good opportunity to raise the strength of his subordinates? Moreover, he still wanted to figure out how to go up. Lin Fei saw what Zhan Wuming said as an opportunity. If possible, he might be able to find a breakthrough. Zhan Wuming laughed bitterly. Your Majesty, there's something I didn't say clearly. Those three mining areas are now in the hands of others. They used to belong to me, but something happened to me, and my descendants are getting worse and worse. As a result, the mining areas fell into the hands of outsiders. Therefore, I would like to ask your Majesty for, towards the end, Zhan Wuming was too embarrassed to say it himself. Zhan Wuming used to be a force to be reckoned with in the 33 sacred heavens. His family was huge and controlled a large amount of resources. Later on, something happened to him. When he returned this time, his family was reduced to a mediocre force. Helpless, Zhan Wuming could only ask for Di Tian's help. Lin Fei's face darkened. He had expected this. How could it be easy to get the three materials? He didn't believe that a free lunch would fall from the heavens. If your Majesty is willing to help the Zhan family, I'm willing to share a secret with your Majesty. It's about how to enter the 33 sacred heavens. If it were anyone else, even if they knew the way, they wouldn't be able to enter. However, your Majesty is not an outsider. The success rate is very high. Zhan Wuming knew that he had to offer something substantial. Lin Fei was indeed waiting for Zhan Wuming to offer something practical. For example, how to go up to the sacred world. The 33 sacred heavens had another name, the sacred world. Lin Fei and Zhan Wuming left the profound sky world. In the endless starry sky. Both of them were extremely fast. Zhan Wuming's strength had recovered to the giant realm. His speed was naturally top-notch. Lin Fei was no exception. He maintained the same speed as Zhan Wuming. Your Majesty, we're almost there. The two of them passed through the starry sky. Zhan Wuming was also shocked by Di Tian's growth. He was using his full speed. Normal prodigies couldn't maintain this speed unless they entered the giant realm. However, Di Tian hadn't entered the giant realm yet. What a monster! The Zhan family had many prodigies in the past. It was a pity that none of them could compare to Di Tian. This should be the edge of Closer's world. To be able to reach the edge of the sealed world in such a short period of time, even those who were slightly weaker wouldn't be able to do so. Your Majesty has a good eye. In front of us is the border of Closer's world. Zhan Wuming said. According to us, everyone likes to call it the boundary wall. Two streams of light landed near the boundary wall. This place was overcast. At the same time, there was a wave of heavy aura that came from the realm wall, an innate aura. We're here. Zhan Wuming stood in front of the boundary wall. Lin Fei frowned slightly. I've been to this place once before. I don't remember it connecting to the holy world. Your Majesty, please follow me. Zhan Wuming walked to the other side, and Lin Fei followed. Your Majesty, would you like to hear a story? Zhan Wuming said as he walked. I quite like listening to stories. Back then, the sealed world was a part of the world of the 33 holy heavens. It was also a part of the wasteland world. For the sake of obtaining immortality, large and small forces were involved in a chaotic battle that swept across the wasteland world. Lin Fei listened quietly. He knew that this was a secret from back then. There were very few records about the sealed world. Lin Fei finally had a chance to understand the inside story. As Zhan Wuming slowly spoke, a magnificent scene appeared before their eyes. It was an unprecedented battle that had lasted for more than 1,000 years. This battle that swept across the wasteland world was called the Battle of Immortality by the later generations. Back then, my Zhan family was one of them. Unfortunately, no matter how they schemed, they failed in the end. That supreme expert went into seclusion. Later, the holy world appeared, formed by the 33 fragments of the wasteland world. The sealed world was created by the agreement of the 33 holy lords of the holy world. After a long time, the sealed world became a land of exile. Zhan Wuming came near a boundary wall. Sealed world has become a land of exile, if that's the case. Later on, the experts of Closer's world gathered together and launched an attack. The scope of the war was on the border line. Boom! Zhan Wuming punched the boundary wall. The power of this punch shook the boundary wall. Boom! 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 Zhan Wuming attacked continuously, and all of them hit the same spot. Whoosh! Whoosh! Your Majesty, lend me a hand. When Zhan Wuming's first punch hit the boundary wall, Lin Fei immediately asked the little demon to analyze and calculate. He came to a shocking conclusion. There was another world inside the boundary wall. The two of them attacked together. The boundary wall turned into a mist, and ripples kept spreading out. This is a battlefield. The ripples didn't last long. Lin Fei spread out his divine sense. There was a battlefield inside the boundary wall. There were countless spirits on the battlefield. The moment his divine sense appeared, it was immediately attacked by the spirits. Lin Fei thought that his divine sense was strong, but under the attacks of the spirits, he was forced to retreat. Yes, this is the sealed world war. It lasted for 100 years. Zhan Wuming said, after that, the sealed world was defeated. The boundary wall was sealed by someone with great means, forming the current boundary wall. If that's the case, if I want to go to the holy world, I just need to break through. Lin Fei understood Zhan Wuming's intention. Perhaps this was the reason. That's right. If you want to enter the holy world, this is the only way. Zhan Wuming said, I said that outsiders can't do it because it's too difficult to break through. However, it's not difficult for your majesty. With your majesty's strength, you can suppress this space. This space is connected to various worlds. However, once this space is broken through, the forces of the holy world will sense it. They can send their true bodies here. Your Majesty, you have to be prepared. Lin Fei asked the little demon to analyze this space. If your Majesty is alone, it might not be difficult. Zhan Wuming said, the 3 minds are in the 32nd world. I wonder if your Majesty is interested in giving it a try. Lin Fei's original intention was to use his army to break open a passage and force his way into the holy world. This method was very difficult. More importantly, it required a large amount of energy units. Even if Lin Fei was rich, it would be difficult for him to sustain it. 1 shot of a cannon and 10,000 taels of gold. This was no joke. Based on Senior Zhan's good intentions, I agree to your request. Lin Fei said with a smile. Lin Fei didn't care about the curse mages produced. A chance to enter the holy world would save him a lot of trouble and a large amount of energy units. Chapter 22-27. Just like that, Lin Fei and Wuming Zhan reached an agreement. Both sides believed that they had earned it. Wuming Zhan's clan needed subordinates to support it. Even if he was a giant, if he did not have subordinates, he would not have much influence and would be looked down upon by others. Now, they only needed to pay the price of 3 mines and a secret that was not a secret to them. They had gained a lot from this trip. It was the same for Lin Fei. 100,000 saber slaves and 10,000 curse masters would be a sizable force anywhere. However, to Lin Fei, he only needed to expend energy units and resources to produce them. They were like cabbages that could be found on the streets. This was a very good deal. That day, Lin Fei and Wuming Zhan completed their transaction. Wuming Zhan obtained 100,000 saber slaves and 10,000 curse masters as he wished. Lin Fei even personally agreed to send them over. After learning the route, Lin Fei could not wait to give it a try. They agreed to enter the sealed battlefield together the next day. It looks real. No one will recognize me. Lin Fei looked at the fake he had produced, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. To enter the holy world, Lin Fei had to be careful. This was especially so when it came to his whereabouts. If those fellows in the holy world learned of this, they would definitely come to deal with him. On this trip, Lin Fei did not intend to expose his whereabouts. For this, Lin Fei expended some energy units and extracted his essence blood to produce an exact copy of himself. If one did not know the situation, no one would be able to tell that this was a fake. Lin Fei sighed in amazement. The fake Lin Fei had an aura that was exactly the same as his. Even if one used their spiritual sense to check, one would not be able to tell that this was a fake. When the time comes, I just need to come out and walk around. Together with the auction, I will be able to attract everyone's attention. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this. Lin Fei was even less worried now that he was in the sacred world. He activated his mandate of heaven's energy to protect himself. He activated his heavenly mandate energy to protect himself, isolating his aura. I am really looking forward to it. Lin Fei instructed a few more things and ensured that he did not miss anything. Then, he waited for the next day. Who would have thought that inside the boundary wall? It will be a sealed battlefield. The two of them once again arrived at the end of the sealed world. They easily broke through the barrier and entered the border battlefield. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as the two of them entered, tens of thousands of specters let out sharp cries and rushed towards them. These are undead specters. At the same time, heavenly sages are adept at using sound wave attacks. Your Majesty, you must be careful. Wu Mingzhan warned. Senior, just lead the way. There's nothing to fear about mere dead souls and spirits. Wu Mingzhan nodded. Let's try our best not to get entangled by the specters. A large number of experts perished on this battlefield in the past, and they all turned into specters. Once we get entangled by them, we will attract specter overlords. It's equivalent to an unparalleled expert in the giant realm. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate him. In the giant realm, even if they couldn't unleash their full strength, they were still giant powerhouses. They weren't easy to deal with. Lin Fei was well aware of this. Scram! Wu Mingzhan bellowed, and the specter spirits that came forward exploded one after another. Let's go! Wu Mingzhan was a giant powerhouse. Lin Fei was also an expert comparable to a giant powerhouse. The two of them moved very quickly. There were countless specters, but they couldn't get close to the two of them. Once they got close, they would be instantly killed by the powerful force. The two of them turned into shooting stars as they advanced. On the sealed battlefield, the two of them turned into shooting stars as they advanced. Even though the two of them suppressed their movements, their auras might have leaked. The specters kept surging forward, and a black mass appeared in front of them. A formless oppressive aura assaulted them. Your Majesty, this is why outsiders can't pass through. Wu Mingzhan said solemnly. Who's coming? Who's going to die? Lin Fei was also very shocked. An army of humans was only a so-so. The formless sound wave attacks came one after another. It was rather terrifying. If ordinary human experts entered, they would definitely die. Block it? Unless it was a special sound wave treasure. Kill. The sealed battlefield was very big. For the two giant powerhouses, the consumption rate was very high. Lin Fei's consumption rate was still manageable. With the support of energy, he wasn't afraid of consumption. Wu Mingzhan felt a lot more pressure and started to consume pills. As he was afraid of alerting the specter overlord, he didn't dare to take out a giant powerhouse treasure for fear of attracting the giant powerhouses. Even though the two of them were very careful, they still couldn't avoid being discovered by the giant powerhouses. Roar! A long roar surged over. Be careful, this is the Spectre Overlord sound wave attack. Wu Mingzhan hurriedly reminded. A battle armor appeared on his body, and it shone brightly. The sound wave was like a long blade, blasting onto Wu Mingzhan's chest. It was forcefully blocked by the battle armor, but he was forced to take a few steps back. On the other side, Lin Fei was the same. His energy protection was also sliced apart by the sound wave. Fortunately, he activated his invincible defense in time. However, this blade also consumed a large amount of destiny points. What a domineering attack! This was the first time Lin Fei truly experienced the attack of a giant powerhouse. It's coming again. A flurry of blades attacked from the front. The terrifying sound wave attack displayed shocking might. The sound wave transformed into blades that filled the sky and shot over. Blood-stained platform. Lin Fei took out a treasure, which had been upgraded to a giant powerhouse treasure. The blood-stained platform blocked the attack, causing the entire blood-stained platform to shake. The stored blood spirit energy continuously evaporated. Wu Mingzhan took out a giant powerhouse treasure. It was a huge black shield. The black shield continuously spun, transforming into a huge black whirlpool. All the attacks that came over were deflected. "Your Majesty, let's charge over," Wu Mingzhan said. "I was originally planning on carefully avoiding the Spectre Overlord, but it looks like it's impossible. We can only go all out." Dong! 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 Not far away, a mountain-like shadow appeared, and the ground started shaking. Even Wu Mingzhan and Lin Fei, who were standing in midair, could not help but sway. "Not good, this is a Earth Overlord. A heavenly sage controls the earth." Wu Mingzhan clearly recognized this mountain-like fellow. Swish! 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 The moment he finished speaking, sword lights shot out from the ground. At the same time, the ground rumbled, and many earth giants crawled out of the ground, looking at the two with ferocious gazes. The summoned giants are actually half-step giants? What kind of joke is this? Lin Fei inhaled sharply. Instantly, 200 to 300 earth giants appeared in the surroundings. "Let's go all out." Just 2 Spectre Overlords had appeared, and they displayed terrifying combat prowess. Lin Fei truly understood how terrifying this place was. Even a giant powerhouse would die here. This was the danger of the sealed battlefield. The two of them finally experienced it. They no longer held back and attacked with all their might. The pressure was still great. This was especially so for a Spectre Overlord that specialized in sound wave attacks. It kept launching sound wave attacks from outside, forcing them to be distracted. The Earth Giants were infinitely close to the giant realm, and killing them was not difficult. However, under the control of the Earth Overlord, they kept reviving and appearing. Chapter 22-28. The dangers of the sealed battlefield far exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. After encountering the undead lord that could use sound waves, he encountered an Earth Lord that could control the earth. Before Lin Fei could heave a sigh of relief, several powerful auras erupted from the sealed battlefield. All of them were the auras of undead lords. F***ck, why are there so many undead lords in the sealed battlefield? There were 7 undead lords chasing after Lin Fei. The blood imprint platform protected him from the attacks above his head. The amount of blood spirit energy consumed was enough to make Lin Fei want to cry. What a scam! Both Lin Fei and Wu Mingzhan were besieged by the undead lords in the sealed battlefield. The undead lords were surprisingly united as they stared at the two of them. At the same time, they summoned the nearby undead spirits to surround them. Wu Mingzhan and Lin Fei were helpless. Wu Mingzhan used all his strength and activated his treasures. The might of a giant killed the undead spirits and tore open a bloody path. Compared to the undead spirits in the sealed battlefield, this kind of attack could not keep up with the speed. Lin Fei's incantations lost their effect and could only use energy units. He cursed this place for being a scammer. No wonder Wu Mingzhan became so serious the moment he entered. The undead lords pursued them crazily. Luckily, the two of them were not ordinary giants. They blocked from the left and right, and with the expended cannon fodder, they managed to put some distance between themselves and the undead lords. "We're almost there. It's just in front." The undead lords were terrifyingly strong, but they were not at their peak. Their consciousness had also changed. The two of them shook off the undead lords. During this time, Lin Fei kept the system active, avoiding the undead lords one by one and killing his way out. Charge! At the border of the sealed battlefield, Lin Fei saw a door. There were no undead spirits lingering near this door. Open! The two of them attacked the silver door together. Ripples spread out and revealed a world. Roar, roar, roar. After they entered, roars came from the sealed battlefield, making one's hair stand on end. "We're finally out." Coming out of the silver light door, the two found themselves in a vast desert. There was an aura of desolation everywhere. This is the Death Desert. Wumingzhan explained. Back then, people from all sides charged into this place. Later, the battlefield was sealed, and this place became desolate. Over time, it became like this. Lin Fei was in the middle of the desert, and the heavens will energy that came from heaven and earth was extremely dense. Killing my way out of the sealed battlefield is indeed dangerous. Lin Fei sat on the sand and let out a long sigh. No wonder there's no one guarding this place. I'm afraid those big shots aren't willing to enter from here. Wumingzhan sat down as well. His Majesty holds great power in his hands. If we can break through this battlefield, there's still a chance of success. It's just that the losses will be greater. As for the outsiders, no one can afford to pay such a high price. Wumingzhan was speaking the truth about this. Other than Di Tian, there were not many factions in the sacred world that could sustain such a huge loss. This loss is too great. This emperor needs to consider it carefully. Lin Fei did not care about the loss, but he would not express his thoughts at this moment. This matter does indeed need to be considered. After resting for an hour, the two set off again. After leaving the Death Desert, Lin Fei and Wumingzhan appeared in the starry sky. Looking behind him, Lin Fei was very shocked. That was only a small continent, and not the complete continent that Lin Fei had imagined. That was moved out by someone using great means. Wumingzhan said, "We call this the sealed continent. In fact, this continent is very small. It's just an entrance to the sealed world. Back then, this continent was extremely large. Unfortunately, after a great battle, it was left in its current state. If not for someone using great powers to seal it, the sealed world would no longer be connected to this place." Lin Fei was enlightened. This emperor was still wondering why such a small continent was left in this place. So such a thing happened in the middle. I wonder where the sacred world is. This is only the periphery of the sacred world. We still need half a month to reach the sacred world. Half a month? In the vast starry sky, Lin Fei and Wumingzhan continued on their way. During this time, Lin Fei had learned a few things about the sacred world from Wumingzhan. At the very least, he was no longer a rookie. In the vast starry sky, they would occasionally encounter experts from various worlds. They were exploring the various worlds in search of treasures. Of course, there were also some wandering interstellar bandits. Lin Fei and Wumingzhan encountered them a few times along the way. The wandering interstellar bandits specialized in robbing passing cultivators. Lin Fei and Wumingzhan were unlucky enough to encounter them a few times. Furthermore, they were all vicious interstellar bandits. Their fates were tragic as they were instantly killed. Lin Fei also learned a few things about the interstellar bandits from Wumingzhan. In the sacred world, there were a few powerful interstellar bandits that were notorious and had powerful experts overseeing them. Lin Fei gradually became interested in the sacred world. This was an even more advanced world. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. During this time, the mysterious sky world was fine. The subordinates that Lin Fei had left behind were not to be trifled with. They had forged the mysterious sky world into an impregnable fortress. There were no problems with the mountain god Emperor space. After closing the passageway, the mountain god Emperor space became an important source of energy. We are here. A month was a very short time. On this day, Wumingzhan passed through the starry sky and his field of vision widened. Up in the starry sky of the vast expanse, Lin Fei caught sight of an enormous world that resembled an enormous pagoda with 33 levels. It was a shocking sight. That is the sacred world? Looking from afar, the sacred world was very shocking. That's right, that is the sacred world. Every floor represents a world. There are a total of 33 worlds. Wumingzhan said, this was refined by a powerful figure using fragments of the untamed world. In the end, it evolved into the current world. The fragments of the untamed world are in the hands of the Lord of the Sacred Heaven. Rumor has it that when the untamed world was shattered, there were a total of 99 fragments of different sizes. For example, your mountain god Emperor Space is one of the fragments of the untamed world. If anyone collects 99 fragments, they will be able to severely damage the untamed world. Lin Fei blinked. Is that possible? This old man knows very little about this matter. I am not too sure about the exact situation. Wu Mingzhan smiled bitterly. Now, only those old monsters at the sect master level know. Lin Fei looked at the sacred world of the 33 levels of heaven and his eyes lit up. How can I miss out on such a good place? Although they could see the sacred world, they still had to fly quite a distance. It took them a full day. Let's go in. In front of the sacred world, one would understand what it meant to be insignificant. Even if he controlled a world and became a high and mighty emperor, in front of the pressure of the fragments of the untamed world, Lin Fei seemed very weak. Is there no one to guard this kind of world? In front of the pressure of the world, don't resist. Let the power of the world pull you in. This way, we can enter the small sacred world. The 33 levels of the sacred world were collectively known as the sacred world, and each level of the small world was known as the small sacred world. Wu Mingzhan and Lin Fei entered the small world of the 32nd level. Chapter 22-29. 32nd level, Nether Realm. The Nether Realm was not as gloomy as Lin Fei had imagined. On the contrary, the entire small saint world was bright and sunny, not much different from the outside world. The only difference was that it was huge. In Wu Mingzhan's words, every small saint world was vaster than the sealed worlds in the lower realms. At the same time, the resources contained in the small saint world were terrifying. Every small saint world does not restrict outsiders from entering, and there are no guards guarding it. Lin Fei and Wu Mingzhan entered without any obstruction. How is it? The small saint world is not bad, right? Wu Mingzhan smiled. Your Majesty, you better change your appearance to prevent others from recognizing you. You are now a famous person in the sacred world. Lin Fei smiled. It's fine. It won't be that easy for them to recognize me. Senior, what do you think? Wu Mingzhan looked at Lin Fei and said in surprise, what a powerful technique. I can't even see your Majesty's appearance. Even your aura has changed. Impressive. Lin Fei came to the sacred world. Unless a powerhouse forced him to make a move, outsiders would not be able to see through him. This was naturally due to the system's energy. Yes, Senior, just call me Lin Fei. The word, Your Majesty, is too piercing. I don't want to be recognized before I even see my mine. Wu Mingzhan laughed. The Nether Realm was huge. Master, this place is filled with heaven's mandate energy. Should we set up some equipment to absorb it? Little Devil reminded. Also, I noticed traces of origin energy flowing in the Nether Realm. It should be from the Savage World fragment. At the same time, this origin energy is flowing towards an area. According to the system's analysis, that place should be called the Nether Palace. Don't act rashly for now. Lin Fei only had a simple understanding of the Nether Realm. Snatching the origin energy rashly might attract the attention of the Master of the Sacred Sky. This was not a good thing for Lin Fei. He was prepared to develop here as long as he could confirm the situation of the mine. The seal down there is powerful. The sacred world is rich in resources. Are they really going to attack the sacred world? Wu Mingzhan acted as a guide, leading Lin Fei in a certain direction. Both of them changed into black robes. This kind of attire was very common in the Nether Realm. No one would suspect anything. The strongest force in the Nether Realm is the Nether Palace, and the Nether Palace Master controls the Nether Realm. He is extremely powerful and can use a portion of the origin energy to attack. He is a very terrifying Master of the Holy Sky. Unless I am at my peak and have two supreme treasures, would not be able to suppress him. Lin Fei was shocked. Could it be that the master of the sacred sky has reached the unparalleled realm? No, it's not that easy to reach the unparalleled realm. They've only reached the pinnacle of giants. We are still far from that step. Wu Mingzhan said disapprovingly. We're here. They passed through many cities. Wu Mingzhan brought Lin Fei to a majestic city but did not stop. Both of them were powerhouses of the giant realm. Along the way, they avoided people and came to a mountain range. This mountain range is called the Nether Mountain Range. There are many demonic beasts here and they are the kings of the mountains. Some of the stronger ones have reached the giant realm. Even the human race does not dare to enter the depths. Wu Mingzhan retracted his aura and became very cautious. Lin Fei sighed. It's really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Even demonic beasts can advance to the giant realm. Dominating a part of the mountain range, awesome. The trees in the Nether Mountain Range were so tall that they pierced through the clouds. It was very terrifying. The two of them slightly released their aura. They scared away all the demonic beasts they met along the way. They passed through a dense forest. The field of vision in front of them suddenly widened. Not far away, a valley appeared. Outside the valley, groups of black armored troops were constantly patrolling. Lin Fei sensed a little and was a little shocked. The patrolling troops are actually all combat emperors, and they are all 3 to 5-star combat emperors. The defense of this mine is not ordinary. The observation towers were even more conspicuous. Lin Fei did not use his divine sense to check. The little devil controlled the system and performed an analysis scan. In the center of the valley, there was a red dot, and the rest were green dots. The red dot was naturally a threat. On the other hand, the green dot meant that there was no danger, which meant that it could not cause any harm. A mine actually has a giant realm expert overseeing it. The only ones who could pose a threat to him were the giant realm experts. The red dot in the valley, if he was not wrong, was it a giant realm expert? Lin Fei was suspicious. Was it that easy to break through to the giant realm? In a mine, there were 3 or 4 giant realm experts. One could imagine the power behind them. This is the Star Stone Mine. Wu Mingzhan's emotions were very complicated. Back then, this was a secret base of our Zhan family. Now, it is no longer our Zhan family. This old man has let down my ancestor. Which faction does this place belong to? Lin Fei asked via secret vocal transmission. Nether Palace. Wu Mingzhan's words were filled with killing intent. So it is like this. Lin Fei had already guessed it. To be able to arrange a giant realm expert to oversee the mine, and to be able to occupy a place like this in the Nether realm, it must be a first-rate power. Lin Fei did not need to think to know the answer. This is not easy to deal with. Facing at least 3 or 4 giant realm experts, Lin Fei felt a little pressured. Wu Mingzhan brought Lin Fei to the Star Stone Mine. Then, tens of thousands of miles away, he saw the Blood Essence Stone Mine and the Ghost Flame Mine. Without exception, these 3 mines were under the control of the Nether Palace. At the same time, Lin Fei also learned from Wu Mingzhan that not only did they arrange for a giant realm expert to oversee the mines, but they also cooperated with the demonic beast tycoon of the Nether Mountain Range. The secret of the 3 mines had never been leaked. Over the long years, the 3 ore valleys had provided a large amount of precious ores for the Nether Palace. Damn, I really want to kill my way to the Nether Palace and plunder all those materials. It is a waste to leave them in their hands. Lin Fei suddenly had the urge to attack the Nether Palace. It was too wasteful. In the end, he suppressed it with great difficulty. I lack a strong fighter by my side. Lin Fei thought to himself. Each mine had a giant realm expert guarding it, and the distance between them was not very far. Lin Fei could not help but worry if there was a small teleportation formation in the mine. The three mines formed a triangular area, with both offense and defense. It was very difficult to deal with. This is a little difficult. Lin Fei frowned. Wu Mingzhan also seemed embarrassed. Your Majesty, you still have a chance. Wu Mingzhan revealed a secret: the Master of the Nether Sacred Heaven will not personally deal with your Majesty. Right now, it is only his avatar outside. Avatar? Chapter 22:30. I can't do it by force. I can only do it secretly. After some thought, Lin Fei thought of a stupid idea. At first, Lin Fei prepared to attack a mining area by force. There were 3 supreme-grade materials. No matter which one, Lin Fei could not bear to give up. Even if he obtained one of them, the benefits would be unimaginable. Later, the department analyzed and calculated, and the success rate was very low. This was the Holy World. The combat power of a half-step magnate was also very terrifying, reaching the peak realm. In the end, Lin Fei chose to sneak in. Lin Fei's first choice was the Star Stone Mine. In order to sneak in, Lin Fei spent some effort. He did not enter rashly. First, he arranged for a scouting flying insect to sneak in. The Star Stone Mine was more secure than he had imagined. When the scouting flying insect sneaked in, it was immediately killed by the divine senses of the experts in charge. It was so secure that even a fly could not get in. Lin Fei gave up on scouting and waited for the people in the mining area to come out. Then, he would impersonate them and steal the ores inside. According to Wu Mingzhan, the 3 mines controlled by the Nether Palace were all set up with first-class arrays. Even experts who had mastered the mysteries of space would not be able to barge in. This completely gave up on Lin Fei's idea. He could only wait quietly. Just like that, he waited for an entire month. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. Even if he was not in the mysterious sky world, with his impersonator around, outsiders would not be able to see anything. Moreover, his impersonator basically did not go out and stayed in the invincible palace all day, reducing the chances of being exposed. Finally out. Since he could not force his way in, Lin Fei prepared to impersonate the people in the mining area. A month later, good news came. A group of people came out of the mining area. Wow, there are actually 3 half-step magnate here. Are they escorting treasures? Lin Fei did not show himself. He secretly guessed and quietly followed. The 3 half-step magnate were powerful, but they could not detect Lin Fei behind them. Damn it. I'm finally free. This time, we must have a good time in the city. We have been bored to death. Let's have a gathering tonight. I heard that a group of fairies came to the flowery restaurant. We can drink with them. This seat is treating. The 3 of them escorted the ore to the nearest big city. This city was extremely grand, and the 3 half-step giants were unobstructed. They arrived at the Nether Palace's branch, and someone from the branch came to collect the ores. The 3 half-step giants then left. Lin Fei didn't reveal himself the entire time, following behind them at a steady pace. These 3 people were his targets. As long as Lin Fei could take down one, he would be able to enter the Star Stone Mine. Once he entered the mine, he would be able to obtain the ores buried in the mountain range. Wasn't it up to him to decide? This is a money-squandering den. The painting outside tower was also a high-class money-squandering establishment. The 3 half-step magnates entered the gold-squandering lair and were immediately welcomed by familiar people who opened a room for them. At the same time, they called over a group of beautiful fairies to accompany them to drink. Until midnight. The 3 half-step giants each called a few fairies and brought them to their own rooms. This is my chance. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He immediately realized that his chance had come. It was not easy to make a move with the 3 of them together. It was best to be alone, as there was no need to worry about exposing anything. "You're the one." Lin Fei decided on one of them, a half-step magnate called Mu Guang. Mu Guang put his arms around the women and entered a room. He closed the door. "Babe, come, let's have some fun." "Block the room." Lin Fei followed in. He blocked the room. The two fairies collapsed on the ground. Mu Guang frowned and immediately woke up. "Who is it? Come out." As soon as he said that, Mu Guang felt his body was powerless and soft. He couldn't use any strength at all. He was shocked. "I'm from the Nether Palace. You dare to go against the Nether Palace? Sleep." Mu Guang's eyelids became heavier. He saw a person appear in a blur, and then he lost consciousness. "Hee, it's perfect to sneak attack with curses." Lin Fei revealed his true body, released the shield. From the moment he made his move to the moment he appeared, only a few breaths of time had passed. Just like that, a half-step magnate fell. No wonder this half-step magnate couldn't take it. Lin Fei used the unit of origin energy to activate the curse, amplifying its power. It wasn't something he could block. This was also because Lin Fei was worried that the effect would be too slow and cause a commotion, attracting the experts in charge of the gold-consuming lair. Then it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Lin Fei waited quietly for a while. After making sure that everything was fine, he relaxed. Exchange for the memory-devouring bug. This was a special race. It had almost no strength, but it had a special function. It could plunder all the memories of others and imitate the exact same actions and tone without any thinking. With the help of this thing, a mere mining area would be a piece of cake. There was no need to be afraid of being discovered. A spider-like existence drilled into Mu Guang's head. Even his strong defense couldn't stop the invasion of the memory-devouring bug. After a while, Mu Guang's body trembled. The memory-devouring bug crawled out and landed on Lin Fei's hand. Done. The memory-devouring bug was white when it entered and black when it came out. It absorbed all the memories of others. Lin Fei killed the half-step giant with one palm and put the corpse into the storage ring. Slime. The slime came out, ate the memory-devouring bug, and climbed onto Lin Fei's body. Swish. 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 Lin Fei didn't do anything and became another person. He looked exactly the same as Mu Guang, even his aura was the same. Good stuff. Lin Fei sat cross-legged until dawn. He looked through the other party's memories and felt lucky that he didn't rashly attack the Star Stone mining area. It turned out that there were a total of 10 half-step giants in the mining area. They could control the formation, which could resist the attacks of several giants. The formation was activated every day, eliminating all possibilities of surprise attacks. In addition to the 10 half-step giants, there was a giant clone in the mining area, which had the combat power of a giant. Outsiders couldn't take down the mining area at all. Once someone attacked the mining area, the formation could block the first wave of forces. The second wave was the giant demon beasts in the mountain range. They would also help. It was impossible to succeed in any mining area without at least a dozen or so powerhouses attacking. Only then would Lin Fei rejoice. In front of the sky-reaching formation, there was a high chance of being exposed. It was okay for outsiders, but not for him. Once he was exposed in the Nether Realm, the people of the Nether Palace would never mind to capture him. Lin Fei also learned the strength of the Nether Palace from this memory. Coming out of the building. Lin Fei's imitation of Mu Guang was flawless. The other two didn't notice it at all and thought it was the previous person. Gather? Are you kidding me? Chapter 2231. In the Star Stone Mine. Lin Fei and the other two half-step magnates came back together. They tried to figure out why they had gathered, but they knew nothing. He could only wait and see. Entering the mine was not as simple as Lin Fei thought. Fortunately, Lin Fei had all their memories, and the heaven-reaching array couldn't distinguish them, so they entered the mine smoothly. They're all here. What the hell happened? As soon as they returned to the mine, they saw more than 10 half-step magnates gathered in the open space. Maybe something big is going to happen. A look of surprise flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. His luck couldn't be that good to encounter such a thing, right? He was even prepared to steal the star stones. Why are you so slow? Everyone is waiting for you. Just as the three of them steadied themselves, a shout came from a man not far away, like a clap of thunder. This man was the leader of the mine, Xia Yan. He was their boss, and he was also a half-step magnate. However, he had a magnate treasure and a backer, so he was their boss. Lin Fei kept a low profile. He did whatever they did. When the three of them returned, all the half-step magnates had gathered. Everyone looked serious. After all, it was not a small matter to gather them at the last minute. Xia Yan said seriously, I called you back because there's a very important thing for you to do. You must complete it and don't let the higher-ups down. Something big. Team leader Evil Flame's words made everyone lose their composure. The status of the Nether Palace made them not dare to ask, so they waited quietly. Xia Yan was very satisfied. The higher-up said that if you complete the task, you don't have to stay here anymore. You'll be qualified to go to the nether space and enjoy a month of cultivation. Your strength will improve by leaps and bounds. But if anyone drops the ball at the critical moment, I'll be the first to kill him. Everyone shuddered at the thought. They all knew the temper of the leader. Since he said so, it was not difficult to kill a half-step magnate. The higher-ups wouldn't blame them. The line of half-step magnates begging to join the Nether Palace was long. Who would be willing to give up their position to the Nether Palace? Don't worry, leader. We won't drop the ball. Evil Flame didn't think that they would drop the ball. I believe in you, Xia Yan said. Today, our mission is very simple. Between the Nether Domain and Heaven Wasteland Domain, a giant-level monster beast has appeared, and at the same time, it has a special bloodline. Our mission is to find this monster beast before anyone else does. Lin Fei's plan was disrupted. Encountering such a thing, Lin Fei himself was helpless. Catch demonic beasts? Giant level. What was going on? Lin Fei had no choice but to follow the half-step giant to the desolate border area between the Nether Domain and Heaven Wasteland Domain. Heaven Wasteland Domain was the name of the 33rd Little Saint Domain. Between every small sacred world, there would be a barren area. Normally, there would be very few people, and very few people would go there. The foundation of the Nether Palace was beyond Lin Fei's imagination. A small-scale teleportation formation was set up in the mining area. Lin Fei's party teleported to the Nether Palace's branch and teleported continuously. In less than half a day, they arrived at the border of the barren area. It was barren. Lin Fei had Mu Guang's memory. When he saw it for the first time, he couldn't help but be surprised. There were huge rocks everywhere, and at the same time, there was a gloomy atmosphere. It was very uncomfortable. Through the system, Lin Fei was surprised to find that there was no origin energy in this place, and even the heavens mandate energy was very little. It almost fulfilled the meaning of the words, barren area. Our people are searching in the barren area. Now we are in charge of the search in the west. Captain Xia Yan said briefly, then led the team to search in the west. Lin Fei asked Little Devil to monitor this area. Lin Fei was very confident in Little Devil's monitoring. At least, no one present would be able to see it. He was confident that he could avoid even a giant expert. Once the monitoring was turned on, the entire barren area was under his control. So many people. Are the forces of the Heaven Wasteland Domain also searching for that giant monster beast? Lin Fei thought. An idea came to his mind. Captain. What kind of monster are we looking for? Lin Fei took the initiative to ask. Xia Yan's face darkened. You'll know when you see it. There's no need to know now. Lin Fei was not happy. Captain, you're wrong. Let's not talk about what kind of monster it is. What if it has the ability to hide itself? We may not be able to recognize it if we encounter it. His words were echoed by the rest of the team. Xia Yan couldn't understand why Mu Guang became so talkative today. He was not like this usually. Unable to resist everyone's curiosity, he said in a low voice, "If you want to know, I will tell you. Listen carefully, that giant monster beast is called the Rainbow Peacock. It was born not long ago and escaped from a few small saint domains. Now, you understand." Before he could finish, everyone exclaimed in surprise. How is that possible? Isn't it an extinct race? It is said that the rainbow peacock is a sacred beast. The 7 feathers on its body can be refined into the extremely powerful rainbow light of the Barren Era. It can be used to get any treasure. Lin Fei was also surprised. Right, there seems to be information about the Sacred Beast clan in my memory. As a member of the Nether Palace, Mu Guang had access to many secrets. This time, it was all given to a rookie like Lin Fei. No wonder the Nether Palace would gather all the half-step magnates and use the teleportation array. For a sacred beast, it is absolutely necessary. The Sacred Beast clan was one of the most ancient and powerful races in the barren world. The Sacred Beast clan was not a single race, but a collective name for all the sacred beasts. For example, the 4 most powerful sacred beasts were the Azure Dragon, the Vermilion Bird, the White Tiger, and the Black Tortoise. They all had terrifying battle strength. The Rainbow Peacock was one of the sacred beasts and ranked relatively high. The Rainbow Peacock was famous because its feathers could be refined into treasures and could be used to get any treasure. This was simply a treasure that was overflowing with power. If he was unhappy, he would lose control of the treasure and be beaten up at any time. This was also the reason why Lin Fei was surprised. Even a sacred beast had appeared. His luck was too good. So many people are heading towards the west. Could it be that there are traces of the Rainbow Peacock in the west? Lin Fei noticed that on the surveillance screen, there were many red dots and green dots appearing in the west. The number was constantly increasing. In the next second, Lin Fei opened the surveillance screen to the west. Under the surveillance of the system, Lin Fei saw the situation in the west. Figures were flying across the sky, rushing towards a certain location. Most of them were half-step magnates. They were also the vanguard of the various forces. Some of them were 10-star battle emperors. Naturally, they were the vanguard. The surveillance screen kept changing. Chapter 2232. In the barren area in the west. Lin Fei saw the situation through the system's scan. Under the gloomy sky, a 7-colored sacred light shot into the sky, illuminating hundreds of thousands of miles around with a sacred aura. It was a huge 7-colored peacock. It didn't transform into a human form. Its huge body flashed with a sacred aura, and when it flapped its wings, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The most amazing thing was that the 7 feathers on the back of the sacred beast were the most dazzling. Surround the sacred beast. Set up the formation. We can't let the sacred beast escape. Hold on. Hold on. Watch out for its attack. In the western region, human silhouettes were moving. Almost all of them were half-step magnates, holding divine weapons in their hands, attacking the sacred beasts. Numerous wounds appeared on the saint beast's massive body, dripping with blood. The 7-colored peacock's attack was extremely terrifying. It had the combat power of a peak half-step magnates. But at this moment, it couldn't withstand the attack of so many people. It was almost at the end of its flight. The sacred beast is indeed different. Although he couldn't observe it from a close distance, Lin Fei felt like he was there through the system's vision. Everyone, be careful. The sacred beast's big move is coming. Suddenly, the sacred light behind the seven-colored peacock swept toward everyone. In one swoosh, all the divine weapons left their hands. In the second swoosh, the bodies of the half-step magnates and their subordinates exploded. The encirclement of more than 100 people was torn open. The seven-colored peacock let out a long roar and opened a bloody path. Big move. Lin Fei's heart trembled as he watched. It was another kind of sacred power that wasn't inferior to the mandate of heaven. Lin Fei had no doubt that once the sacred beast reached the magnate's level, even the magnates might not be able to stop it. It's coming this way. Lin Fei didn't care much about the lives of those people. He was very interested in the sacred beast. If possible, he didn't mind getting some benefits. Captain, I feel something coming toward us. Lin Fei could see everything clearly through the system and started to calculate. He had to cause trouble for the Nether Palace. It didn't matter if he offended one of them. Plus, he had already offended a lot of forces. Xia Yan disliked Mu Guang very much. They didn't believe his words at all. Don't talk nonsense. What could possibly be coming towards us? Captain, something seems to be coming. There's a dangerous aura. Is it the enemy? As soon as Xia Yan finished speaking, the others all stared ahead. It's a sacred beast. Seven-colored holy light appeared. The group of them cried out in alarm. Holy beasts existed in the Holy Realm, this was something everyone was aware of. However, when a single holy beast appeared, the most fortunate thing was that it had yet to reach adulthood and was still in its infancy. The rainbow peacock's speed was very fast. In a few breaths, everyone could see its huge body and its body riddled with scars. Xia Yan glanced at Mu Guang, and the look in his eyes became much better. Mu Guang, you did well. The others reacted one after another. Captain, I think this saint beast is heavily injured. Let's capture it immediately. We can't let others beat us to it. I saw someone chasing after us. Lin Fei reminded. Xia Yan came back to his senses and noticed the half-step giant chasing after him. This was a great contribution. If they could capture the saint beast and guard the mine in the future, the benefits would be unimaginable. Inform the elders immediately. Xia Yan reacted quickly. Hurry up and capture the saint beast. The Nether Palace wants this saint beast. Lin Fei wasn't at ease. He took out Mu Guang's axe. The Nether Palace will kill anyone who dares to interfere. The Rainbow Peacock's ultimate move killed a group of people, but that was only a part of them. The people chasing after them were all killed, most of them from the Heaven Wasteland domain. What's so great about the Nether Palace? We're from the Heaven Wasteland Palace. We're interested in this saint beast. There were hundreds of people chasing after the saint beast. Hearing Lin Fei's voice, they were unhappy, especially the Nether Palace, who bullied the weak. Especially this time. The sixth young master of the Heaven Desolate Palace had also personally joined the hunt. He had brought a group of experts with him. Just as he was about to capture them, the Netherworld Palace encountered them. I'm Zhan Shaohuang, who dares to steal my saint beast. Zhan Shaohuang was dressed in battle armor, surrounded by more than 10 half-step magnates. He caught up with them, glaring at them with a murderous look. As a captain, Xia Yan's status was far lower than the other party, so he knew who they were. He secretly cursed Mu Guang for being a busybody, but he was unwilling to see the saint beast being captured. This was his credit, and he might only encounter such a thing once in his life. Zhan Shaohuang's subordinates went to intercept the saint beast. Seeing the other party's attitude, he said proudly, "The Heaven Wasteland Palace and the Nether Palace have minded our own business. If you interfere, I'll destroy you trash, and the Nether Palace won't speak up for you trash." He had a background and was the son of the Heaven Wasteland Sacred Master, so he had the confidence to speak. Who did these half-step magnates think they were? How dare they be so arrogant in front of him? Unfortunately, if they were ordinary people, no one would dare to attack a young master of the Heaven Wasteland domain. He didn't expect that there would be an accident. That was Lin Fei. Lin Fei was worried that he couldn't find a chance to cause trouble, but this young master of the Heaven Wasteland Palace was acting tough, so he realized that his chance had come. If I kill this young master of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, I believe that the Heaven Wasteland Palace will be furious. Lin Fei immediately had an idea. Zhan Xiaohuang, who do you think you are? If it weren't for your father, you would be nothing. You're just a half-step giant, how dare you act so arrogantly in front of us? Brothers, our Netherworld Palace is not any weaker than the Heaven Wasteland Palace. The sacred beast is right in front of us, and if we can capture it, then it will be a meritorious deed. But now, a young master wants to take away our meritorious deed. Originally, the others were frightened by the young master of the Heaven Wasteland Palace and did not have the mood to do anything. But with Lin Fei's demonic voice, the crowd was in an uproar. I'm not willing. I'm not willing either. This is a rare opportunity, we can't give it up. Xia Yan was stunned. Lin Fei had used origin energy to bewitch everyone. He couldn't do it alone, he needed someone. Who was Zhan Xiaohuang? He was one of the young masters of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, and he had a chance to inherit the position of the Lord of the Sacred Sky in the future. In front of him, a few ants dared to scold him, which undoubtedly infuriated him. You bunch of ants, how dare you? Today, this young master will let you know the consequences of going against this young master. Zhan Xiaohuang was enraged. This young master will kill each and every one of you. Lin Fei was not afraid, and said loudly, we are not ants, everyone, don't be afraid, we are all at the same level, who will kill who, for credit, kill. What did it mean to take the lead? Lin Fei was taking the lead. The others were startled, but when they reacted, their faces were filled with anger. Kill him. What dog, young master, let's kill him together. Chapter 2233. Why did they start fighting? Xia Yan hadn't expected the situation to develop to such an extent. By the time he came back to his senses, he was already fighting with them. He had even joined forces to kill a half-step giant. Damn Mu Guang, it's over this time. Xia Yan flew into a rage. Young Master Zhan, it's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Let me explain. He was well aware of how powerful the Heaven Desolate Palace was. Even the Netherworld Palace maintained a harmonious relationship with the Heaven Desolate Palace on the surface, and the higher-ups had even ordered them not to easily fight with the Heaven Desolate Palace. In the blink of an eye, he was fighting with Zhan Xiaohuang. What awaited Xia Yan was a ferocious attack. The three half-step magnates surrounded him, holding divine weapons in their hands. A bunch of ants dares to say it's a misunderstanding? Kill them all. No matter where Zhan Xiaohuang was, everyone would treat him with respect. A bunch of ants dared to provoke him. They simply deserved to die. Xia Yan did not bring many people with him. They were just a vanguard team that was searching for the holy beast. They could not stop the other party's strength. In just a short while, 5 or 6 half-step powerhouses had died. Lin Fei was also besieged by 5 or 6 half-step giants. It's time to act. Their current mission was to kill Zhan Xiaohuang. Only then would they be able to make the Netherworld Palace a scapegoat. Master, a giant powerhouse is rushing over. Imp reminded. This was Lin Fei's special instruction. He was to inform Lin Fei as soon as a giant powerhouse appeared. Right now, Lin Fei didn't want to expose himself in front of the big shots so early. Demon killing slash. This Mu Guang specialized in saber techniques. Lin Fei had successfully grasped his opponent's saber technique, and no one could see any flaws in it. The resplendent saber light suddenly exploded, and the demon-slaying slash slashed out, killing 2 half-step magnates with a single slash. He opened up a path of blood, and his sharp eyes locked onto Zhan Xiaohuang. Even ants like us can kill you. The moment Lin Fei broke out of the encirclement, he locked onto Zhan Xiaohuang. No matter which giant arrived first, he had to kill Zhan Xiaohuang. Demon-killing slash. The long saber slashed towards Zhan Xiaohuang. Zhan Xiaohuang. He was very strong, blasting apart a half-step giant with one punch. Facing the saber strike, he said disdainfully. An ant will always be an ant. Let this young master blow you up with one punch. Zhang Xian threw a punch at him. He wanted to destroy the attack with a single punch, as well as the ants of the Nether Palace. He really liked the feeling of beating people up. Thus, in the Heaven Wasteland Palace, he was known as a fighter. Half-step giant realm. In Zhan Xiaohuang's eyes, this was nothing at all. With his battle prowess, he could even put up a fight against a giant powerhouse. This was the pride of a battle maniac like him. Voila! This time, Zhan Xiaohuang was destined to be disappointed. How could he break Lin Fei's saber strike? The moment Xiao Chun faced it, his entire body was split apart, and he fell from the sky. Idiot! Use your origin energy to activate the demon-killing chop. You can also block it. Lin Fei rushed over and took away Zhan Xiaohuang's storage ring, as well as the gloves that he had meticulously forged. Haha, so what if he's a young master? He was still killed by our Nether Palace. Lin Fei threw his head back and laughed. The battle happened too quickly. Xia Yan had just blocked the attack when he saw the proud young master get killed by Mu Guang. His eyes widened. Damn, he can't even take a hit? Xia Yan almost suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. It wasn't that Zhan Xiaohuang was a battle maniac. Half-step giant powerhouses couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. But how could he explain the scene in front of him? Xia Yan knew Mu Guang's battle prowess very well. It wasn't the top of the half-step giant realm. It could only be considered average. This scene happened so quickly that no one noticed the change in that saber. Unless you experienced it yourself, it was no different from an ordinary attack. It's over, it's over. Xia Yan woke up, and his face instantly turned pale. The young master of the Heaven Wasteland Palace was dead. He was killed by an ant that he had called an ant. This was a heaven-piercing matter. The remaining few half-step giant powerhouses shouted. Brother Mu, you're awesome. What battle maniac? It turns out that he was just bragging. Brother Mu, you killed him well. This guy should be killed. Once Zhan Xiaohuang died, his subordinates were all in a mess, and their bodies were trembling. Kill that kid and avenge the young master. Kill. Kill him. The young master's subordinates all surrounded them with ferocious expressions. Now that the young master was dead, they wouldn't have a good ending either. No one could survive when the sacred god was angry. Young Master Zhan was one of the few sons that he doted on, and he might even have a chance to inherit the throne in the future. Now, they had to kill the people of the Nether Palace. It's too difficult to kill us. The experts of the Nether Palace are here. Lin Fei secretly mobilized energy units. This is the territory of the Nether Palace. How dare you be so arrogant? A dull sound exploded above everyone's head. Everyone's heart trembled. The elders are here. Great. Kill them. Lin Fei said excitedly. The others also became excited. The half-step giant powerhouses of the Heaven Wasteland Palace were all panicking. The elders of the Nether Palace were all giants. Run. Everyone turned around and ran. If they didn't leave now, when would they? A gust of wind blew past them. No matter who it was, everyone from the Heaven Wasteland Palace was beheaded and their corpses fell to the ground. Once the people of the Heaven Wasteland Palace died, the dull aura disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei was very satisfied with his masterpiece. He didn't believe that the Heaven Wasteland Palace wouldn't fall for it since a giant powerhouse had intervened. Master, another giant powerhouse has come. I think he's from the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Little Fiend reminded again. Lin Fei laughed inwardly. Even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. All hail the elders! All hail the elders! At this time, the avatar of a giant of the Nether Palace happened to arrive at the area and saw the cheering disciples of the Nether Palace. Not bad. Good job. The avatar didn't care about the dead. He wasn't interested in the dead. With the status of the Nether Palace, it was normal for them to kill some people who were against them. A reputation had to be set off by bloody heads. The avatar was very satisfied with the style of the half-step giant powerhouses. Xia Yan felt that something was wrong and cautiously said, "Elder, they're from the Heaven Wasteland Palace." The avatar glared and said, "So what if they're from the Heaven Wasteland Palace? I'll kill them even if the young master is here. Who does the Heaven Wasteland Palace think they are? They don't deserve to fight with the Nether Palace." Lin Fei was slightly stunned and almost laughed. "Wei Shuanglin, how dare you kill the young master of the Heaven Wasteland Palace?" An angry roar came from afar. Then, a terrifying anger turned into an endless black storm that swept over. Chapter 22-34. They came at just the right time. Lin Fei was glad that the little fiend was monitoring the surroundings. There was no need to say anything. When the Overlord clones from Heaven Wasteland Palace saw the young master's body on the ground, they immediately launched a fierce attack. The remaining Overlords could not withstand the wrath of the Overlords and were killed on the spot. They fell from the sky and their bodies were torn into pieces. "Nether Palace, you've gone too far." Wei Shuanglin did not know that the young master of Heaven Wasteland Palace was dead. He was enraged by the fierce attack. "So what if you're from Heaven Wasteland Palace? You can't kill people from Nether Palace." Both of them were early-stage overlords. Therefore, the two of them fought fiercely. It was earth-shattering. The entire barren area was alarmed. The sacred realm is the sacred realm. Lin Fei pretended to be sent flying and took the opportunity to leave the battlefield. "Fight, fight with all your might. If you don't fight, how can I fish in troubled waters?" Lin Fei was very happy to see this. The people from Nether Palace were dead. The young master of Heaven Wasteland Palace was dead. Both sides could not calm down. This is not enough. Lin Fei thought for a while. He had to do something. "I have to look for it. Where did the sacred beast go?" The commotion in the barren area could not be hidden. Especially the aura of the overlords. Even the experts from Nether Palace could sense it. They all looked toward this area. The sacred beast, the rainbow peacock, continued to flee. His pursuers followed behind him. "Young master, this is great. The rainbow peacock is here." There were many young masters in the barren area. For example, this young master was the young master of the Vice Palace Master of Nether Palace. He was also here to reap benefits. He had 7 or 8 overlords with him. The sacred beast is injured. Use the formation to trap it. Nether Palace was rich. In order to capture the sacred beast, they naturally brought formation flags. The formation flags were activated. They locked onto an area. Hundreds of formation flags spread out and trapped the sacred beast in the formation. If the sacred beast was at its peak, it would not care about this formation. However, it was injured and could not break the formation. "Ha ha ha, I'm so lucky." The young master laughed out loud. What a great contribution. While they were trapping the holy beast, Lin Fei secretly followed them. "Holy beast. Holy beast, you're lucky to have met me." Lin Fei laughed. At this moment, a holy beast was far less important than the three minds. With a casual glance, Lin Fei smiled. I was just worried that no one would do it. With them around, it would be hard for the Heaven Wasteland Palace not to be blamed. Our Heaven Wasteland Palace has taken a liking to the Rainbow Peacock. You are not qualified to have it. Just like before, the dull sound reverberated above everyone's heads. A dangerous aura followed. A gigantic hand descended from the sky. He slammed it down heavily. Rumble. The array that trapped the Rainbow Peacock was broken. The young masters from the Nether Realm suffered a devastating blow and were all smashed into meat pies. The seven-colored peacock regained its freedom, but it didn't leave. Instead, it raised its head and looked in the direction of Lin Fei. As expected of a saint beast, you can even sense it. Lin Fei shook his body, concealing the aura on his body and revealing his figure. Laozi is not interested in you. You can run, as far as you can. Lin Fei didn't care if the holy beast could understand his meaning. If you don't run faster, you will be caught. From then on, you will have no freedom and will be controlled by others. You're letting me go? A tender voice sounded. It came from the mouth of the Rainbow Peacock. You're not going to take me back. Lin Fei would be stupid to take the holy beast away. Perhaps there was a large wave of experts rushing here. Bringing the holy beast with him was tantamount to a ticking time bomb. He wouldn't be stupid enough to do that. Go, go. Lin Fei waved his hand, I'm not interested in you. Master, there is a group of powerful people outside. Their aura is almost the same as the holy beast. The little demon suddenly reminded. Despicable human race, our holy beast clan was also attacked by you. Suddenly, a dangerous aura came, and at the same time, a furious shout came. Two blade lights like the wind came from the left and right, tearing a huge hole in the void. This attack definitely reached the level of a giant expert. Damn it, holy beast clan. Although Lin Fei was not a giant expert, he was still an awesome existence with a system. His invincible defense was instantly activated. Using his hand as a blade, he slashed out two blades and broke the opponent's attack. In the void, there was a cry of alarm. This guy is difficult to deal with. Everyone, go together and destroy the giant expert of the human race. Lin Fei was not interested in wasting the source energy unit here. That blade easily broke the opponent's attack. The second time he attacked, it was no longer one person, but 5 people. 5 giant experts attacked. Your holy beast clan is awesome, but our Heaven Wasteland Palace is not to be trifled with. If you have the ability, just wait and see. Lin Fei tore open the void and drilled in. In a few breaths, he disappeared without a trace. Damn it, my energy. Even if Lin Fei left calmly, he was affected by the giant expert's attack and consumed a lot of energy units. For example, the source energy unit. This thing was used less and less. Lin Fei felt the pinch more than anyone. I remember now. This time, I don't need to deliberately cause trouble. The Holy Beast clan will not let them go. Now, those people are going to suffer. Lin Fei found the information about the Holy Beast clan. The Holy Beast clan was also a force in the Holy World. Although they did not control as many worlds as the human race, they still controlled a small holy world. Almost all the holy beasts lived in the small holy world. Although they only controlled a small holy world, the Holy Beast clan's influence was not low. They were almost invincible in the same realm. Not everyone in the holy world dared to offend them. The Holy Beast clan was famous for protecting their own. Whoever was targeted by them was destined to be unlucky. In the human world, many powerful forces were destroyed by the Holy Beast clan. The premise was that the human race had offended the Holy Beast clan. Especially the Holy Beast clan that was born in other worlds. Once the Holy Beast clan knew about it, they would definitely come to ask for it. They should be here to take the rainbow peacock away. Maybe there will be a battle during this period. This is no longer my problem. I should take the opportunity to go to the mine. At the place where Lin Fei left, 5 people appeared beside the rainbow peacock. These 5 people had the aura of holy beasts. Don't be afraid. We are from the Holy Beast clan. We are here to bring you back. A blue-clothed woman emitted a friendly aura. You shouldn't have been born too long ago, so you can't transform yet. This is a transformation technique unique to our Saint Beast clan. You only need to cultivate for a moment and you can transform. A technique turned into Jianghu and entered the rainbow peacock's mind. Who was that person just now? He could actually block the attacks of the 5 of us. The lady in blue turned around and said, Heaven Wasteland Palace doesn't seem to have many people like that. Chapter 22:35. The sacred beasts had come for the rainbow peacock. They had come in person to buy 5 hegemon-level experts at once. Their battle prowess was not to be underestimated, especially when they had returned to their original state. The appearance of the 5 sacred beasts was like a bomb in the desolate area. Heaven Wasteland Palace, Nether Palace, you've gone too far. The 5 sacred beasts were furious to see their members injured. The sacred beasts were not as powerful as they used to be, so every member was very precious. Seeing the sacred beast rainbow peacock in such a pitiful state, it was a huge blow to them. They were extremely resentful towards the human race. In order to bring the rainbow peacock back, the 5 suppressed their anger and didn't attack the 2 major forces. We have to add fuel to the fire. Lin Fei was hiding far away, but he had no intention of leaving. The 2 hegemons of the Heaven Wasteland Palace and the Nether Palace were still fighting. This was a rare opportunity for Lin Fei, and he did not want to miss it. He had to provoke the sacred beasts no matter what. I'll have to trouble you guys. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed as he launched an attack at the 5 sacred beasts from a distance. The rainbow peacock, the Nether Palace wants it. Get lost. A terrifying palm fell from the sky. Lin Fei didn't make too much noise and kept it within a certain range. Shameless human race. Despicable. The sacred beasts were furious. The 5 of them joined forces and their strength was unimaginable. They withstood the attack, but their faces were extremely solemn. They almost couldn't withstand the attack. Oh no, he's taken the peacock. While they were defending, the rainbow peacock that was about to transform was caught by a giant hand. A few seconds later, it disappeared in front of them. Chase. Whoosh. 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 The 5 of them turned into their original forms and the aura of the sacred beast spread. The 2 hegemons of the Heaven Wasteland Palace and the Nether Palace were shocked. Because the sacred beasts were coming for them. The 2 of them were early-stage hegemons. Either one of them would be in danger if they fought against a sacred beast. They didn't dare to continue fighting. Elder Wei. The Saint Beast has been captured. Hurry up and stop them. Wei Shuanglin was shocked. I've already sealed the sacred beast, Rainbow Peacock. I'll stop them. You take it back to the Nether Palace immediately. Catch. Without waiting for Wei Shuanglin to think, a stream of light rushed towards him. It was the sealed sacred beast, the Rainbow Peacock. Wei Shuanglin was wary of the holy beast race. Now that a great reward had arrived, he reached out to grab the holy beast without hesitation and shouted, "This is the Nether Realm. It's not your sacred beast's turn to be arrogant." Anyone would subconsciously ignore something else. Even if Wei Shuanglin had his suspicions, with the saint beasts in front of him and in addition to his bursting confidence, he really didn't care. After all, this was the Nether Realm. No matter how tyrannical the saint beasts were, they still had to follow the rules. It was impossible for them to tear off all pretense of cordiality. With this attitude, Wei Shuanglin only had one thought in his mind. I've made a great contribution. A trace of reluctance flashed in the eyes of the nearby Heaven Desolate Palace experts. Why should the Netherworld Palace pick up all the benefits? He charged at Wei Shuanglin with a deadly attack. You dare to launch a sneak attack? Wei Shuanglin was furious. He wished he could destroy the other party. I launched a sneak attack, what can you do? You're courting death. Lin Fei saw everything. How could he let the experts of Heaven Desolate Palace cause trouble? He couldn't let his energy units go to waste. Heaven Desolate Palace, you're courting death. In the void. The energy units transformed into a blade. With an untraceable angle, the blade struck the expert of Heaven Desolate Palace, sending him flying and vomiting blood in midair. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Several sounds of the air being split could be heard. The attack was too fast. The doppelganger of Heaven Desolate Palace spat out a mouthful of blood and only had 30 to 40% of his combat strength left. His eyes were filled with shock. Heaven Desolate Palace will remember this. To be able to make an expert of Heaven Desolate Palace vomit blood, he was at least a mid-level giant expert. This giant expert of Heaven Desolate Palace hated Nether Palace to death. They were really shameless to bully the weak. Moreover, they had killed young Lord Zhan. Wei Shuanglin was full of confidence. He grabbed the flying sacred beast and ran to the nearest Nether Palace branch. At the same time, he took out a message glyph to send back the news of the sacred beast so that he could get reinforcements. It's about time. Lin Fei wasn't so kind. The 5 experts of the Holy Beast race would inevitably turn the Nether realm upside down. Lin Fei was confident of this. After attacking the 5 sacred beast experts, Lin Fei gave up and withdrew his aura as if he had never appeared. Chase. Despicable humans. The 5 overlords of the Sacred Beast clan had huge bodies that blotted out the sky. At this moment, all of them were enraged. Who didn't know that the Sacred Beast clan was protective of their own? The fact that the Netherworld Palace dared to capture the Rainbow Peacock showed that they didn't put them in their eyes, let alone the Sacred Beast clan. The Nether Palace had to face the wrath of the Sacred Beast race. The 5 giants of the Sacred Beast race were unbelievably fierce. Without any obstacles, they easily caught up to Wei Shuanglin and locked their killing intent on him. His hair stood on end as great fear enveloped him. Quick, activate the formation and stop them. Wei Shuanglin was also smart. He entered a large city and ordered the formation to be activated to stop the 5 sacred beasts outside so that he could buy time. Once the experts of the Nether Palace arrived, they would have to leave the Nether realm obediently. Boom! One of the 5 sacred beasts was the Crimson Ape Guardian Deity. He held a golden hammer and smashed it at the city. The city shook with a loud bang. The golden hammer smashed 3 times in a row, and the formation collapsed. More than half of the city was turned into ruins. Hand over our people. The 5 sacred beasts attacked one-sidedly as soon as they entered. Wei Shuanglin was so scared that he didn't dare to stay and fled in a panic. 1 city. 2 cities. 3 cities. One city after another was turned into ruins in front of the 5 sacred beasts, fully displaying the ferocity and violence of the sacred beasts. Wei Shuanglin grabbed the Rainbow Peacock tightly in order to make a great contribution. Hee, the Nether Palace is in trouble. Lin Fei didn't follow. There was no need to do so. They came at the right time. A big fight is inevitable. I can go to the oars now. A group of red dots appeared on the system to support him. It was needless to say that they were the experts of the Nether Palace. Master, the 3 experts in charge of the 3 mining areas of the Star Mine have been dispatched. Little Devil sent a piece of good news. Right, it seems that the experts of the Heaven Wasteland Palace have also come to the border of the barren area. They seem to have heard that their young master was killed. Lin Fei was even happier. Chapter 2236. The 5 leaders of the Sacred Beast clan were filled with rage. The Netherworld Palace had gone too far. Under the fury, cities were destroyed one after another. There was no need to do anything, just a small movement, and the city would be turned into ruins. The forces in the cities were in big trouble. Those who were fast were still fine, but those who were slow were crushed to pieces by the sacred beasts. They were too furious. The sacred beasts knew that they were from the Sacred Beasts clan, but they still dared to capture them. The sacred beasts were known for their bad tempers, and they rarely entered the human world. The Netherworld Palace's actions had completely enraged the sacred beasts. After the anger, the sacred beasts brought destruction. Nothing could stop the sacred beasts' wrath. The Netherworld Palace's branches were torn to pieces. The half-step sacred beasts were also unlucky. They were either killed with a slap or eaten in one bite. The Netherworld Palace had suffered great losses in a short time. Wei Shuanglin could only hold on. He had to bring the sacred beasts back no matter what. As long as he could control the sacred beasts, no matter how many half-step sacred beasts died, he could make up for the loss. I underestimated the sacred beasts' power. Lin Fei rushed to the mining area while paying attention to the Netherworld realm's movements. The more people come, the better. Once the seal is broken, it will be very interesting. Lin Fei wasn't so kind as to give the sacred beasts to the Netherworld Palace. He only needed to seal the sacred beasts, and Lin Fei could break the seal with just a thought. Master, there are 6 or 7 sacred beasts from the Heaven Wasteland domain. Do you want to see them? Is there a problem? With 6 or 7 sacred beasts gathered, Lin Fei didn't dare to be careless even if they were the clones of the sacred beasts. They won't be able to sense it. That's good. The scene changed and he arrived at the border of the barren area. At the border, there was an expert of the Heaven Wasteland Palace who was vomiting blood. He was standing in front of a middle-aged man in silver armor. Elder Yen, young master died a pitiful death. You must avenge him. Ing Huoming said angrily. The Netherworld Palace has gone too far this time. Ing Huoming was the early-stage Sacred Beasts realm expert who was vomited blood by Lin Fei. Elder Yen had a very high status in the Heaven Desolate Palace. At the same time, he was also a member of the young master's faction. Now that the young master was dead, it would definitely be troublesome. As soon as he found out about the situation, he rushed over. The matter was too big. He had no choice but to come. The Netherworld Palace has completely shed all pretense of cordiality with our Heaven Wasteland Palace. Elder Yan's face darkened as he pondered how to minimize the impact of this matter. If this matter was not resolved well, it would be difficult for him to explain himself to the Sacred Master. If his luck was bad, he would only be able to sit on the bench in the Heaven Desolate Palace from now on, and this was not something he wanted to see. Elder Yen, 5 leaders from the Holy Beast race are chasing after Wei Shuanglin from the Nether Palace. Do you think we should take this opportunity to strike? Ing Huoming said cautiously. Elder Yan's eyes lit up. The Nether Palace has no choice but to pay a price when facing a dozen Overlord experts. Lin Fei not only saw it clearly, but also heard it clearly through the surveillance. Elder Yen led his men in the direction of the Holy Beast race. Lin Fei knew that the Nether Palace would lose a few Overlord experts this time. Even the avatar of an Overlord expert would need a long time to recover. In fact, Lin Fei had guessed correctly. When they heard that the 5 Overlords were chasing after the experts of the Nether Palace, they also had an idea. The only thing they could do was to kill a few Overlord experts of the Nether Palace and try to bring the Sacred Beast back. Lin Fei returned to the star mine as soon as possible. The formation on the mine was still active. Lin Fei did not use force and turned into Muguang. He hurried into the mine. Since the Overlord experts had gone to help, there was nothing for Lin Fei to worry about. The remaining few half-step Overlords were not worth his attention. Currently, 5 overlords of the Nether Realm were in turmoil. Lin Fei naturally wanted to fish in troubled waters and cause trouble for a while. The Star Stone Mine was the first. I'm sorry. These star ores, this old man wants them. Lin Fei blasted open a cave in the mine. This place was filled with star stones that had been excavated. The remaining half-step giants were also guarding this place, guarding the star stones. How did you get in? The half-step overlords were shocked. Even overlord experts could not force their way in when the formation was activated. A mere formation is nothing in front of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Lin Fei threw out these words and launched an attack. The half-step overlords were all killed by Lin Fei in a flash, leaving behind a few corpses. Can I control this formation? Even if I can't, I have to change the formation flag. Lin Fei quickly killed the half-step overlords and some combat emperors. As for the rest, he dispatched the combat emperor army to take control of the Star Stone Mine. That's easy. Inside the formation, the little devil did not disappoint Lin Fei and quickly changed the formation. If the Nether Palace knew about this, they would probably vomit blood. The formation that was used to prevent outsiders from entering was controlled by an outsider and used against them. Nice. Lin Fei stored all the star stones in his storage ring. Or rat? Can you do it? It was a very ordinary name. It was used by Lin Fei to mine ores. This is a special existence in the endless world. They love to chew on ores, and ores of any grade are their targets. After being modified by the system, they are the best mining race in the world. There's no need to worry about the entire process. This special or rat was very cheap. Lin Fei could only rely on these little things. In reality, Lin Fei had still underestimated the little creature's power. As soon as they entered the vein, even miners would need time to digest the hard star stones. In the eyes of the little creature, the star stones were crushed in 2 or 3 bites and swallowed into its stomach. Lin Fei was dumbfounded by this scene. What a terrifying efficiency. Lin Fei was relieved. Exchange for another batch. On the other side, the experts of the Nether Palace came to support Wei Shuanglin. As soon as the two sides clashed, an intense battle broke out. The nearby cities were unlucky and were completely destroyed. It was almost impossible to see the appearance of the cities. The 5 sacred beasts were extremely ferocious. In their original state, they were invincible among those of the same level. The Nether Palace was not easy to deal with. After all, this was their base. In the end, it turned into 15 overlords attacking the 5 sacred beasts. This was the strength of the sacred beasts. If it was a human, they would definitely die. Even so, the sacred beasts were under great pressure. At this moment, Elder Yen appeared with his men and joined the battle to help the sacred beasts deal with the Nether Palace. Chapter 2237. The Nether Realm was in chaos. The 5 powerhouses of the Holy Beast tribe were invincible in their true forms. They were like bulldozers, destroying one city after another. Just a casual attack from them was enough to crush everything. The Nether Palace had sent out 15 experts to barely suppress the 5 sacred beast race experts and slowly turned the situation around. However, the intervention of the Heaven Wasteland Palace changed the situation again. The Heaven Wasteland Palace took advantage of the situation to weaken the Nether Palace. Originally, the 2 small sacred realms didn't interfere with each other's business. However, the Nether Palace had to give them an explanation no matter what. They were standing on the side of reason. The 5 experts of the sacred beast race gathered together in order to bring their companion back. The Nether Palace was in big trouble. The Nether Palace's strength is terrifying. The 5 experts of the sacred beast race are also very powerful. They are very durable. Lin Fei wasn't idle either. Lin Fei wasn't satisfied after taking over the Star Stone Mine. He couldn't miss such a good opportunity. He took over 2 mines while others weren't paying attention. Lin Fei was in control of the 3 important mines. His war emperors came in handy. The efficiency of the special or rat was abnormally fast, far exceeding Lin Fei's expectations. Amazing! The entire mine was filled with ore rats. They dug out the ores one by one. The efficiency was much faster than his subordinates digging. There was no comparison. Good, that's for the best. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this efficiency. At this speed, it shouldn't take long to empty the 3 mines. 1 or 2 days at most. 1 or 2 days. Lin Fei's gaze turned to the battlefield outside a city. Ever since the Sacred Beast race and the Heaven Wasteland Palace intervened, the Nether Palace had suffered great losses. The Nether Palace had suffered a great loss. Their city was destroyed, their half-step magnates were killed, and a few of their magnates were severely injured. It could be said that the Nether Palace had lost a lot of face this time. The forces of the Nether Realm remained silent and looked on coldly. At the same time, they secretly recalled their potential disciples so that they wouldn't be affected by the battle. They would feel pain if any of them died. This was a storm. The palace master of the Nether Palace naturally couldn't sit still. The Sacred Beast race was not to be trifled with. Everyone knew that they were famous for being protective of their own. They had a violent temper, and basically, anyone who offended them would not pay a price. Don't even think about making the Sacred Beast stop. There was no need to mention the Heaven Wasteland Palace. As neighbors, it was inevitable that there would be friction between them. Now that the experts of the Sacred Beast clan were ganging up on the experts of the Netherworld Palace, it was tantamount to crossing the line. Old Flame, what do you mean by this? The experts of the Sacred Beast clan and the Heaven Wasteland Palace crushed the experts of the Nether Palace. The Nether Palace's palace master, Yu Jiutian, appeared with his people. He glared at them but didn't attack. If he really made a move, in the eyes of outsiders, it would be a big hat of bullying the weak. It would not be good if word got out. Yu Jiutian, we've never interfered with each other's business, yet you actually dared to capture our race's sacred beast. I saw it with my own eyes, and the evidence is conclusive. What explanation do you have? The Crimson Ape Vajra waved its large copper hammer, and the 3 big shots powerhouses could only defend themselves. An ominous glint shone. Palace Master you still have the nerve to say that your Nether Palace killed our young master Zhan Xiaohuang. How are you going to explain this? If you don't give me an explanation, I won't let this matter rest. Elder Yen was furious. Yu Jiutian didn't know why the people of the Heaven Wasteland Palace took the initiative to attack. When he heard about this matter, his head immediately swelled, especially when the one who died was Zhan Xiaohuang. How is that possible? Yu Jiutian wouldn't admit to it. The Nether Palace would never do such a thing. Elder Yen sneered. Don't quibble. I saw the young master's death with my own eyes. Your Nether Palace killed someone, but you won't admit it. You've learned something new. At this time, Elder Yen wouldn't let go of the Nether Palace. Lin Fei was excited to see the Heaven Wasteland Palace bite the Nether Palace. Lin Fei was undoubtedly happy to see the Heaven Wasteland Palace bite the Nether Palace. This time, they wouldn't be able to wash themselves clean even if they jumped into the Yellow River. That's not enough. I need to add more fuel to the fire. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. The sacred beast Rainbow Peacock that Wei Shuanglin had captured was being guarded by a few half-step magnates. They were also far away from the battlefield. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sacred beast Rainbow Peacock that was originally sealed suddenly launched an attack. Its huge body moved, and its wings were like blades that slashed across the half-step magnates. The half-step magnate's physique wasn't comparable to that of the sacred beast, so they turned into pieces of corpses that fell from the sky. The sacred beast Rainbow Peacock regained its freedom. The captured sacred beast Rainbow Peacock was furious. The sacred beast rainbow peacock swept toward the crowd with seven-colored divine radiance. In an instant, the people of the Nether Palace were immediately attacked by a destructive attack. This was the furious attack of the sacred beast rainbow peacock. Whoosh! The half-step magnates fell from the sky one after another. Instant kill. The magnates experts were slightly better off, but they all vomited blood. They were caught off guard because no one expected the sacred beast to break the seal. You can die for touching the people of the sacred beast clan. The Crimson Apevidra had the worst temper. Taking advantage of the rainbow peacock's attack, he smashed an injured giant expert with his big bronze hammer. His flesh was badly mangled, and he died on the spot. This time, the Nether Palace's magnates were out of luck. The 5 experts of the Sacred Beast clan and the Heavenly Desolate Palace's experts had a strange tacit understanding and killed 5 early-stage magnates on the spot. You're courting death. As the palace lord, Yu Jiutian wanted to minimize this matter, but the sudden scene caused the Nether Palace to lose 5 magnates. Yu Jiutian's heart was bleeding. The palace lord was completely enraged. The Nether Palace had lost 5 magnates, which was equivalent to a loss of vitality. As the palace lord, if he didn't do anything, the Nether Palace would become a laughing stock in the future. An angry Yu Jiutian was very terrifying. After all, he was a late-stage magnate expert. Soul-splitting palm. 5 magnates. They're too cruel. This time, the Nether Palace is going to vomit blood. Lin Fei, who had been watching, sucked in a cold breath. He's attacking. So fast. Yu Jiutian's attack speed was far more terrifying than Lin Fei had imagined. The late-stage magnate expert only needed 1 palm to seriously injure the 5 magnates and the experts of the Heavenly Desolate Palace. They all vomited blood. How dare you come to the Nether Realm and kill the people of the Nether Palace? You don't have to leave. Yu Jiutian heavily injured them with 1 palm and slapped them again. Their expressions changed when they saw this palm. The late-stage magnates were far more terrifying than they had imagined. Palace Lord you have a temper. On the Heavenly Desolate Palace's side, a terrifying aura descended and blocked in front of them. A punch collided and set off a terrifying shockwave. This person didn't move, and the experts of the Heavenly Desolate Palace behind him weren't affected at all. Chapter 2238. The late-stage experts of the Sacred Beast race and the Palace Master of the Heaven Wasteland Palace changed the situation once again. Yu Jiutian was up against 2 experts of the same level. The Heaven Wasteland Palace side was easier to deal with. After all, they were experts of the same level, but the Palace Master was different. The late-stage experts of the Sacred Beast race were far stronger than him. The pressure of the 3 late-stage experts made everyone feel like they were suffocating. The Palace Master of the Heaven Wasteland Palace didn't make a move. Instead, it was the experts of the Sacred Beast race who made the first move. Yu Jiutian had no choice but to fight back. Crushed. In the end, Yu Jiutian was forced to take out the treasure of the Nether Palace and block the fierce attacks, but he also lost face in front of everyone. The Sacred Beast race is not so easily bullied. If there's a next time, the Sacred Beast race won't mind starting a war. The expert of the Sacred Beast race threw out these words and swept up the 6 experts with a wave of his hand. He tore open the void and left the Nether Realm. From beginning to end, Yu Jiutian didn't stop them. The Sacred Beast race was full of madmen. There was no need for him to offend a bunch of madmen. As soon as the Sacred Beast race left, the Palace Master of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, Zhan Dihao, bluntly attacked Yu Jiutian and demanded an explanation. The Sacred Beast race is full of madmen. Lin Fei had a deeper understanding of the Sacred Beast race. No wonder the forces of the Holy World didn't dare to offend them. Even when hunting sacred beasts, they had to be sneaky. He was more or less disappointed that the Sacred Beast race didn't fight with the Nether Palace. However, it wasn't like Lin Fei didn't gain anything. He had witnessed the power of a late-stage expert. The Nether Palace and the Heaven Wasteland Palace didn't continue fighting as Lin Fei had expected. The death of a son wasn't a big deal for an overlord. The most important thing was how to benefit from this matter. The Nether Palace had lost a giant expert under the attack of the two forces, which was enough to weaken a portion of the Nether Palace's strength. What followed next was a war of words. Invisibly, the conflict between the two deepened once again. This was something that Lin Fei was happy to see. You're saying that your seal was automatically released? In the space of the Saint's world. Malone was very surprised. When he heard Kong Sheng's words, he frowned. Kong Sheng was the name of the rainbow peacock. In a short period of time, it completely transformed into a young man. The power of the seal was very strong. I kept trying to break it, but it didn't have much effect. In the end, the power of the seal disappeared, and I was free. I killed those bastards and caught them off guard. I can guarantee that it was that person who broke it. The other 5 sacred beasts were extremely shocked. Is there someone hiding in the void? That's impossible. With our strength, it's impossible for someone to hide beside us without us noticing. Is there a mistake? They were all giant powerhouses. If someone was lurking around, if they could not sense it, then that person's strength was too terrifying. Malone was the one who had attacked Yu Jiutian. He was also a top-notch existence among the sacred beasts. Now that there was someone hiding around, this person's goal was not simple. Stop. Malone raised his hand, signaling for everyone to stop. Who is it? Come out. As expected of an expert of the sacred beasts. I've admired you for a long time. A blurry figure descended from the void and appeared in front of Malone. Brother Ma, it's him. He's the person who sealed me back then. Kong Sheng had a complicated look in his eyes. He would never forget this person's aura for the rest of his life. He was the one who attacked. Otherwise, he would not have been able to last until Brother Ma and the others arrived. Malone tried to see through the other party. The other party was completely condensed from energy. There was nothing to see. You flatter me, sir. Malone said. I'm rather curious about why you stopped us. Why did you stop us? The person who descended was naturally Lin Fei. The sacred beasts were also a powerful force that controlled a small sacred realm. It would be a pity if Lin Fei did not do anything. Actually, I just want to make a deal with the sacred beasts, a deal that you won't refuse. A deal? At the Star Stone Mine. Lin Fei smiled as he watched Ma Long of the sacred beasts leave. I don't think anyone can refuse such a benefit, unless they're fools. After withdrawing his gaze, Lin Fei turned back to the battlefield. The people of the Netherworld Palace and the Heaven Wasteland Palace had already left. Lin Fei was not interested in checking out the situation. His goal was accomplished anyway. The Star Stone Mine and the other 2 mines had already dug out 20 to 30% of the ores. In about 2 days, they could pack up and leave. Yu Jiutian still could not understand why his subordinates would kill Zhang Dihao's son. However, Zhang Dihao had accused the Netherworld Palace, and Yu Jiutian could not find any reason to refute. At this moment, Yu Jiutian was full of grievances. Men, investigate this matter clearly for this empress. He suppressed his anger with great difficulty. Half a day later, bad news came. Palace Master, something bad has happened. 3 of our mines have been occupied. The Netherworld Palace controlled countless mines. They did not care that 3 of them had been occupied. They could easily take them back with just a few experts. When Yu Jiutian learned that the 3 mines were the Star Stone Mine, the Blood Essence Stone Mine, and the Ghost Flame Mine, his face darkened. At the Star Stone Mine, people from the Netherworld Palace surrounded the array. But at this moment, all of them were fearful. Even the magnates were the same. They could not understand why the array could not be controlled and had become the enemy's weapon. For a moment, they did not dare to attack. This array was too terrifying. The previous fierce attack had caused countless casualties and even lost 5 half-step magnates and a magnate expert. With that as an example, no one dared to enter. This array had become the gate to hell, and anyone who entered would definitely die. Palace Lord is here. That's great. Yu Jiutian rushed over with a dark face. He could not help but be furious when he saw his subordinates outside the array. Why didn't you attack? These 3 mines were one of the most important to the Netherworld Palace. Now that they had lost 3 of them, how could they not be furious? It would have a great impact on the Netherworld Palace. Palace Lord, it's not that we don't want to attack, but the array is being controlled. We are powerless. The subordinate said helplessly. Chapter 2239. The array was under someone's control. The elders present were dumbfounded. Yu Jiutian of the Nether Palace was also dumbfounded. This was the array that they had specially set up for the mining area to defend against intruders. Who was so powerful that they could control the entire array? What a scam! Where's the array Grandmaster? Is there no way? Yu Jiutian wasn't in a good mood. They had just managed to suppress one incident and now another one popped up. Did they really think that the Nether Palace was a pushover? Palace Master, it's not that we can't do it, but the other party is too powerful. The array core has been changed and it's not something that can be broken in a short period of time. One of the array grandmasters said helplessly, logically speaking, it's impossible for outsiders to control our array. We can't figure it out either. The other party also has an array grandmaster. They must have been studying our array for a long time. We can't do anything in a short period of time. The array grandmasters of the Nether Palace were all very powerful. They weren't called grandmasters for nothing. 1 or 2 array grandmasters were fine, but all the array grandmasters present were helpless. Even the stupidest person could understand that the array was completely under the other party's control. Can't we use force? Yu Jiutian asked. It's very difficult. When this array was first set up, we were worried that it would be attacked, so we made a special arrangement so that it can still operate even when it's under attack. Yu Jiutian cared a lot about the mining area. He didn't care about ordinary mining areas, but these 3 were of great significance. If the Nether Palace lost these 3 mining areas, it would be a great loss. Yu Jiutian wanted to know who dared to steal from the Nether Palace's territory. The local forces were immediately overruled. They didn't have the courage or guts to do so. The external forces had a bigger motive. For example, the Heaven Wasteland Palace. To be able to occupy the mining area and control the array in such a short period of time, it was definitely the work of a major force. The Heaven Wasteland Palace was the most suspicious. Only they knew that the Nether Palace had mobilized their forces. The only thing they couldn't figure out was how they got in. The array of the mining area was always on. This was inconceivable. This consort only has one question. Can martial strength break it? Yu Jiutian's cold gaze swept across everyone. Sure. It's a must. The Nether Palace's foundation was terrifying. Yu Jiutian, the Palace Master, mobilized the power of the Nether Palace. Attacking the formation core, interesting. Outside the mining area. The experts of the Nether Palace gathered and started to attack the formation eyes according to the formation Grandmaster's order. They were trying to destroy the eye of the formation, thereby destroying the formation. It's a pity that this formation is no longer the one you saw before. It's a formation that has been strengthened by the system. It can't be broken by destroying the formation core. Lin Fei watched with a smile. He had to admit that the Nether Palace was terrifying. They joined forces to attack the formation's core, tearing open the void and capturing the location of the formation's core. Waves of thick and terrifying energy came crashing down on the formation's core. The entire formation rippled incessantly as if it was on the verge of collapse. The first formation I. The second formation I. The third formation I. The Nether Palace's attack was fierce and destroyed the formation's core one after another. The people inside, listen up. This Empress doesn't care who you are, but if you don't want to die, immediately open the formation and surrender. Otherwise, once the formation is broken, this Empress will definitely uproot the forces behind you. I'll make you beg for death. Yu Jiutian gritted his teeth at the mysterious person in the mining area. The only thing that Yu Jiutian was glad about was that no matter what force was inside, they had only taken a portion of the ore. The star ore was so hard that even battle emperors would have a hard time mining it. The efficiency was very low. Yu Jiutian wasn't worried at all. He wanted to see what force dared to steal from the Nether realm. Ha ha ha, the Nether Palace sure is arrogant. Uproot them? I'm from the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Come at me if you dare. Lin Fei laughed. The Heaven Wasteland Palace again. The elders and deacons behind Yu Jiutian were all furious. This time, the Nether Palace had suffered a great loss at the hands of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. If they hadn't intervened, the experts of the Sacred Beast clan wouldn't have been able to kill their people. They hated the Heaven Wasteland Palace more than the Sacred Beast clan. What, you have nothing to say? You killed the young master of the Heaven Wasteland Palace and took 3 of your mining areas. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei said proudly. Come at me if you dare. I'll wait for you. A cold light flashed in Yu Jiutian's eyes. As he had guessed, the Heaven Wasteland Palace was the most suspicious and only they could grasp the time. Don't stop, keep attacking. Although Yu Jiutian hated the Heaven Wasteland Palace, he didn't dare to bite them without evidence. Let's capture him first. It was that simple. The strength of the formation was completely beyond the imagination of the Nether Palace. It's about time to go. In just 2 days. Lin Fei had attracted their attention. The ores of the other 2 mining areas had also been dug out. Although there didn't seem to be any changes on the outside, the inside was actually empty. Empty shells. Lin Fei was satisfied. He could go back and improve the strength of his subordinates. Lin Fei wasn't interested in the matters of the Nether Palace and the Heaven Wasteland Palace. At most, it would just be a war of words. It's broken. Kill them. Capture the people of the Heaven Wasteland Palace alive. The last formation I was destroyed. Everyone rushed in. Where were they? When everyone came in, the entire mining area was quiet. Everyone looked at each other with a blank look on their faces. Search. The elders and deacons began to search. There's no one here. There's no one here either. There's no one here. Even when everyone covered the mining area with their divine senses, they couldn't find a single living person. They had disappeared into thin air. It was as if they had never appeared. Yu Jiutian came in immediately and covered the mining area with his divine sense. But they were really gone. There was no aura in the entire mining area in front of him. Where did they go? Yu Jiutian did not believe that there was someone who could change the array by himself and successfully control it. Furthermore, no one could leave his side. From start to finish, the entire mining area was under the surveillance of his divine sense. But even so, they were still gone. I don't believe it. Yu Jiutian stomped his foot angrily. Boom! A loud sound spread throughout the mining area. Everyone couldn't stand still. The ground cracked and dust flew. An unbelievable scene appeared. The mining area suddenly collapsed. The huge mining area collapsed in front of the elders and the area kept expanding. Then, a giant pit appeared in front of everyone. The star ores have all been dug out. Some powerhouses exclaimed. The next second, everyone was dumbfounded again. Chapter 2240. The Netherworld Palace became famous. There was no way to hide such a big thing. Especially those forces who were paying attention to it, they all thought that the Netherworld Palace was a joke. 3 top-grade mines were occupied, and not only that, the ores were completely dug out, leaving behind a huge pit. It was no less than a slap to their faces. Therefore, the Netherworld Palace became famous. At the same time, the Heaven Wasteland Palace became famous. The Netherworld Palace insisted that it was the Heaven Wasteland Palace's doing. As for the Heaven Wasteland Palace, they naturally would not admit it. When they first heard the news, their faces turned black. It was a blatant slander. Therefore, the 2 forces started a war of words. As the war of words dragged on, the Netherworld Palace could not take it anymore. For the sake of the Saint Beast, they lost a group of half-step magnates and 3 mines. The losses were huge. The Netherworld Palace and the Heaven Desolate Palace went from a war of words at the beginning to a war of words later on. They fought back and forth and fought fiercely. As the main culprit, Lin Fei was wholeheartedly building up the strength of his subordinates. Amazing! In another small sacred world. Wu Mingzhan was shocked when he heard about it. He understood without thinking that it was definitely Di Tian's doing. Almost no one knew about these 3 places except for him. To be able to empty 3 mines in such a short time, Wu Mingzhan thought that no one else besides Di Tian could do it. I still underestimated Di Tian's strength. Not many people could play with 2 top forces in the palm of their hands. I have to move around properly from now on. Wu Mingzhan did not feel the pinch at all when the 3 mines were emptied. Mysterious Sky World, Invincible Palace. Lin Fei was extracting 3 kinds of ores to increase the combat power of the battle emperors under him. Lin Fei was not interested in the Nether Realm, but he had arranged for the scouting flying insects to collect information. He also knew that the Nether Realm was in an uproar. The Netherworld Palace and the Heaven Wasteland Palace had both suffered casualties, so they would not suspect him for the time being. Master, this is the star-heavy armor. It was naturally made of star stones. A 3-dimensional dark green armor appeared in front of Lin Fei. It was simple and old. The star armor can increase the defense of a battle emperor to the level of a half-step overlord. Ordinary half-step magnates can forget about penetrating the star armor's defense. The little devil kept explaining. Lin Fei called for a war emperor ranker to wear this kind of star-heavy armor. Clang! After putting on the astral heavy armor, the battle emperor's attack power did not increase by much. However, his defensive power increased by several times. No matter how much Lin Fei attacked, his defensive power was still stable. Of course, Lin Fei's attack power remained at the level of a half-step giant. Good, this is really good stuff. How many star-heavy armors can you make in a day? We can produce 1,000 sets a day. Lin Fei frowned slightly at this number. He was not very satisfied. At the same time, each set of star-heavy armor will consume a portion of the source units. It was true that star stones were top-grade materials, but what truly allowed star stones to have heaven-defying defenses were units of origin energy. 1,000 sets it is. After 10 days, there will be 10,000 sets. Master, the slaughter spear has also been refined. The black spear revealed its sharpness. Lin Fei played with the black spear in his hand. It was a pitch-black spear. A cold light flickered, revealing an incomparably dangerous aura. The slaughter spear, together with the star-heavy armor, Master will have a heavy spear troop. Their combat power is comparable to a half-step giant ranker. The little devil said. Even a giant ranker will not be able to kill a heavy spear troop in one move. Wang Teng held the slaughter spear and stabbed forward. The Battle Emperor armor that was used as a test subject was pierced in one move. This kind of Battle Emperor armor was called the Silver Battle Armor. It had a strong defense, but in front of the slaughter spear, it was pierced in one move. Good, this is great. This kind of combat power was enough. How many can I make a day? 500 a day. This number was not very high. Lin Fei was very satisfied. With this batch of heavy spear troops, I have complete confidence in dealing with the undead spirits in the boundary wall battlefield. Lin Fei attached great importance to the boundary wall battlefield. If he could subdue those undead spirits, it would mean that he had control over a passage, and he would be able to come and go as he pleased without fear. What about the last material? The first two materials had broadened Lin Fei's horizons. As for the third material, he was very interested in it. The Blood Essence Stone is a special material, a treasure of the heavens and earth. It contains the essence of the heavens and earth from the moment it was born. In the eyes of outsiders, it might be not bad, but they would not be able to unleash its true power. The little devil said proudly, in Master's hands, the Blood Essence Stone can be purified into blood essence. Using the Blood Essence Stone can help you break through to the giant rancor realm. For example, if Master wants to reach the giant rancor realm, you just need to keep using the Blood Essence Stone. Lin Fei had never thought that the last Blood Essence Stone would be so powerful. Break through to the giant rancor realm? Although Lin Fei's combat power was not weak, there was still a gap between him and a true giant rancor. For example, in terms of vitality, there was a certain gap. For example, the giant rancor's vitality was especially strong, and it was not easy to kill them. So this is the Blood Essence Stone, it's really rare. The amount of blood essence in the bottle was not as much as Lin Fei expected. It was very small, but Lin Fei could sense a dense life force from it. Lin Fei drank it in one gulp. Once the Blood Essence Stone entered his mouth, it turned into endless vitality. Lin Fei felt as if he was floating in the air. His whole body was enriched and sublimated, it was a very mysterious realm. Master, you don't need to do anything now, just integrate the Blood Essence Stone into your body. So comfortable. The small amount of Blood Essence Stone took a full 3 days to digest. Lin Fei's spirit, qi, and spirit all improved. Could it be that breaking through to the giant rancor realm is a kind of upgrade in vitality? Lin Fei couldn't help but ponder. Although Lin Fei had only taken it once and his combat power did not increase, his vitality had changed to a certain extent. It was as if a door was opening in the dark, faintly discernible, very blurry. The Gate of Life. Lin Fei had devoured a half-step giant rancor, more or less obtaining some secrets. Especially breaking through to the giant rancor realm. As long as he could blast open the Gate of Life, he could advance to the giant rancor realm. As for how the people with the Gate of Life appeared, no one knew. Lin Fei dared to guarantee that the Gate of Life he sensed should exist, but it was currently too far away. If he continued to take it, he believed that he would get closer to the Gate of Life. Chapter 2241. Compared to the conflict between the Netherworld Palace and the Heaven Wasteland Palace, the mysterious Sky World was very peaceful. Those who dared to find trouble with Di Tian had disappeared without a trace. In the eyes of those great forces, Di Tian could be considered a duke. Unfortunately, this duke had offended too many people. Once he came to the sacred world, he would definitely not have a good ending. After paying attention for a while, everyone stopped paying attention. In any case, Di Tian did not dare to come to the sacred world. It was that simple. No one would like Di Tian. As time passed, the mysterious Sky World welcomed another lively day after half a year. The auction was about to begin. Even though everyone hated Di Tian, they were very interested in the things that Di Tian advertised. There were even rumors in private that Di Tian and the Curse Palace had a secret cooperation. According to the news from the Curse Palace, they had summoned all the geniuses back and sent them into a secret space. No one knew why, but it was rumored that it was related to Di Tian. Everyone was very interested in the things that Di Tian was auctioning. They realized that as long as they did not cause trouble in the mortal world and did not provoke Tion, they would be fine. A few days before the auction, the news came out again. Tion was auctioning combat emperors. Even curse mages. This news would definitely shock people. Everyone knew how terrifying combat emperors were, especially when they were 9-star combat emperors. They were only a step away from 10-star combat emperors. Who didn't know the power of curse mages? Compared to the combat emperors around Tion, they were more concerned about curse mages. If they could get a few of them, it would be very flashy. Who wouldn't look up to them? In the eyes of the young people in the sacred world, Tion was their idol. Only Tion could offend all the great forces and still live freely. Even though he could not go to the sacred world, he could still live freely. As soon as the news spread, it reached the ears of all the forces in the sacred world. Private visit? None of them. Lin Fei was not in the mood to receive the visits from the forces. In the end, he wanted to get curse mages to increase his own strength. This time, Lin Fei was going to auction sword slaves and curse mages. He believed that the market for these two types of slave soldiers would definitely be very popular. Lin Fei looked down on the saber slave and the sword slave since he had a heavy armored spearman that was comparable to a half-step magnate. In the past, he had used the heavy armored spearman to fight against Daoist. In the end, Daoist had been pierced into a hornet's nest by a single charge. It had been directly crushed. Lin Fei was now preparing to nurture a heavy gunner to become a good card in his hand. Although the ordinary saber slaves and sword slaves were not bad, they were far from being comparable to the heavily armed spearmen. Lin Fei decided to auction them off and exchange them for resources. He was not at a disadvantage at all. 10,000 saber slaves, 10,000 sword slaves, and 1,000 curse masters. This was deliberately spread by Lin Fei. After confirming the news, the major forces arrived one after another. In an instant, the profound sky world became lively once again. With regards to Tion auctioning the Battle Emperor, there were both good and bad words. Those minor powers could only feel their eyes turning red with envy, silently cursing Tion for not knowing what's good for him. He actually took out a Battle Emperor for auction. He wouldn't take it out even if he was beaten to death. The others applauded. This would increase the strength of their sects, and they could even be used as cannon fodder at a critical moment. Where else could they find such a good thing? Especially conjurer mages. In the entire sacred world, apart from the Curse Palace, no one else had mastered it. Only a few apprentice conjurer mages circulated outside, and their combat power was not very strong. Now that there were War Emperor-level conjurer mages, even if he brought them along, he could also show them off when he went out. This time, those who came to the profound sky world were basically the clones of the major powers. Although they hated Tion, they could not help but want to buy some saber slaves and sword slaves back. At the same time, they brought batches of or resources and exchanged them for the black gold card. On the day of the auction, most of the major forces in the sacred world had come. Apart from some of the top forces who did not come, they had strong foundations and did not really care about these saber slaves and sword slaves. The only ones they were interested in were the conjurer mages. This time, those who participated in the auction had to buy a ticket to enter. 100,000 energy points. Many people scolded Tion for being shameless. How could he do such a thing, even charging for an auction? In Lin Fei's words, it was to prevent people from taking advantage of the situation and causing trouble. Although everyone was unhappy, they still bought tickets to enter in order to block the crowd. It was just 100,000 energy points, it was really nothing. Tion is really bold, he is not worried that he will become someone else's wedding dress. Yeah, if it was me, I would definitely not be able to do it. In the auction hall, some old acquaintances gathered together and discussed. Everyone wanted to eat a batch of battle emperors in the auction. These weren't 1-star battle emperors, they were 9-star battle emperors. Just one of them was enough to oversee a family or a sect and become a local tyrant. When everyone had arrived, the auction began. It was still the auctioneer from the previous time, but he was even more daring than before. According to His Majesty, no one in the profound sky world would dare to act recklessly unless they were courting death. The auctioneer was naturally bold. His Majesty was really awesome. Today, we will be auctioning War Emperor-level saber slaves, sword slaves, and conjurer mages. Now, we will be auctioning saber slaves. Every 1,000 saber slaves will form a group, there will be a total of 10 groups. This opportunity cannot be missed, everyone, don't miss it. As the auctioneer announced the start of the auction, the first batch of saber slaves was sent up, making everyone's eyes turn red. Really? Genuine goods at fair prices, honest to all. Snatch, snatch with all your might. Backstage, Lin Fei was all smiles. The bidding for the saber slaves was very intense, and the price quickly rose to more than 2 billion energy points. The first group of saber slaves was quickly bought by a major force for 2.8 billion energy points. With the first saber slave as the starting point, the competition was very intense every time. 1,009 stars War Emperors were a great help. The price of each subsequent group was around 3 billion energy points. After 10 groups, Lin Fei obtained more than 30 billion energy points. The price of the sword slaves was about the same, and he also obtained more than 30 billion energy points. 1,000 conjurer mages, the competition was even more intense. 100 saber slaves formed a group, a total of 10 groups. The conjurer mages were very envious, and the price soared to 5 billion energy points. Compared to the saber slaves and sword slaves, everyone was more envious of the conjurer mages, but unfortunately, there were too few of them. In order to compete for the conjurer mages, the major forces were chasing after each other, and no one wanted to give up on the conjurer mages. The price became higher and higher, and in the end, it reached 7 to 8 billion energy points. This was a priceless item, and besides the profound sky world, no one could get their hands on it. 1,000 conjurer mages directly contributed 100 billion energy points to Lin Fei. The smile on Lin Fei's face became even more radiant. After the auction ended, the auctioneer went on stage again and threw out a sentence. Now, let's invite the final treasure onto the stage. The conjurer mages refined from the origin source branch. Chapter 2242. That fellow Di Tian is completely reckless. Mysterious Tianxian world, invincible city, in a house. He's going to change the power structure. How dare he say he's going to hold an auction every 6 months? In the house, a few people sat together with different expressions. Some of them were gritting their teeth. There were 2 days left until the end of the auction. However, to the forces of the sacred world, Di Tian's actions were beyond everyone's expectations. First, he auctioned battle emperors, curse mages, and then the divine weapons refined from the origin source branch. The auction held by Di Tian was a success. The entire sacred world remembered Di Tian. No one dared to ignore him anymore. This guy was starting to affect the power structure of the sacred world. Should we contact Di Tian privately? I'm sure he wouldn't mind selling some sword slaves and saber slaves. Although they said that Di Tian was wrong, they still wanted to work with Di Tian privately. For example, to get some curse mages. We have to contact him. Similar things kept happening in Invincible City. The first auction was very successful. The bidding for the curse mages was very intense, and they were sold at a high price. The weapons refined from the origin source branch pushed the auction to its peak. Even though there were only 4 treasures being auctioned, when used with the sword slaves and curse mages, they were almost comparable to a half-step giant powerhouse. Who would want to miss such a good opportunity? After the auction ended, The major forces bought houses in Invincible City and left their confidants behind to build their strongholds. In an instant, the residents of Invincible City made a lot of money. On Lin Fei's side, he was grinning from ear to ear. A tycoon was indeed a tycoon. He had gained a lot. He had made up for his losses. After the auction ended, Lin Fei even announced that he would hold an auction every 6 months. At the same time, he released a big piece of news. It shook the entire sacred world again, regardless of age. The success of the auction also made the first-rate forces set their eyes on sword slaves, saber slaves, and even curse mages. It was a good thing to increase the strength of the sections. No one wanted to miss it. They contacted each other privately, hoping to buy a batch of sword slaves and saber slaves. If possible, they hoped to buy a batch of curse mages. To these requests, Lin Fei rejected them immediately. He would not sell them on a large scale for the time being. The people from Curse Palace are here? Bring them in. Upon hearing that the people from the Curse Palace had arrived, Lin Fei smiled. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The auction was a success. Cursed Thunder congratulated him as soon as he arrived. Cursed Thunder no longer dared to underestimate Di Tian. The entire sacred world was shaken by this auction. As for those sects that were unable to increase their strength, it was undoubtedly a chance for them. Especially after the auction, it was announced that the mysterious Sky World would be purchasing resources from all over the world. It could be exchanged for 1 to 9 stars War Emperor rankers. At the same time, there were also curse mages. This news was more attractive than the former. The people who were unhappy with Di Tian before all clapped and cheered. Their image instantly changed. Regardless of whether they were independent or in groups, they all started to search for resources. Everyone wanted to use their energy points to exchange for a powerhouse. With such a powerhouse overseeing, establishing a small force would be a cinch. The news had yet to spread across the sacred world. It was obvious just how great of an influence it would have once the news spread across the Saints' world. Even large organizations would have to take it seriously. He was the only one who was still okay. For the time being, those people were unable to enter the lower realms. All the passageways were controlled by the great powers. However, this wasn't a long-term solution. I should be thanking everyone. Without all of you, the auction wouldn't have been a success. Lin Fei smiled. The curse technique from the previous time was quite effective, right? At the mention of this, Cursed Thunder's face was full of smiles. After bringing back the curse technique from the previous time, it was of great significance. Cursed Thunder's position as the eldest son became more stable. All the elders who had cultivated the enhanced version of the curse technique looked at him in a new light. Good, very good. That's good. Lin Fei said. Cursed Thunder took out a storage ring. This is a small token of appreciation from the Curse Palace. Your Majesty, please accept it. Even though Di Tian was just a low-level big shot, Cursed Thunder still had to look up to him. His father's words kept reverberating in his ears. No matter what, he had to be on good terms with Di Tian. Unless the wasteland world was reorganized one day, Di Tian's position would be unshakable. Lin Fei glanced at it. It was all kinds of resources, and they were all of high grade. He accepted them without hesitation. Thank you for the gift from the Curse Palace. I like it very much. Some of these resources were precious, but compared to the curse technique in Di Tian's hands, they weren't even on the same level. With the gift as the beginning, and with Cursed Thunder's intentional flattery, both parties had a very pleasant conversation. Your Majesty, the Curse Palace has completely mastered the curse technique from the previous time. I wonder if we can continue to purchase the curse technique from Your Majesty? We have no objections regarding the price. Cursed Thunder was very clear that if the Curse Palace wanted to rise again, the curse technique in Di Tian's hands would be very important. Lin Fei had been waiting for the people from the Curse Palace to come over. In his plan, the Curse Palace was very useful. We are friends. That's easy. Lin Fei agreed immediately. Just like the previous time, I will use your resources to exchange for the curse technique. However, this time, I need a special material. I wonder if the Curse Palace's small sacred world has it. Cursed Thunder was most afraid that Di Tian would not agree. When he heard that Di Tian had agreed, he heaved a sigh of relief. Next to him, his third uncle, Cursed Wu Fei, also revealed a look of joy. As long as they could exchange for the curse technique, they were willing to pay any price. Especially after learning the curse technique previously, the combat power of the upper echelons had increased greatly. If they learned more curse technique, their combat power would increase even more. By then, they would be invincible among those of the same level. Invincible among those of the same level. How glorious would that be? That was why Cursed Thunder, the eldest son of the Curse Palace, purposely lowered himself, restrained his temper, and became respectful. No problem. As long as the sacred world has it, the Curse Palace will help your majesty get it. Cursed Thunder said without hesitation. He was most afraid that Di Tian would doubt the Curse Palace's ability. It's something called a soul stone. Lin Fei released his destiny's energy, which condensed into the shape of a soul stone. Isn't this a heavenly soul stone? Cursed Wu Fei recognized it immediately. Heavenly soul stone? Lin Fei seemed to understand. It seems that I remembered wrongly. Cursed Thunder's expression sank slightly. The heavenly soul stone was not an ordinary stone. It was quite useful. It was also a special material that could be refined into a vicious treasure. Your Majesty, how many heavenly soul stones do you need? Cursed Thunder asked. Lin Fei smiled. The more, the better. I want all of them. If you can satisfy me, the curse scepter that you want is not impossible. Curse scepter. Both Cursed Thunder and Cursed Wu Fei became excited. Chapter 2243. Sacred World, Curse Palace. Cursed Thunder and Curse could not return to the Curse Palace immediately. Father, we have to get the curse technique and the curse scepter from Di Tian no matter what. Cursed Thunder said excitedly. In the secret chamber. Cursed Thunder was not the only one who was excited. The others were the same. After returning from the Cursed Thunder, whether the giants in seclusion or the giants outside, they either came in person or with their doppelgangers. This matter was too important. The Curse Palace's palace master was more excited than anyone else. The strength of the Curse Palace's giants had increased a lot from the previous curse technique. He completely believed that the perfect curse technique that Di Tian had mastered was of a higher level than the Curse Palace's. A few curse techniques had increased their combat power. If they could master more curse techniques, the overall strength of the Curse Palace would increase by more than 10 times. They might even be able to turn the current situation around. However, the Heavenly Soul Stones are not a small problem. Heavenly Soul Stones were not something that ordinary forces could control. The Curse Palace controlled a small portion of these Heavenly Soul Stones. Most of them came from outsiders. They did not control the minds of the Heavenly Soul Stones. Palace Master, no matter what that fellow Di Tian needs Heavenly Soul Stones for, we have to get more Heavenly Soul Stones. This should be a test for us. I remember that there is a mine of Heavenly Soul Stones in our sacred world. Our Curse Palace has been low-key for a long time. It's time for us to show our strength. Yes, let's take down that mine of Heavenly Soul Stones. This is a good opportunity for us to test that person's attitude. The Curse Palace's palace master was also someone who wanted to do big things. He had already made up his mind when he summoned them here. They had to get their hands on the Heavenly Soul Stones, high-level curse techniques, and the curse scepter of the origin branch. Let's settle on this. Now, let's discuss if we are going to make a move. We have to strike like lightning and not give them any chance to react. The Curse Palace's palace master said. Everything was settled. All the giants and powerhouses were anxious. I believe that the Curse Palace is going to make a move soon. Lin Fei did not think that the Curse Palace would disappoint him. He had promised to cooperate with the Curse Palace on a deeper level. With their ambition, they would definitely start a small-scale battle. I hope they won't disappoint me too much. Lin Fei needed the Sky Soul Stone for a simple reason. He wanted to use the Sky Soul Stone to refine a soul armor. It was used to block curse attacks. As for the source of the material, it was one of the materials that Little Fiend had filtered out. At first, Lin Fei also had the idea of testing it out. It would be good if there was one, but if there wasn't, then he could only change to another material. Once the Heavenly Soul Stone was in his hands, curse mages would no longer be a threat. This was what Lin Fei needed. Sealed World's End. Lin Fei came again. It's also time to deal with the specters and undead lords in the Boundary Wall battlefield. Lin Fei had always been thinking about the Boundary Wall battlefield. After the auction, he announced that he would be forming an adventurers guild in the near future. It would be responsible for collecting rewards, trading, and other quests. According to Lin Fei's thoughts, the influence of the Association of Adventurers would spread across the entire Saints world in the future. From then on, no one would be able to leave the Association of Adventurers. If he wanted to spread the Adventurer Guild's influence, the most important thing was to open up a path. The major forces didn't care, but for the ordinary forces, if they didn't open up a path, they would never be able to enter the sealed world. Therefore, Lin Fei decided to go through the Boundary Wall battlefield. As soon as he arrived at the Boundary Wall battlefield, the wandering specters rushed up, forming a dense black mass. Attack! This time, Lin Fei wasn't alone. Apart from the curse mages, who brought an army, they couldn't participate. The black tide of army didn't stop and quickly rushed forward. The war broke out. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him was a heavily armed spearman. The strongest force at hand. This heavily armed spearman's target wasn't the specters, but the undead lords. The number of specters in the Boundary Wall battlefield was uncountable. Lin Fei's sword slaves and blade slaves weren't to be trifled with. They started a fierce battle. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The army was advancing every day. The casualties were unimaginable. Lin Fei didn't feel heartache at all. These losses were nothing. The number of specters also started to decrease, and they weren't as dense as before. The sword slaves and blade slaves also cooperated perfectly, attacking from the front and defending from the back, adapting to the specter's attack rhythm. Bang, bang, bang. The ground collapsed, and many earth giants emerged. The Earth Lord is here. Lin Fei remembered that this Earth Lord wasn't easy to deal with in order to break out of the encirclement. The Earth Lord appeared with an imposing aura. Its huge body controlled the earth, sending the sword slaves and blade slaves flying. Heavily armed spearmen, attack. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the strongest army moved out. Kill. The sound of air being pierced through the air enveloped the Earth Lord. In front of the Earth Lord was a large number of earth giants. This was the Earth Lord's ability. Bang, bang, bang. The heavily armed spearmen turned into black shadows. When the slaughter spear pierced the enemy's body, the earth giants exploded. None of the earth giants present were able to block this wave of ferocious attacks. This was already within Lin Fei's expectations. It was the rhythm of a horizontal push. I want to see how many earth giants you, the Earth Lord, can summon. Batches of earth giants could only endure for a short moment before they were blasted into pieces by the heavily armed spearmen. In the blink of an eye, the heavily armed spearmen arrived in front of the Earth Lord. Hundreds of thousands of slaughter spears landed on the Earth Lord's body. Some of them were blocked by the Earth Lord, and the slaughter spears left spear marks on the Earth Lord's body. What a powerful defense! No wonder a half-step magnate couldn't injure a magnate expert. The Earth Lord roared, and the Earth Arrow shot out from its body, sending the heavily armed spearman flying. Just as Lin Fei had guessed, the spearman wasn't injured, and the astral armor on his body only had a slight dent. This is enough. Lin Fei was very satisfied. The Earth Lord was very strong, and the magnate realm wasn't its peak combat strength. To clear the boundary wall battlefield, Lin Fei brought 30,000 heavily armed spearmen. When Lin Fei made his move, 30,000 spearmen went up and attacked the Earth Lord from all sides. With the previous example, Lin Fei deliberately shielded this area, planning to take them down one by one. This was to prevent the magnate experts from gathering, and his 30,000 spearmen couldn't hold them off. Lin Fei was also very helpless. The production efficiency of the astral armor and slaughter spears was very low. The Earth Lord was very tyrannical. In a sealed area, the 30,000 spearmen displayed a very terrifying combat strength. Although there were some losses, it was within Lin Fei's acceptable range. One day later, the Earth Lord fell unwillingly. Lin Fei sacrificed 100 spearmen. Victory. Chapter 2244. After killing the Earth Overlord, Lin Fei had an unexpected harvest. A crystal stone. Scan. Lin Fei grabbed the crystal stone and looked at it from top to bottom, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Congratulations, Master, this is a good thing. It is the essence of the Earth Overlord. As long as anyone absorbs this essence, their strength will increase by a lot and they will become an existence like the Earth Overlord. Lin Fei himself was surprised. The encirclement of the dead souls in the boundary wall battlefield this time was actually to break through this battlefield and create a passage. In other words, as long as I refine this memory, I will at least reach the giant realm. Yes, you can say that. Little Devil said, if Master is willing, you can use this memory crystal to cultivate a giant realm powerhouse. Memory crystal, what a pleasant surprise. With the discovery of the memory crystal, Lin Fei was more concerned about these giant realm overlords. Encirclement. With the system, Lin Fei didn't need to pay much of a price. He easily locked onto the position of the giant realm overlords and began to attack them. Flame Overlord, I am coming. This was also the one who targeted Lin Fei last time. More than 20,000 heavy spearmen rushed forward. Stab. Stab, stab. Stab, stab. The attacks of the heavy spearmen were very simple. They were constantly sent flying, but they immediately rushed forward. Even if their chests were caved in, their fighting strength didn't decrease. On the other side of the boundary wall battlefield, a group of people rushed in. The dead souls approached, but before they could get close, they were crushed into pieces. These are the dead souls. Their strength is ordinary and nothing to be afraid of. Everyone just needs to be careful and not let the dead souls get close to you. They naturally have a cold aura. Once the cold aura enters the body, ordinary people won't be able to resist it. On the battlefield, more than 10 people surrounded a middle-aged man in a gray robe. The middle-aged man was telling everyone, the dead souls aren't our target. This time, our target is the Overlord powerhouse in the battlefield. The middle-aged man said. Wait, you guys just follow this lord. Disciple understands. Disciple understands. Behind him were all young people, both men and women. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. Their temperaments were extraordinary. It was obvious that they came from a powerful faction. Elder Su, you've been here before, so please lead the way. This time, we won't fail. The gray-robed middle-aged man said to the middle-aged man beside him. Sure. The middle-aged man spoke simply, giving off an unapproachable aura. Another memory crystal in hand. After entering the boundary wall battlefield. This was already the 26th day. During these 26 days, Lin Fei didn't stop at all. Every day, he hunted down undead souls and undead lords. In just 26 days, he had obtained 15 memory crystals. This was a pretty good harvest. Lin Fei had sacrificed 5,000 heavy spearmen, and they had encountered 2 great lords. Fortunately, the great lords were not at their peak, or else Lin Fei's losses would have been even greater. Only 25,000 heavy infantry remained. He could still challenge a great lord by himself. As for those dead souls, most of them had been wiped out by Lin Fei. Now, everywhere he passed, there were only a few souls left. Hardly ever. There's another great lord in the east. What's going on? It's been 7 or 8 days. Why haven't any lord magnate appeared? The grey-robed Shengwen frowned and smashed the soul that charged at him with a palm strike. Could he have been killed by them? That's impossible. I haven't heard of anyone entering the World Wall battlefield recently. It is indeed a little strange. Su Kai said coldly, in the past, we only needed to release our auras, and those overlord leaders would come to kill us. But now, no matter how much they release their auras, they can only attract the souls of the dead. They can't even see the shadows of the overlord leaders. Keep looking. Shengwen said, perhaps, they are still wandering around. Let's change to another area and maybe we will find something. I hope so. Shengwen and Su Kai came from the Six Harmony world of the Sacred World, which was one of the top forces in the Six Harmony world. The purpose of their trip was very simple, and that was to bring back a memory crystal so that they could cultivate a great master. Even if this great master could not continue to break through in the future, he would still be a force in the sect. There's movement. Shengwen and Su Kai held the treasures in their hands as they pushed forward. Everywhere they passed, the dead souls were completely annihilated. The two looked at each other and sensed the fluctuations coming from afar. Could it be that someone got here first? The World Wall battlefield was a public place. Anyone with the ability could enter. In the beginning, all the forces arranged for people to enter. However, the World Wall battlefield was very dangerous. Almost 90% of people died there. From then on, those who were not particularly confident would not enter. Following the energy fluctuations, the two and their disciples chased after them. Overlord Leader. The two saw an unbelievable scene as soon as they arrived. The Overlord Leader was surrounded by tens of thousands of silver-armored men and was in a state of exhaustion. The two could clearly see that the Overlord Leader was undoubtedly an arrow at the end of its flight and would not be able to hold on for much longer. What kind of force is this? There are more than 10,000 half-step overlords. Shengwen and Su Kai were shocked. The half-step overlords were constantly being sent flying. Although their speed was slightly slower, their battle strength did not decrease. They continued to besiege the Overlord Leader. The two were very knowledgeable about killing overlords because they were early-stage overlord experts. Either of them was stronger than the Overlord Leader. He's going to die. Shengwen stared at the Overlord Leader. After a while, the Overlord Leader was torn to pieces and left behind a memory crystal. Should we do it? Why not? The two came for the memory crystal. Although there were tens of thousands of half-step overlords, they did not think that they could threaten them. At worst, they would just take it and leave. Universal Buddha. The two joined hands and took out a giant treasure. This was one of their sect's treasures. Once the Universal Buddha appeared, heaven and earth seemed to fall into the treasure. The silver-armored spear soldiers were all suppressed and could not move. This item, our Unity sect will take it. Shengwen reached out to grab the memory crystal before anything else. From their point of view, once the Buddha of the heavens was unleashed, who could withstand the might of the treasure? A memory crystal would be a piece of cake. If the other party's strength was insufficient, they wanted to eat these half-step magnates in one bite. Impudent! With a loud shout, a black shadow attacked and slammed into the Universal Buddha. The Universal Buddha shook violently. Even the two's bodies shook along with it, their blood and chi surging. With this collision, the pressure was lost. A black-robed man picked up the memory crystal and turned towards them. How dare you touch my things? Chapter 22:45. A blood-colored platform floated above the black-robed man. Lin Fei was very unhappy. Ever since entering the World Wall battlefield, Lin Fei had almost announced that he had taken over this place. Who would have thought that someone would actually come in and snatch the memory crystal? Now, someone actually came out to snatch it. Wasn't this making Lin Fei unhappy? Shengwen and Su Kai were shocked at the beginning. To be able to resist the Buddhas of the heavens, it was definitely not an ordinary treasure. However, when the other party appeared, the War Emperor realm made them heave a sigh of relief. How could a mere War Emperor rancor be their match? He was just courting death. Hand over the memory crystal. Shengwen was too lazy to say anything. Then, scram. To be able to control tens of thousands of half-step giants, no force would dare to underestimate them. Lin Fei turned his head around. Were these two idiots or what? Facing tens of thousands of half-step giants, they still dared to act big. These days, he had taken in 10,000 spear soldiers, and used 10,000 points to attack the great leaders to practice their coordination. What big words! In my territory, no one has ever dared to speak to me like that. Through the system, Lin Fei knew that the two of them were early-stage great leaders. They were extremely powerful, even stronger than the great leaders. He still dared to pretend. The two great leaders had seen everything, but they had never seen a War Emperor rancor be so arrogant. Elder, he seems to be that Di Tian. He seems to be the master of the sealed world. The genius disciples behind him recognized him. Di Tian's name was known to almost every household in the sacred realm. Especially recently, the news of the Adventurers Guild had spread throughout the entire sacred realm, causing a huge commotion. Especially after experts like sword slaves could be exchanged, it undoubtedly stimulated everyone. In a short period of time, everyone once again remembered Di Tian. Shengwen and Su Kai had heard of Di Tian's name. The news of Invincible Palace auctioning sword slaves and even curse mages had spread throughout the entire sacred realm. Ha ha ha. So you are Di Tian. Shengwen suddenly laughed out loud. You did not obediently hide in the sealed world, but instead came to the World Wall battlefield. What a good plan. Unfortunately, you are going to be disappointed. Elder Su, it's best if we can capture this guy and bring him back. Perhaps we will be able to control the sealed world. Shengwen transmitted his voice. A hint of joy flashed across Su Kai's cold face. We've come across an opportunity. We must capture Di Tian. Right now, everyone in the holy world was talking about how this Di Tian possessed secrets that normal people couldn't. For example, he could create sword and saber slaves, and he even had perfect curses. Who knew how many people in the saints' world wanted to capture Di Tian so that they could obtain everything he had secretly? Unfortunately, Di Tian was extremely crafty. He had always been hiding in the sealed world and they didn't dare to enter the sealed world. Di Tian was the hegemon of the sealed world, even hegemonic characters wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Now that such an opportunity had presented itself, no one was willing to miss it. Lin Fei laughed. Were they going to catch him? Lin Fei knew a little about what the saints' world had said about him, so he naturally understood what they were thinking from their expressions. It was nothing more than capturing him. The boundary wall battlefield was not a sealed world, it would not suppress the strength of the magnates. No matter how strong he was in the sealed world, he would have to be obedient in the boundary wall battlefield. You're wrong, you're the ones who will be disappointed. Lin Fei laughed. I have never killed a magnates before. You will soon become my best test subjects. Swoosh! Swoosh! The heavy spearmen who had recovered turned into silvery white shadows. Tens of thousands of attacks pierced through the air. Bang! Bang! The prodigies who followed behind them were either 10-star combat emperors or half-step magnates. Although the distance between them wasn't huge, they were attacked by the valiant heavy spearmen. These prodigies tried to defend themselves, but the slaughter spear pierced through them like a hornet's nest. Only Shengwen and Su Kai managed to block the attack. This was because they were magnates. The slaughter spear was powerful, but it was a pity that it wasn't a magnate's treasure. The spear was blocked by them as soon as it pierced their bodies. Di Tian, how dare you kill the people of the Unity sect? You're finished. Sheng Wen's face darkened. He had underestimated the power of the silver-armored man. The prodigies of the Unity sect were also very powerful, but they couldn't even block a single wave of attacks. Everyone knows how to talk big. I said that you're dead meat. Lin Fei activated the Blood Heaven Seal. After images appeared one after another, colliding with the Heavenly Buddha. The two magnates were unable to suppress the heavy spearmen. The Heavenly Buddha was a magnate's treasure, and so was the Blood Heaven Seal. Its grade was even higher than the treasures of the Unity sect. After more than 10 collisions, the two men's faces darkened. Swoosh! 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 More than 20,000 heavy spearmen were released and surrounded them. Shengwen and Su Kai kept sending the heavy spearmen flying. With every palm strike, dozens of half-step magnates were sent flying. Their star armors were dented. Unfortunately, these attacks couldn't block the attacks of the heavy spearmen. The spear rained down on them continuously. What a strong defense! We can't let this Di Tian go. Their Heavenly Buddha couldn't unleash its full power when it collided with the Blood Heaven Seal. The heavy spearmen kept surrounding them, but they couldn't kill them. The attack power of the heavy spearmen is not bad. They can block the attacks of the magnates, but they still have a long way to go before they can kill them. Lin Fei didn't make a move. Instead, he observed the combat power of the magnates. After some observation, he found that the 20,000 heavy spearmen still needed to work hard to kill the magnates. With this discovery, Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Other than the magnates, no one could block the attacks of the heavy spearmen. Di Tian, you have such a trump card. Unfortunately, in our eyes, you're still not enough. Shengwen sneered and sent the heavy armored soldiers flying. The realm of a giant is not something that can be defeated with numbers. Lin Fei smiled. That might not be the case. Curse, paralyze. After verifying the combat power of the heavy spearmen, Lin Fei made his move. He used a curse to paralyze the moment he started. It was a curse that was enhanced by the units of source energy. It was a level higher than the curse from the Curse Palace. Shengwen instantly felt that his body couldn't move. He was shrouded by a mysterious energy. Quick, stop him. For an expert, a lot of things could happen in an instant. Su Kai had heard that Di Tian knew curse techniques, but he had never thought that he would be so powerful. To be able to threaten a great expert at the War Emperor realm, this was definitely impossible under normal circumstances. As soon as Shengwen was paralyzed, the Blood Heaven Seal smashed onto his body with an endless amount of power. He could only watch helplessly. Bang! Shengwen was sent flying and smashed onto the ground. Again. Lin Fei attacked again, using the same curse technique. Curse technique, paralyze. The Blood Heaven Seal followed closely. Shengwen was once again sent flying. On Su Kai's side, he was blocked by the heavy spearmen and was unable to help. Once, twice, 3 times. 10 times. 20 times. He was once again sent flying. Shengwen's entire body was covered in blood, his body was covered in cracks, he spat out blood towards the sky. You're shameless. Chapter 2246. A giant expert was smashed to death by the blood heaven seal. Su Kai looked on helplessly. He was unable to break through the encirclement of the heavy spear soldiers. That was an initial giant expert. You killed a giant expert of the United One sect. The United One sect will not let you off. Sheng Wen's death increased the pressure on Su Kai. He was prepared to flee. He never thought that a little fellow at the combat emperor level could kill a giant expert. Lin Fei kept Sheng Wen's corpse and smiled. So what if he knows? Can he enter the sealed world to kill me? You are thinking too much. But do you know what will happen to you? Su Kai was startled. He couldn't find a reason to retort. It seemed like it wasn't easy for the United One sect to kill Di Tian. As long as he hid in the sealed world, the elders of the United One sect could only watch. Send a clone? These half-step giants with spears could easily tear his clone into pieces. If 10 came, he could kill 10 of them. Don't tell me you want to kill me. You aren't that stupid. Lin Fei smiled. The blood heaven seal smashed down from the sky. Curse technique, numb. Just as the all heavens Buddha was in front of him, the immense power of the blood heaven seal surged over. Su Kai found himself unable to move. He had lost control of his body, and his blood was churning from the impact. Kill! The heavy spear soldiers attacked. The sound of air being pierced could be heard as they landed on Su Kai's body. Su Kai was turned into a beehive. His battle armor was destroyed. His physical defense became a joke. With the blood heaven seal and the strange curse technique, Su Kai, who was an initial giant expert, was having a hard time dealing with them. The heaven Buddha lost half of its power. The heavy spear soldiers were unafraid of death. It gave Su Kai a headache. Di Tian, you are shameless. You are bullying us with numbers. Su Kai persisted for an hour and was at the end of his rope. He didn't know why these half-step giants with spears were so durable. Even a giant expert couldn't kill them in one strike. They could only leave marks on their bodies. The spears in their hands. They could also unleash terrifying power. So what if you have more people? You are a giant. Lin Fei laughed and activated the blood heaven seal. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Su Kai was covered in wounds, and he wanted to leave. However, Di Tian refused to let him go, and he couldn't escape at all. If you don't surrender, you're dead. Lin Fei gained the upper hand, but he had to sacrifice more than 300 heavily armed soldiers. Lin Fei was quite satisfied to be able to take down a giant. Surrender, surrender. Su Kai could only surrender helplessly. He had many thoughts of taking this chance to escape. As long as he returned to the Unity sect, he would definitely make Di Tian regret this. As soon as he surrendered, the blood sky seal pressed down. The heavily armed spearman also came forward. He brought a pair of syringes. This is good stuff. You're the first to enjoy it. The power of the puppet worm was still beyond Lin Fei's imagination. Once this thing entered the other party's head, it would produce an extremely powerful control ability. Although his consciousness was clear, Su Kai knew that he was like a walking corpse. That feeling was very uncomfortable. Fortunately, the puppet worms were like a tide, disappearing without a trace. During this period, Su Kai experienced the immense pain brought by the puppet worms. It was a pain that he couldn't understand. It was worse than death. Even though he was a giant powerhouse, he hadn't experienced pain for many years. But in front of the puppet worms, even his strong willpower couldn't withstand the torture of the puppet worms. Su Kai accepted his fate. Di Tian, who was younger than them, now had the strength to kill an early-stage giant powerhouse, but no one in the sacred world knew about this. You should know many giant friends. Lin Fei asked Su Kai with a smile. It wasn't easy to subdue a giant powerhouse, so Lin Fei definitely had to display the power of a giant powerhouse. Yes, Your Majesty, I do know some giant friends. But they're all early-stage giant powerhouses. Su Kai answered carefully. Not long ago, he saw Shengwen being killed and turned into a puppet giant by Di Tian, and he was completely stunned. Send a message to them. It's best if they come one by one. Just say that they found a treasure in the World Wall battlefield. You should know how to describe it. Lin Fei gave him a, you understand, look. This subordinate understands. Su Kai silently sighed for his friends. I'm not the one who harmed you. I didn't have a choice. It's best to start with the weaker ones. Of the two giant powerhouses from the United Sect, one was dead and the other was injured. In the end, they were both used. Lin Fei surrounded the giant overlords, and the pressure was reduced a lot. He arranged for them to be the main force, and their efficiency immediately increased. The only thing he was unhappy about was that the puppet giants were very different from when they were alive. They weren't as agile as Su Kai. The puppet giants were still giants. In terms of combat strength, they were far above the heavily armored spearmen. This was something that couldn't be compared. Lin Fei simply equipped the star armor and slaughter spear, and his strength increased a lot. On the 7th day of killing the giant overlords, Su Kai's first friend came. He contacted Su Kai as soon as he came in, and after getting Lin Fei's approval, he sent his location. Not bad, you've made a great contribution. If possible, Su Kai really didn't want to make a contribution. He would be tricking his teammates. Su Kai's friend was called Sanger. He was a giant primary stage expert from another faction. Back then, the two of them had joined hands to kill a giant demonic beast. When he heard that there was a treasure, he immediately came. Sanger believed in Su Kai's character. Most importantly, Su Kai was from the United Sect. The United Sect was a big sect, and they definitely wouldn't trick themselves. The World Wall battlefield might be dangerous, but there were all sorts of rumors outside. They mentioned that there were all sorts of treasures in the battlefield, and whoever obtained one of them would be able to reach the heavens in a single step. Sanger carefully came in and saw Su Kai's good friend. Where is the treasure? He immediately asked. The treasure was truly tempting. It's here. Without waiting for Su Kai to reply, the heavily armored spearmen appeared and surrounded Sanger. I didn't have a choice either. Su Kai threw out these words and took out the All Heavens stupa. Lin Fei's blood heaven seal followed closely behind. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense and directly attacked. Sanger's face turned black. He had been tricked. The moment he appeared, the three giant overlords attacked fiercely. At the same time, the curse mage was put to use, continuously casting spells, and all sorts of support spells landed on his body. If it was during normal times, it might not be a big deal, but it was different this time. You are Di Tian. Sanger quickly understood who this person was. Other than Di Tian, who else could it be? That's right, it is me. Do you choose to surrender, or do you choose to be killed by me and then refined into a puppet giant? Lin Fei went straight to the point. Chapter 2247. Su Kai, you will die a horrible death. You're a bastard, Su Kai. Su Kai, let me go, and I can give you anything. Inside the boundary wall battlefield. Su Kai's friends were tricked over one by one. There were a total of 8 of them. Among them, apart from 3 who resisted with all their might, the rest chose to surrender. Then, they were successfully controlled by the puppet insects, becoming Lin Fei's strongest trump card. In a short time, Lin Fei had 10 magnates by his side. Clearing the boundary wall battlefield became a lot easier. They only needed to deal with the magnates. The number of memory crystals in Lin Fei's hands also increased. If this continues, the magnates will be cleaned out in a few days. Seeing the 10 of them besiege the magnates, Lin Fei was very satisfied. For the time being, Lin Fei had not tricked the magnates of the Unity sect. With 10 early-stage magnates by his side, he could deal with a lot of things. He also did not want to alert the enemy so quickly. The Unity sect had lost 2 early-stage magnates. With Su Kai's return, they could hide it for a period of time. Moreover, the early-stage magnates were very free in the Unity sect. Usually, when the magnates went out, unless it was an important matter, it was normal for them to disappear for 3 to 4 years. With Su Kai as a spy, Lin Fei did not have to worry about the Unity sect finding out the truth. Almost a month later, the boundary wall battlefield was almost cleared. There was only one place left. Right now, there were almost no dead souls in the boundary wall battlefield. After clearing out all the magnates, Lin Fei went straight to the center of the boundary wall. According to Little Fiend's monitoring, the center of the boundary wall battlefield was closely related to the formation of the boundary wall battlefield. Thus, Lin Fei came. With 10 magnates under his command, Lin Fei became very confident. Blade Slave and Sword Slave became the vanguard. Several teams went straight to the center. Lin Fei used the system to monitor. It was just as Little Fiend had analyzed. There was indeed an unsafe factor in the center. As soon as the vanguard got close, they were frozen by the cold air and turned into glaring ice sculptures. Lin Fei also felt a trace of cold air assaulting him. Invincible defense was activated immediately. Your Majesty, rumor has it that during that great battle, an unrivaled expert fell in the world wall battlefield. To be able to release such a dangerous aura, perhaps this is the place where that unrivaled expert fell. Su Kai said very proactively. Ever since he cheated his friend. Su Kai also knew that his life and death was in the hands of Di Tian. His attitude had also changed. Everyone here was a subordinate of His Majesty, how could they gain Di Tian's favor? Su Kai naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. No wonder little Demonis told me not to go near the central area from the beginning. Maybe this is the reason. Lin Fei secretly analyzed, feeling that it made more and more sense. Your Majesty, look. Souls are coming out. The cold air here can nurture dead souls. The giants behind him exclaimed. Lin Fei noticed that in the area with the cold Yin Qi, there were indeed dead souls forming. As soon as the dead souls formed, they possessed battle prowess. This was truly shocking. These days, Lin Fei had always been curious about one thing. Why would the dead souls still appear when they had clearly been wiped out? Now, he finally found the answer. Unrivaled expert, this is a good material. Lin Fei was even more interested in the origin of the cold Yin Qi in the depths of the central area. The Yin Qi in the central area was something that even the giants didn't dare to underestimate. In front of this cold Yin Qi, they all felt a certain degree of suffocation, and it was extremely uncomfortable. At the beginning, Lin Fei also felt uncomfortable. After using the origin energy units, the uncomfortable feeling of suffocation disappeared completely. Lin Fei had to use the origin energy units to resist the invasion of the cold Yin Qi. Your Majesty, we can't hold on anymore. We can't hold on anymore. The energy in our bodies can't even circulate. This aura is too terrifying. Su Kai and the others were the first to be unable to hold on. Their expressions changed. Their movements became slower and slower. You guys just guard outside. Lin Fei knew how terrifying the cold Yin Qi was. He didn't intend to let them continue forward. If they all died here, his efforts would have been in vain. Soon, only Lin Fei was left. The dangerous aura also made Lin Fei secretly pay attention. Could it be that, in this central area, there was really a corpse of an unrivaled expert, and this power was released by the corpse? With this thought, Lin Fei wanted to see what was going on. As the position got closer and closer, Lin Fei felt more and more pressure. Thanks to the protection of the origin energy units, he was able to resist. These corpses. Lin Fei walked in and saw corpses one after another. The corpses were covered with frost and looked lifelike. Their faces were also different. Some were ferocious, some were desperate, and some were unwilling. Lin Fei casually touched a corpse. The originally lifelike corpse instantly turned into a puff of smoke. This made his heart sink. Sigh, such a good material is gone. At the beginning, Lin Fei was very excited. Judging from the appearance of the corpse, it was basically a giant-level expert. If he brought it back and modified it by the system, wouldn't it be great? Unfortunately, with a puff of smoke, his beautiful dream was completely shattered. The corpses on the road began to lessen. However, the wounds on the corpses made Lin Fei's scalp tingle. Most of the corpses had a scar on them. They were either beheaded or missing half of their bodies. Basically, they were killed with a single slash. Other than saber wounds, there were also sword wounds. This kind of combat power should have reached the unrivaled realm. Did these break in recently? Lin Fei thought as he moved forward at a constant speed. Soon, he saw a different scene. More than 10 complete corpses appeared on the road. There were no wounds on their bodies. Along the way, there were wounds on the corpses. But these 10 corpses did not. They were all intact. Could it be that they were killed by the cold aura? Lin Fei guessed. Other than this reason, he could not think of any other reason. After some observation, Lin Fei made a discovery on the corpses. Could it be the fortune gate that created the 10 great cultivation techniques? Among the 10 great cultivation techniques, there was one called the Fortune Divine Art. It possessed heaven-defying might, and it was rumored that when cultivated to the peak, it would have the effect of defying nature and death. Hanging on the waists of these corpses was a token with the word fortune engraved on it. It was impossible for Lin Fei not to associate it with the fortune gate. Lin Fei did not dare to touch the things on the corpses, but the appearance of the fortune gate's people made him ponder deeply. Could it be that they're here for the treasures left behind by the unrivaled masters? Lin Fei dared not be sure, but this thought was very strong. After 2 hours of continuous running, Lin Fei saw a few scattered corpses. Just like before, they were still intact, and the engraved token still said Fortune Gate. Chapter 22:48. The storm roared towards him. Lin Fei's vision turned completely dark. A great terror enveloped him. Fortunately, Lin Fei was not an ordinary person. His invincible defense was activated at all times, and the origin energy units were pushed to the limit. The frigid qi in the storm fell on his body. White. A sea of white. In an instant, Lin Fei turned into an ice sculpture. The storm dispersed. Crack, crack, crack. The ice sculpture exploded, and Lin Fei stepped out. How terrifying, I was almost killed in an instant. Lin Fei was visibly shaken. No one knew better than him what had happened just now. If it weren't for the origin energy units protecting him, he would have died without a doubt. Perhaps, these people were killed by this storm. Lin Fei had a new idea. Little devil, help me keep an eye on this place. If there's another storm, inform me immediately. I don't want to experience the feeling of being frozen in ice again, it's not a pleasant feeling. After the storm dispersed, Lin Fei's vision widened. Something appeared in front of him. Lin Fei saw a corpse. A corpse. A corpse as big as a mountain. The sacred majesty formed a unique domain around the corpse. Before Lin Fei could get close, he felt a suffocating pressure bearing down on him. It wasn't that Lin Fei had never seen a large corpse, but this was his first time seeing one like this. Could this be the corpse of a peerless master? The corpse in the distance did not fall down. Instead, it was standing, like a towering mountain, towering and unmoving. Lin Fei looked tiny in front of this giant. The corpse was clad in heavy armor, and its grade was unclear. It held a giant axe in its hand, and its eyes stared straight ahead. The axe was raised high, as if it would fall at any moment, giving off a feeling that it was going to deliver a fatal blow. Lin Fei observed the corpse for a moment. He could tell that this corpse was different from the rest. It must have been in a high position, and there was only one wound on its body. Subconsciously, Huang Xiaolong tried to reconstruct the corpse. Most likely, this person was about to make a move, but was killed by someone from afar. Clean and swift, without any hesitation. This is probably not a Fortune Gates master. While he was observing the corpse, many dead souls condensed on the surface of the corpse. Lin Fei was very shocked. Even though he had some guesses when he came in, he was still shocked to see it with his own eyes. Lin Fei tried to get closer, but the pressure was like a mountain crushing down on him. Even if he had origin energy units, he couldn't get close for a while. He had no choice but to give up. Lin Fei was very interested in obtaining a well-preserved corpse. With a little modification, it would be an existence that could sweep through everything. Lin Fei tried to use the system to collect the corpse, but it didn't work. Even if the corpse was dead, it wasn't something he could suppress right now. It wasn't like there was no chance. Lin Fei didn't want to have no trump cards. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the black storm struck again. Lin Fei had used up a lot of origin energy units in the last black storm. If he had to do it again, he would die of heartache. After the storm appeared, Lin Fei chose to leave immediately. Outside the boundary wall battlefield, Lin Fei appeared in a sorry state. Luckily I escaped in time. A trace of relief appeared on Lin Fei's face. The second wave of the black storm was stronger than the first, as if it could destroy everything in its path. The only good thing was, the black storm did not expand outwards. For the time being, the outside was safe enough. At this point, the boundary wall battlefield was successfully opened. Other than the central area, where he couldn't guarantee his safety, the outer areas. As long as he arranged for his subordinates to patrol and eliminate the wandering dead souls, there was basically no danger. To Lin Fei, the boundary wall battlefield was too useful. To ensure his safety, Lin Fei once again ran around the entire boundary wall battlefield, checking from top to bottom, except for the central area. The rest of the area was safe. The central area was a terrifying place, so Lin Fei decided not to go in for the time being. Who knew how many layers the black storm had? If it came a few more times, he might not have enough origin energy units left. Huff. Standing on a small piece of land, Lin Fei felt refreshed. The majestic heavens will energy flowed into his body, as if he had eaten honey. At this time, Lin Fei was in the Holy Realm. Even though there was still a long way to go to the Holy Realm, it did not matter. The heavens will energy in the Holy Realm was far above that of the sealed world. Here, Lin Fei could absorb the heavens will energy as much as he wanted. After the boundary wall battlefield was opened, Lin Fei immediately occupied this piece of land in the Holy Realm. In a few days, he built a huge city, and at the same time, he sent giant puppets to guard it. At the same time, he set up many defensive energy towers. Even if a giant expert attacked, they would not be able to easily break through the city. Lin Fei arranged for more than 10 giant experts to stay in this place. As for the heavy armored spear soldiers, he left 10,000 of them in the city, enough to protect the city from being occupied. Lin Fei also sent people to spread the news. The sealed world was no longer unknown and unknown. Everyone knew that Di Tian watched over the sealed world. All the experts of the Saints' world could do was watch on helplessly. As for the Association of Adventurers, no one thought much of it. Without them opening the path, Di Tian's plan to establish the Association of Adventurers would be in vain. But just as everyone was about to forget, another piece of news spread, and the Holy Realm was in an uproar. Tian has occupied the boundary wall battlefield. Tian has broken through the path of death that is the boundary wall battlefield. Tian is here. When the news spread, everyone did not believe it at first. Everyone knew how dangerous the boundary wall battlefield was. There were many hegemon-level experts who had fallen there. How could a single Tian conquer this area? It was simply impossible. The larger forces did not believe it, but some smaller forces held a wait-and-see attitude and rushed over. They saw the city. They saw the city rising from the ground, and saw many black towers. After paying a certain fee, they entered the city. The city was very quiet at the moment, so they went straight to the boundary wall battlefield. That's it. That's great. We can enter the sealed world from now on. The association of adventurers that Tian mentioned is coming soon. After the first group of people returned, the news spread again. The boundary wall battlefield had really been occupied by Tian. Countless souls had disappeared without a trace. Other than that, the giant leader had also disappeared without a trace. The Holy Realm was in an uproar. The larger forces could not sit still anymore. Is that Tian really that capable? The giant experts could not laugh at this news. Boom boom boom. After everyone was shocked by Tian's boldness, the city that Lin Fei had named Sealed City exploded with a sky-piercing aura. The giant experts of the 33 holy heavens all looked over. This is the aura of a giant expert. Could it be that one of Tian's subordinates has become a giant expert? This seems to be the aura of the earth. The aura of fire? How many is this? Before everyone could react, the auras of the giant experts were like sharp swords that stabbed into the sky. Chapter 2249. The entire saint world was in an uproar. Unconcealed auras of giants broke through one after another. Everyone was blinded. Since when did giants break through in batches? Now that Tian had matured, he was no longer as easy to deal with as before. He began to set foot in the saints' world. The various giants and experts were the best proof. Regular organizations could do nothing to Tian. Everyone wasn't a fool. They all knew that after Tian cleared out the world wall battlefield and obtained the memory crystals of the hegemonic lords, he would be able to create hegemonic lord experts in batches. Even if those hegemonic lords were to be stuck at the initial phase of the hegemonic lord realm forever, they would still be hegemonic lords. That Tian in their eyes was no longer a small fry in the sealed world. He had the ability to enter the saint world. Everyone's mood changed. In just a few days, the 6 Harmony Worlds united one sect in the 20th level started to cause trouble for Tian. They accused him of killing their giants. When this news came out, everyone was shocked. The United One sect also lost a giant expert. That Tian was so capable? This wasn't a good thing. The Unity sect also recently learned that a great master of Shengwen had fallen in the boundary wall battlefield. In addition, another great master, Su Kai, had also disappeared without a trace. This was a huge loss for the United One sect. When the news of the world wall battlefield being wiped out was exposed, the United One sect immediately bit onto Tian. Other than Tian, who else dared to act recklessly? The United One sect sent out a public notice. Their stance was very firm. They wanted Tian to personally apologize to them. If not, they would send people to capture him. If you have the ability, come and capture me. This was what Lin Fei said. The United One sect was furious. That Tian was too cocky. He dared to ignore the United One sect. Tian was the first. Before the United One sect could digest this news, another piece of news came from Sealed City. That Su Kai, who was rumored to have died, shouted at the United One sect. He expressed that he didn't like the United One sect's attitude. For a treasure, the United One sect sent experts to kill them. Luckily, Di Tian appeared and repelled the enemies. He said that he was willing to join the Invincible Palace and work for His Majesty Di Tian. This was a huge matter. The United One sect sent experts to kill the giants. Di Tian helped. The news spread like wildfire. After the Union sect learned of this, they were infuriated once more. This was blatant slander. Di Tian was simply too shameless. It would affect the reputation of the United Sect. Sealed City. They want to attack our sealed city? Lin Fei was lying down lazily. Su Kai stood at the side. They've just sent word that they're mobilizing the sect's experts, saying that they're going to capture Master. Lin Fei smiled. That's a good plan, and the reason is good too. That's perfect. My sealed city really does need a great battle to show off our might in the saints' world. Let them know that I am not a country bumpkin from a small place. Su Kai said worriedly, Your Majesty, even though the United Sect isn't the strongest sect in the Six Harmony world, they are still a first-rate sect. Since they have announced this, they will definitely use their strongest force. Shouldn't we? Lin Fei shook his head. There's no need to prepare. I'm already prepared. We're just waiting for them to show up. Ever since the sealed city was built, Lin Fei knew that such a day would come. If the United Sect didn't come looking for him, he would find a small saints' world to attack. The United Sect was going to attack the sealed city. The news spread across the entire saints' world under the influence of some people. No one had high hopes for this Di Tian. No matter which aspect. Di Tian's side was much weaker. There was a huge difference in strength. Even if they had a giant expert, they wouldn't be able to block the attacks of a few mid-stage giant experts. Di Tian would definitely lose. This was the common thought of all the factions. Since the United Sect was going to attack, they definitely wouldn't fail. They would definitely go all out to destroy the sealed city and even charge into the World Wall battlefield to destroy Di Tian's forces. Apart from being a country bumpkin, Di Tian was also a rich person in the eyes of others. Moreover, he was a rich person without any deterrence. If they caught him, curse palace. The higher-ups of the palace were all here. That Di Tian fellow is really dishonest. He offended the United Sect the moment he arrived. This is going to be a good show. A giant was very disappointed. The United Sect is only slightly weaker than us. Di Tian probably won't be able to block the attacks of the United Sect's old ghost. I heard that the United Sect is going to send a late-stage giant expert to lead them. Along with 3 mid-stage giant experts and 10 early-stage giant experts. The giants present all had complicated feelings towards Di Tian. Firstly, when the factions snatched the source fruit, this fellow conned them silently, causing them to be beaten up by the top factions. Everyone was still brooding over this matter. Now, everyone felt that the Curse Palace and Di Tian were working together, which was why they were being suppressed in Fuyun World. All of this was caused by Di Tian. It wouldn't be wrong to say that they hated Di Tian. However, Di Tian had given them hope. After they obtained the curse arts from Di Tian, everyone's strength soared by leaps and bounds. Even though they had to pay a heavy price, it was clear that they weren't on the same level as Di Tian. Palace Head, should we help that Di Tian who loves to cause trouble? All the giants looked towards Palace Head Cursed Huan. Especially young Master Cursed Thunder. His gaze was even more passionate. As the Palace Head, Cursed Huan was also gritting his teeth towards Di Tian. If it was an ordinary person, he definitely wouldn't protect him in such a matter. However, Di Tian was different. If this person was captured by the United Sect, the Curse Palace would suffer a huge loss. If he really stood up to protect Di Tian, Cursed Huan would have to face pressure from within Fuyun World. This matter wasn't easy to handle. Our Curse Palace isn't in a good situation now. We have to save Di Tian. Cursed Huan made a decision. If Di Tian falls into the hands of those people from the United Sect, it'll be very bad for us. Everyone agreed with Cursed Huan's words. They had to save Di Tian. The Curse Palace couldn't lose Di Tian. Of course, it would be best if they could control Di Tian. Di Tian is dead this time. These were the words of Saint Shenhao, who had suffered multiple times. He only knows how to cause trouble. He really thinks that he can do whatever he wants in the sacred world just because he messed around in the sealed world. The demonic rainbow was in a good mood when she said this. Among the young prodigies, none of them thought highly of Di Tian. Even though Di Tian had cleared out the world wall battlefield, in the eyes of outsiders, it was like helping someone else. For example, the United Sect. Everyone's gaze was focused on the small sealed city.